It's the old game because Putin, in his political game inside Russia, needs the enemies abroad, and that's why he demonstrates that the losses that Russia made in Ukraine and the impossibility to Russia to win in this game, in this war against Ukraine. It's because it's not only Ukraine that is the enemy of Russia, but all the Occidental world, and that's why it's the old game of Putin.
And sir, what if President Putin lives in his own world, and there is nothing possible to connect those two realities, the real one and the version of the world that he described yesterday during his address? How about this?
I think so. You are right. Putin lives effectively in a virtual world. He built it itself, and that's why that was the problem also with his security services, because Putin was the one who made them, and he made it the way that these services served him the wrong information. And Putin effectively lives in a closed war and closed world, and we know that it happened since the COVID and the COVID infection.
What can be done to stop the war if, during his address, Putin still continues to blame West and Ukraine for provoking this conflict and says that he just started the war and in a reaction to being provoked by the rest of those sides?
It was a very clear word of Biden to say that Putin, with just one word, can stop the war. It's right, and it's very, very clear. But Putin cannot. Putin is a person who never recognizes his faults, who never because Putin is weak. To stop the war, we need a strong person. Putin is not a strong person. That's why he talks every day about nuclear weapons. Because when he cannot win in the classic war in Ukraine. He uses the atomic bombs and nuclear weapons to blackmail the world. But Putin is in the no return itself, and I think that Putin cannot return. People around Putin can.
And sir, the last question: what do you think Russian propaganda may prepare for Friday, for the first anniversary of the war?
We don't know. When we have much expectations of this propaganda, usually it happens nothing. It happened nothing on the 9th of May, the Victory Day in Russia, and probably this concert will do nothing in Russia. They organize effectively some propaganda trucks on television. Putin perhaps pronounce another speech today, but it changes nothing.
Thank you, sir, for your time for us. Mr. Sergei Zhirnov, former KGB agent, was our guest. Thank you. And now we are joined remotely by another expert, Mr. Zygmunt Zięciołowski, founding editor of Open Democracy Russia, is with us. Hello, sir. Good to have you with us.
Good morning. Good morning.
What is your assessment of the address made by Putin yesterday?
Well, just analyzing Putin's speech separately from President Biden's speech wouldn't be very productive. And with Putin, with President Biden, it was relatively simple. He spoke predictable things. He appealed to freedom, and he spoke about unmotivated Russian aggression, and he emphasized continuous support for Ukraine and the free world. So that is hardly a lot of things to analyze. Whereas with Putin, we had 2-hour speech, and now he wants us to look at every sentence of his speech, to analyze, to wonder what he really meant, what was his idea, what he's going to do, and what is the sense what he said. And and then we spend a lot of time analyzing his speech, and we only find out a new series of lies, manipulations, and this is in the old Putin style. Putin loves one thing that sometimes sports fans like. When their favorite team loses the game, loses the soccer game, they usually blame the referee. They say, "Okay, we played better. We deserve victory. Our goalkeeper was fantastic, and our strikers were fantastic, but the referee stole our victory." And this is the tactic Putin has been playing for a lot of time, blaming, accusing West of things he has done himself: manipulations, lies, open aggression, and invasion. In other words, it's really the main conclusion we can draw from Putin's speech is that he's going to continue what he's been doing for the last year. Some members of Russian propaganda television show yesterday spoke, now we have a plan, we know what we are going to do, we have to develop our military industry, we have to produce more arms, we cannot lose this war, and we are defending right morals in the world. Russia was patriotic, is honest country, whereas West is hypocritical, and the West always wanted us to manipulate us, cheat us, etc. So for the time being, for now, 1 year after the war has started on 24th of February 2022, we can expect continued military confrontation. Putin will save no effort to send more missiles and rockets to Ukraine, and he will continue his effort to occupy more Ukrainian territory, and his propaganda will be playing the same kind of music. This is at the same time. When you look at yesterday Moscow spectacle, it was really amazing because to Biden's speech, people who wanted to come, they were free to register and they were free to attend. Whereas in Moscow, you had a few thousands of high Russian government officials who came to the Putin speech in order to pay tribute to him. Russian press agency RIA Novosti released information that they uploaded and clapped Putin 54 times, and 4 times they approved his speech with standing ovation. This was a tribute of his most loyal lieutenants, people who are responsible for this war as much as he is, and you had this kind of Asiatic, Byzantine tribute of his servant, of his supporters, of his lieutenants, of his most important officials, and you could say at the first glance it was a completely different kind of spectacle from the one that we had in Warsaw.
One more thing, sir, if I may. How about the Chinese delegation? Chinese former foreign minister and chief of diplomacy, top diplomat Wang Yi, is visiting Moscow for several days, and today he's meeting with Lavrov, and on Friday China will present its own version of peace plan for Ukraine. What do we know about those meetings in Russia?
Kremlin and Moscow and Russia these days is a very secretive place, and there are very few leaks coming out of Kremlin. I wouldn't expect much of it because my impression is that Russia has decided, is determined to continue with Ukrainian operation, no matter what China wants, how China is going to mediate. Of course, China as a partner, as an ally for Russians is very important at the moment, because a lot of trade which they had with the West has been shifted to China and to India and to Turkey. But at the same time, I have the impression that Russians have decided to go on no matter what Chinese friends would try to tell them. So I wouldn't expect much, even though we will again have some manifestations of traditional friendship, like again this spectacle. But now we are with China. We would not be dictated by the Western world. We have a lot of friends and allies who are ready to support us, who would do trade with us, and they would try to point out to things that China somehow supports with Russia. So, but if you'd expect something revolutionary, something decisive, something which would change the situation, would be game changer, I wouldn't.
Thank you very much, sir, for your assessment. Mr. Zygmunt Dzięciołowski, founding editor of Open Democracy Russia, was our guest. Thank you again.
Thank you.
In his yesterday's speech, Vladimir Putin claimed that Russia had done everything to peacefully resolve the conflict in Ukraine and that the West was plotting against Moscow. Despite those claims, Russian forces continue attacking Ukrainian positions, which was commented by President Zelensky.
I started the day today with a meeting of the High Command, extended and detailed, replete with reports from the battlefield from our commanders on the most active theaters. Supreme Commander Zaluzhny reported on the general situation on the front line and enemy missile strikes on our positions. Of course, the most striking are reports from Donetsk and Luhansk. We do everything to hold enemy attacks, constant intense assault which Russia doesn't stop despite suffering staggering losses. General Syrsky reported on the situation on Bakhmut and Liman theaters. Tough fighting, digging battles. We do everything to support our boys. General Tarnavsky reported on battles in around Avdiivka and other theaters. The occupiers are using the full range of weaponry against our boys, including even tear gas grenades.
Belarusian MPs have been granted Schengen visas to enter Austria. This means that the country will participate in the winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly in Vienna.
Belarusian MPs have been granted visas to travel to the Austrian capital Vienna to participate in the 22nd winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. According to Austrian Foreign Minister Alexander Schallenberg, the government in Vienna, where the OSCE headquarters is located, is legally obliged to allow all interested delegations to attend the sessions. 81 MPs opposed issuing visas to Russian and Belarusian delegations. Following the decision to issue visas, Poland and Lithuania refused to participate in the winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. The two-day winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly will begin tomorrow in Vienna.
And now it's time for a report from our correspondent from Ukraine. Don Alet is in Kiev and will tell us more about the preparations for the one-year mark of the outbreak of the war.
Well, just moments ago, air raid sirens were sounding here in the capital. Now that we have that long-anticipated speech by Vladimir Putin and, of course, Joe Biden's visit here in the capital, yesterday there were no air raid sirens here in the capital. Of course, there is still intense fighting along the front lines in the east and the south. The city of Kherson was attacked during President Vladimir Putin's speech, killing 6 and wounding more than a dozen others. So the word on the street is here that the 24th could potentially be a day that Russia launches another one of these massive missile attacks on Ukraine, on some of Ukraine's biggest cities. So that's just ahead of us on Friday, and we'll have to see exactly what happens then. But a lot of experts say that Russia likes to act symbolically on such anniversaries.
On the eve of the anniversary of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, US President Joe Biden delivered a speech in Polish capital Warsaw. Our reporter Kazimierz Łysiak watched the US President's visit to Poland throughout the day and listened carefully to the highly emotional speech in front of the Warsaw's royal castle.
This was indeed an exciting and impressive speech by US President Joe Biden, who came here to the gardens of the Royal Castle of Warsaw, where he once again reiterated the United States' support for Ukraine, but also for Poland and other NATO countries. The US President emphasized once again that the US and its allies will continue to defend every inch of NATO territory. I spoke with some of the people earlier who came here to listen to the speech of the US President.
It was an awesome speech. I really enjoyed it. I was overwhelmed with feelings, so I really enjoyed it.
I feel so grateful for events like this.
Oh, wonderful. It was the first time for me to see the US President live, not on TV, not via internet, but live in front of me, 8 meters from me. So it's a wonderful feeling.
The US President said that autocrats, meaning of course Vladimir Putin, can only understand one word: no. No, 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 there will be no agreement to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The US President emphasized that his country will continue to support Kyiv with heavy weaponry, and he also thanked Poland and the Polish nation for the great help that Poles have been providing to Ukrainians. He, of course, referred to welcoming millions of Ukrainian refugees to Poland by the Polish nation and making them feel like they are at home. The US President spoke also a lot about freedom and about what the US and other Western countries like Poland stand for, which is, of course, freedom, the rule of law and democracy. From Warsaw for TVP World, Kazimierz Łysiak.
And that's all for now. More news is always on the top of the hour. Stay tuned.
Good morning, and welcome to A Morning World Today on this, the second day of Joe Biden's visit to Warsaw. Before we begin with our press review, let's take a quick look at the top stories from the last 24 hours.
Following his unannounced visit to Kyiv, U.S. President Joe Biden arrived in Warsaw. At the Polish capital, he delivered an inspired address reassuring the world that the U.S. will continue to stand by Ukraine as well as NATO allies on the alliance's eastern flank, defending freedom and democracy from Russian aggression. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni went on a state visit to Ukraine, where she met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. This was her first visit to the Ukrainian capital since she took office last October. The UN Security Council has denounced the expansion of Israeli settlements in the West Bank. The decision marks the first time in years that the United States has backed a resolution aimed against Israel. A bipartisan U.S. congressional delegation visited Taiwan on Tuesday. As China steps up its rhetoric toward the island, American lawmakers from both sides of the aisle remain resolute in their support for Taipei. The visit is the latest in a series of congressional visits to Taiwan in recent years. South Africa is hosting and taking part in joint Russian-Chinese naval military exercises on the eve of the one-year mark of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The African country claims to be neutral in the conflict, but its actions say otherwise. Vladimir Putin again aired grievances against the West in a speech to the Russian parliament delivered ahead of the first anniversary of Ukraine's invasion. In the address, the Russian dictator unexpectedly announced that Russia would suspend its participation in the new Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, also known as the New START Treaty. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg urged Moscow to reconsider the decision.
Well, no lack of stories today. Joining us now is Rafał Tomański with Press Review. Rafał, how are you this morning?
Hello, Konrad. Great to see you. Great to be here. The same story remains from yesterday because we have Joe Biden here in Poland. That's right.
The talk of the town everywhere is Joe Biden's speech yesterday.
Right. And today the only difference, of course, the differences are many, but the main big difference is that we know what the speech contained.
Yeah.
And we've heard it, we've seen it, we even listened to the music. There was a Coldplay at the end of it, so kind of a nice tune. And I guess a wise PR move from this band side, but still, it was all about politics, at least it should be. The Guardian, we see here how it looked like, all those preparations and scenography.
Yeah.
American president warned...
A lot of photo ops. A
lot of photo ops, yes. We've seen as well President Biden making some photographs, posing for some photographs with children from all around the world. With
waving flags, the
Polish and Ukrainian flags, right.
The American flags, yes.
And the crowd, as they say here in Guardian, consisted of 30,000 people, Poles and Ukrainians mostly, of course. They came numerously to see and hear. The weather was nice. It was windy all the day, but the wind stopped. It was not raining, so we have to seek for the positive sides all the time. Seeing the silver lining wasn't difficult, because we had American president declaring that he will be his vintage himself.
Yeah.
It was the vintage Biden that we've seen. And let's switch to the next one, because the main topic was, of course, being against Russia and claiming the support for all of the allies. Political here emphasizes that before Biden delivered his speech, we've had President Putin making his own statement.
A stark contrast between the two.
I guess so.
The very cold... the colors, icy blue color in the auditorium during the speech.
Definitely, they talk about the same things, I guess, but from completely different points of view. So they were separated by eons of understanding. And President Putin declared that Russia will be withdrawing, suspending, because it's very important in this case, not withdrawing, suspending its participation in so-called New START agreement, New Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, as the acronym stands for. And it was, this treaty was for including limitations on systems such as ICBMs, so intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Right, and sharing of information as well on the movements
Definitely.
of these ICBMs.
We've heard from Jens Stoltenberg that it is nothing new that Russia will suspend its participation there because it was not allowing experts to visit their own facilities to inspect the nuclear arms. So nothing new, but
just
still...
Nothing new, but now it's official.
But it's official, right, declared. So let's switch to the next line, and we'll get the most important line delivered by President Biden during his speech in Poland. Here in Independent, we have this direct quote. Biden said, and you guys listen, he thought, about Mr. Putin, he thought he'd get the Finlandization of NATO. Instead, he got the NATOization of Finland and Sweden. From a rhetorical point of view, this is very nice.
It is it's the best line of the speech, I think. But it's very unfortunate that unfortunately Joe Biden didn't land the line as well, I'm sure, as he would have hoped.
However, still looking for the silver lining all the time, it was very nice to see all those wording being used, because really, that's true. We've heard a lot about Finlandization as an event, as a way of approaching various political sides, and here, literally, Finland has changed its opinion from being next to liberal country and deciding to joining this NATO agreement, NATO alliance. This was nice, kind of a punchline from this statement. And as well, Biden addressed, as Independent here enumerates, that the Russian president accusing the West of starting the war is simply wrong. And President Biden, reiterated what he delivered as well during his strolling time with President Zelensky on the streets of Kiev, that Putin was dead wrong attacking Ukraine.
Yeah. I wanted to bring up one additional thing that I found interesting. The Russian president also accusing the West of starting the war and of eroding family values by promoting same-sex marriage and pedophilia. A huge
That's what he said, right?
Yeah, a huge part of the speech that he delivered is about families and about children, having more children. I mean,
and we have our
first idea for me was, well, of course, he needs more children because he's sending a lot of the children that exist now, the young men, to the front lines.
Right. It sounds ironic, but we can interpret this like that. We have our correspondents for a long time in Ukraine. They see the front line, they see the devastation and all those horrors left by Russian army. So yes, definitely children are the most vulnerable and the one who suffer, not the one that the Russian army takes care of. So to the next line, the next one, if we can switch, there was also a mentioning of Moldova, because in Warsaw, during the speech in the audience, we had this lady, Maya Sandu, president of Moldova. There was a kind of an earthquake as well happening there on the political side, because they changed their own prime minister. Very.
So we covered this on TVP World, but I think most places around the world didn't mention this.
Right. Moldova is as well a country vulnerable for potential Russian next direction of invasion. They have tiny part called Transnistria with 1,500 Russian soldiers stationed there for 3 decades, and the separatist movement being more and more vivid there and alive and kicking still all the time. However, of course, being not a member of NATO and only aspiring for candidacy for participation in the European Union, Moldova still remains vulnerable. So,
Very vulnerable indeed.
Joe Biden emphasized that among the very important guests, president of this tiny country, very important on the political map of Europe, next to Romania and close to, and switch between Romania and Ukraine, Moldova is as well in the focus of American politics.
Yep, and just to mention quickly, there was also, I mean, the Russians obviously deny this completely, but the Russians were accused of trying to organize a coup just a couple of weeks ago.
Right, and maybe this shaking in Moldovan politics might have been an issue combined with those Russian attempts. We need more information. Now the new Prime Minister, called Dorin Recean, has been sworn in last week. We'll see where it gets us all. And to the next one, an important story as well to emphasize. There is an organization called Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, very important one.
That's right. It's been around for a very long time.
For a couple of decades, it was supposed to link during the Cold War the Eastern and Western blocs to facilitate any kind of dialogue between them.
Yeah.
Right. Last year, Poland had the rotating chair of this organization. And this year,
Austria.
It's Austria, so the meetings are held most of them are held in Vienna. And the next one will be held on Friday. And the story the Guardian brings here is that 18 Russian MPs have been invited to participate.
Most of whom are on the sanctions list.
So,
yeah.
What can we read between the lines?
Well, and Austria obviously saying Austria is one of the few countries left in Europe that are neutral.
Yes.
They're not. They're not part of NATO. I mean, there's a lot of push right now in Austria. There are organizations that are pushing. They're saying that neutrality at this time is immoral.
I guess we can.
There is a push in Austria for Austria to give up on its neutrality. That at this time in history, neutrality is not.
Speaking in one voice in an organization like OSCE that constitutes of 57 member states is very difficult. We've been there, we've seen it, but still inviting Russian MPs, and as you mentioned, most of them on the sanction list, it's kind of a dubious thing morally. So let's switch to the next one. Al Jazeera writes a story about Yevgeny Prigozhin, a man who created
the infamous Wagner Group
mercenary company, right? Yeah. We've heard this name a lot of times, and as well, Yevgeny Prigozhin has been one of the most vocal critics of Russian military, and one of the top commanders, Sergei Shoigu, defense minister, former construction specialist, not being a military general at all. We have to remember this. Sergei Shoigu is not a military man and has never been. Has been criticized heavily by Yevgeny Prigozhin, what potentially may, some analysts expect that Prigozhin may be the next in line to be spirited away somewhere in some remote place, Siberia probably. However, Prigozhin accusing Russian top military commanders of high treason. And he said that
tantamount to high treason.
They held back much needed ammunition for Wagner Group and declined to provide air support. So, kind of a rift inside of the Russian, not only military but as well this mercenary companies.
That's right. There's some infighting in NATO, but this infighting isn't limited to NATO.
I told you about Russia, looking for silver lining. This is definitely one.
This is certainly a silver lining.
And the last one we prepared for you and for the viewers from Independent about the nurses striking in Great Britain. There's a lot of massive problems within the healthcare there, and this Royal College of Nursing, RCN, and the government issuing recently a joint statement saying that the talks we get finally will focus on pay terms and conditions, productivity enhancing reforms. The situation is very difficult, and Rishi Sunak government is facing a lot of problems. However, recently I've heard that the British government has found an additional way of financing, so maybe this extra money will be dedicated, who knows, to the nurses.
Maybe, but still, you know, the nurses originally asked for 15% pay increase. They agreed to put it down to 10%. The government, however, says they can't offer more than a 3.5%.
So,
I mean,
cutting down the expectation is the ordinary day-by-day thing that we all cope with.
Negotiation. We'll see what number it lands on.
And that's all today from me in the press review. Thank you, Konrad.
Thank you, Rafa. Always a pleasure. All right. Now, before we join our guests, let's take a quick look at the top stories we have prepared for you today.
Polish Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki meets with Hungarian President Katalin Nowak in Warsaw. Czech Prime Minister Petr Fiala visits Warsaw and meets with his Polish counterpart Mateusz Morawiecki. Thousands thousands of workers representing nearly 40 major trade unions hold a protest against a major hike in taxes and electricity rates. Japan and China hold the first security talks between the two countries in 4 years. Chinese Vice Foreign Minister Sang Weidong and Japanese Senior Deputy Foreign Minister Shingo Yamada will chair the meeting.
Well, joining us now to discuss these topics and more are Artur Wróblewski, a political scientist, and Milan Lelic, a political observer for RBC, a Ukraine news agency. Gentlemen, good morning. How are you this morning?
Good morning.
All right, obviously, let's start with the talk of the town. Joe Biden's speech last night in Warsaw, as well as Vladimir Putin's speech yesterday morning in Moscow. Any comments? Let's start with you, Mr. Lelic.
Well, both these events were closely followed by the world, obviously. Mainly the Biden speech, because I don't think that many people expected something really big, any big news from Putin, and really there were no big news from Putin. I personally maybe stopped watching it in an hour or something, and then just follow the headlines. And basically, a part of this news that Russia quits from this strategic weapons agreement, there were no news, the same rhetoric that we used to hear for a year and something about neo-Nazis in Ukraine, about gender issues, about NATO that wanted to attack Russia, and so on. All this stuff. So basically no news. And Biden's speech was very different, in particular in the very style and picture. This cannot even be compared, because this Biden's speech was a speech of a leader of a democratic world in 21st century in front of a wide audience where ordinary people could come and hear. And Putin's speech was some sort of, Communist Party rally sometime back in 1975 or something. So these were just two worlds, and this was very, very clear. This is my shortest.
Certainly. We lost Mr. Wróblewski, unfortunately. Okay. Now, I wanted to turn our attention to today. What can we expect to happen today? There's a very big meeting. I think today actually is a lot more important in terms of possible actions and possible decisions. Today, the members of the Bucharest Nine are meeting along with U.S. President Joe Biden and NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. What can we expect from these discussions today?
I think that I'm almost sure that, in particular, the question of deliveries of weapons to Ukraine will be discussed, because these 9 NATO countries are the ones who are the closest NATO countries to Ukraine. So I think that the United States expects them also to take a very active part in weapons supply to Ukraine, and it needs to be coordinated with the United States, with the North Atlantic Treaty Alliance at all. So I think that it will all be about Ukraine, and also obviously strengthening the eastern flank of NATO itself, as Kremlin does not quit its threats to NATO countries too. All these nuclear threats have started these movements around nuclear weaponry and so on. So this is a hint to Eastern European countries that are already members of NATO that they are not also in danger. And I think these are the issues to be dealt with on today's meeting.
Yep, and I wanted to bring this up. During the speech yesterday, a lot of analysts are looking at one particular statement that was made by Joe Biden, was perhaps a warning to Vladimir Putin, but he said that an attack on one is an attack on all. And he said Russia knows this. Now, there's a warning here, but also analysts are thinking, well, does he know something? Is an escalation imminent?
I do not think that the escalation is imminent. as of now, but I think that, yes, this is a very clear signal, because I'm almost sure that many Russian analysts and their strategists, they think that, okay, if we attack, for example, Germany, yes, definitely the US will help and France will help and whoever else will help. But maybe if we attack some country like Estonia or Latvia, the US won't send its troops and so on. But this is a clear sign that no, all the NATO members, it doesn't matter either they are small or big, they are all under this security umbrella of NATO and of the United States. So this is really some sort of a preliminary signal to Vladimir Putin not to do any action against NATO countries themselves, that the NATO alliance is strong. And this is really obvious, that the NATO alliance is much stronger than it was a year ago, when it was really in crisis, and even the NATO leadership and the leaders of member states, they also said, they admitted that NATO is in a crisis because the aim of the existence of this organization is not that obvious, that there are internal tensions between different members and so on. But in a year, as of now, the NATO alliance is strong and united, but this strength and unity needs to be underlined and emphasized in any such big speech, big delivery of messages to a world audience. So I think this is a signal.
Certainly, and the president of Hungary also in Warsaw today, the one sort of remaining outlier in the Bucharest 9. Mr. Vudretsky, welcome back. We lost you there for a second. I wonder if you have any comments on yesterday's speeches from both presidents, President Putin and President Joe Biden.
I think that President Biden's speech will be included in the future into those great speeches by American politicians, and they are published in big books. For example, Lincoln's Gettysburg speech or New Frontier speech. Referring to the New Frontier, I mean this Berlin speech by Kennedy when he was talking, we are on the edge of new frontier, of new challenges. And 1 year after this speech by Kennedy in Berlin, Ich bin ein Berliner, Khrushchev was out of office because he lost this internal struggle, because he lost the so-called Cuban crisis in the meantime. So I think the fate of President Putin will be similar to Khrushchev's fate or to the fate of Russian Soviet leaders in 1980s when they lost to Ronald Reagan's, and his commitment and determination. The same we see now in eyes of President Joe Biden. He said that we are united and Putin will not outlast us. We will outlast and we will prevail. This is similar to those speeches by Ronald Reagan, for example, on March 8, 1983. He gave speech which is known in the history as the Evil Empire speech. He talked to people at the National Association of Evangelicals, and he said that we are struggling against the evil. And Truman was saying we are struggling against the evil in 1947. And now Joe Biden is saying we are struggling against the evil. We have forces of autocracy against us, and we will prevail. We will win. This is a huge, important message. That's why I think that we should not worry about this anachronistic talks by Putin. We saw it yesterday during his speech, which is completely anachronistic, old style, old-fashioned, and he will not achieve anything. And the only important element in that speech from yesterday was his information, a message that the Russians will suspend their presence in New START treaty. Why? Because it's a strategic issue. However, practically, New START was to some extent suspended because there was no verification system working anymore since pandemic times. And anyway, Russians violated all previous agreements, like INF agreement. They were lying, they were not testing those missiles at ranges of 500 to 5,000 kilometers, but they were doing this. And in 2014, President Obama gave evidence of Russians lying about this INF agreement from 1987, and it was suspended by President Trump in 2019 because Russians are lying anyway. It's time for Russia to get rid of criminals from Kremlin and to put new people, like, for example, Navalny, who 2 days ago presented his 15-point program to change Russia into democratic parliamentary republic.
Fascinating. And I also wanted to, I wonder if there's any symbolic meaning to the fact that also during this speech, there was a small introduction made by a U.S. ambassador to Poland, Mark Brzezinski. Do you think there's any symbolism there?
If you are asking me this question, I think it's a huge symbolism in this whole event, because we had first speech by Mark Brzezinski, the ambassador of United States to Warsaw. Then we had Polish president speaking, and it was very good speech referring to John Paul II. It gave the drama, and it also made impact on Polish people as well, and on the whole world. And then we had Biden's speech. But having Ambassador Mark Brzezinski, the son of Professor Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was serving as National Security Advisor to President Carter, and let's remember that the war in Afghanistan and the crisis in Poland, solidarity crisis in Poland, everything started when President Carter was still in office. It gives huge symbolism. Also remember that at that time we had another Polish person in the American administration. It was the Secretary of State, Maciej Marciszewski. He had Polish roots, and he was also helping Poland as the Secretary of State. At that time, we had also Ronald Reagan becoming the president in 1981, and Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady, and of course John Paul II, the Polish Pope. So it was really lucky time for us, and let's hope that this will be also very good time for Poland, but first of all for brave people in Ukraine, fighting Ukraine.
But definitely a lot of signals being sent, very subtly, but a lot of subtle signals. Mr. Lelic, any final comments?
Well, I think that we've already discussed what has happened already, but here in Ukraine, we are all focused on what's going to happen today, tomorrow, and especially the day after tomorrow, when we mark the first year of the full-scale Russian invasion. Right now, as we are talking, we have another airstrike alert here in Ukraine. We're all over the country because there is aviation activity in Belarus, Russian aviation activity in Belarus and in Crimea. So we are all waiting. What will Putin do? We are absolutely ready and prepared for anything that might happen. We have no fear at all. There is absolutely no panic. I observe no panic at all in the streets or wherever. But we understand that as Putin also is fond of symbolism very much, I think that he and his military will try to do something
for Friday, definitely, and unfortunately, yeah. And I hope that everyone is prepared for what may come. Gentlemen, thanks very much for joining us this morning. Have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us this morning. Please stay with us here on TVP World.
Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. For as long as he's been in the public eye, the Russian president has been a dangerous enigma. Many of the motivations behind his policy and personal life have remained shrouded in mystery, but his authoritarian reign over Russia has left him with blood on his hands. After 15 years in the KGB, and then as the director of its successor, the Federal Security Service, Putin was appointed Prime Minister in 1999, then President 1 year later, and he has maintained control over Russia ever since. Although virtually unknown when he entered the Kremlin, Putin's approval ratings soared when he ordered a military operation against rebels in Chechnya.
Only anti-terrorist operations have prevented the disintegration of Russia. Professional military personnel has helped to preserve dignity and the unity of the state. But at what price?
And it was here that the West got a first taste of the new Russian leader's brutal methods. He is no stranger to political assassinations at home or on foreign soil, or to interfering in foreign elections and conspiring to install pro-Russian governments in sovereign nations.
The most important message is that we see no sign whatsoever that President Putin is preparing for peace.
In February 2014, Putin dispatched troops to Ukraine ostensibly to safeguard Russian interests after Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych fled to Moscow. By early March 2014, Russian troops had effectively taken control of Crimea and Donbass, and Putin's personal stature at home saw a decisive upward swing as Russian society towed the presidential line. The Kremlin faced a West that seemed unable to find a united voice. On the one hand, Putin used Russia's significant stock of natural resources to placate the more hesitant European leaders, and on the other, he boasted expansion of Russian military power.
You know, he threatened me at one point and said, Boris, I don't want to hurt you, but with a missile it would only take a minute.
In late 2021, Putin ordered a massive buildup of Russian forces along the Ukrainian border. Western governments raised concerns about what appeared to be an imminent Russian invasion, but Putin denied he had any such plans.
Do we want war? Of course not. That is why we have offered our proposals to start the negotiation process.
Since then, new war crimes have been committed en masse against the people of Ukraine, while the Russian president threatens nuclear annihilation from the safety of the Kremlin, unchallenged and unpunished.
Hello and welcome. Time for a news update on TVP World. It's noon Central European Time. I'm Rafał Tomański. Today is the last day of President Biden's visit to Poland. American head of state will meet with leaders of NATO's eastern flank this afternoon in Warsaw.
Leaders of NATO's eastern flank are arriving in Warsaw to take part in the Bucharest 9 summit and discuss the region's security. The summit will be attended by Joe Biden, who is currently in Warsaw.
We will meet our allies from the eastern flank of NATO, because for all of us, this is an extremely important symbolic visit here in the region. We do not perceive it, as Poles, as a visit to us. This is a visit to our region.
The Bucharest 9 is a format that brings together NATO's eastern flank countries: Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Romania and Slovakia. The meeting will be held with the participation of the US President and NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. During the summit, the leaders will discuss further strengthening NATO's eastern flank, the alliance's upcoming summit in Vilnius, as well as further support for Ukraine.
And now we go live to our reporter in Warsaw, Jeremy Hołodniuk. The Bucharest 9 summit will start at 2 p.m. Central European Time. Jeremy, who will attend and what will be discussed?
So in just 2 hours, leaders of 9 NATO countries constituting the Bucharest 9, the eastern flank of NATO, will arrive here at the presidential palace, which you can see behind me. They will be joined by US President Joe Biden as well as NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. And the agenda for the summit is quite long. The first and actually most important topic for today would be the further strengthening of defensive capabilities of NATO eastern flank, as well as broadly defined security in face of the ongoing war in Ukraine, as well as deteriorating relations with Moscow. Apart from that, we're expecting the summit to to discuss further support for Ukraine, both military, medical, in the upcoming months. We're expecting a joint statement to be signed after the meeting. Following the meeting, I had an opportunity to speak with the Polish Secretary of State, Mr. Marcin Przydacz, who told me that one of other reasons for today's summit, one of the major points in the agenda, would be creation of a mutual statement, mutual policy before the upcoming summit in Vilnius, NATO summit in Vilnius, because NATO eastern flank is, obviously in the position of, almost neighboring Russia and the threat coming from the east. Therefore, today's summit functions a little bit as a sort of a preparation of this NATO's Eastern Bloc before the upcoming summit.
And how about the other important meetings on the presidential level between leaders of Poland and Moldova? Andrzej Duda and Maja Sandu met today, a few hours ago, and as well Polish Prime Minister hosted Hungarian President as well. What do we know?
Well, today generally is a very busy day for Polish diplomacy. Yes, indeed, both meetings occurred a bit earlier today. We know that the meeting with the Moldovan president was a very important one because we know that Moldova is experiencing this pro-Russian turmoil backed by Moscow at the moment in the country. And there's this real threat that the country might in some way fall to the Russian sphere of influence, that Russia might somehow try to influence or maybe even instate its own pro-Russian government. Either way, Moldova is in great danger, and today's meeting was largely devoted to that. We know that also yesterday Joe Biden also met with President of Moldova, reiterating that the West will help the country to maintain its sovereignty, both with political means as well as financial means. The other meeting that you've asked me about also took place with the president of Hungary. Also very important meeting. We know that Hungary somehow shifted a little bit its policy throughout the past year. It wasn't really following the policies of the West against Russia, the implementation of sanctions. It also didn't really cut its energy ties with Russia. So today's meeting was also devoted to that. We know that both sides, both Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki and President of Hungary, underlined that they will try to cooperate. They will cooperate mutually in face of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, but no concrete decisions were made. However, Hungary will be participating in today's summit of Bucharest 9, and therefore we're hoping to hear some more on that.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Chłodnik, our reporter straight from the presidential palace in the center of Warsaw. Thank you, Jeremy. It's not only the NATO countries that are waiting for the Bucharest 9 summit, which begins today, and for the decisions that will be made there. Ukraine is also waiting. On TVP World today, we spoke with Ukrainian Member of Parliament, Inna Sovsun. Here are her conclusions.
Well, of course, we all hope for one and the same, that support to Ukraine would be strengthening, because this war can only be stopped with intensifying the support to the Ukrainian army. So those are our hopes and expectations here, just like, over the last days, all the other international events taking place around Ukraine, I think our expectations are always the same.
Euromaidan Warsaw Citizens Initiative, aimed at supporting Ukraine in its way to European integration, organized a protest in Warsaw today on the second day of US President Joe Biden's visit to Poland. By organizing the protest, Ukrainian demonstrators holding banners and their national flags wanted to ask the US President for help for their war-torn country. The protest was held in the morning in front of the luxurious Warsaw Marriott Hotel, where US President Joe Biden is staying during his visit to Poland. The aim of the protest is to draw attention of the US President to the need to hand over F-16 aircraft to Ukraine to help the war-torn country win the fight against Russia. Euromaidan Warsaw announced that another protest will be held later today at 6 p.m. And now we go to our next guest, Ms. Wiktoria Pogrebniak from Euromaidan Warsaw, so from the organizers of those protests. What are your demands from President Biden?
We cannot demand anything. Let's start with this. Of course, we can ask Mr. Biden about the more military support, about more solid military support that was already provided, but we cannot demand anything. Right now, we are just an activist. We are as a face, as the voice of all of the people in democratic society, and we all have the same, I would say, goal right now, is to make sure that the peace is still in the world, that the war is ended and the victory of Ukraine is closer. So to make that happen, we need to ask, we are actually, forced to ask, as even pacifists among us, we need to ask for the weapon which will secure this peace sooner than it was meant to be. Of course, nobody would believe ever that Russia would win, and still everybody believes that Ukraine will win for sure, but that may take several months, several years to make that happen. And with the military support, with solid weapons, with solid ammunition, that can be faster. So we were asking for F-16s, fighting jets, from Mr. Biden and from United States. We know from the several weeks before that United States refused to give that to Ukraine, although Ukraine was insisting on getting it within all of this year that full-scale war was happening. So yeah, we're trying to convince Mr. President of the United States by showing our support to that decision, by showing how much everybody actually wait for the decision.
Aren't you afraid, Ms. Pogrebniak, that your most important ally may lose patience being asked too much and being pushed over its red line?
But we are not pushing. We are asking just something that will bring the peace to the world, right? At the same time, I think we are sharing the same values that United States citizens and Mr. President of the United States. We all want the democracy and we all want justice. This is the two main values that the United States appreciates. So we were appealing to this, to make that happen, to make justice happen, to make peace happen, to make democracy happen. The solid ammunition needs to be done. What I need to say as well, we've heard it before that the HIMARS won't be given to Ukraine, that Leopards tanks won't be given to Ukraine. But with the time, the world will experience that is necessarily measure to bring the peace to Ukraine and to bring the peace to the world. So at the end of the day, this decision will be done. Most likely, we hope for this, and we are more than sure that at the end of the day, everybody would agree that this is better to give this ammunition to Ukraine. But that can take several months, as I said, and we do not have this time, unfortunately. The world is already too late in the reaction to the war and too late in helping Ukraine. And several months means more civilians will be wounded, more civilians will be killed by Russia.
Thank you very much. Wiktoria Pogrebniak from Euromaidan Warsaw was our guest. Thank you again. You're watching World News on TVP World. President Joe Biden is still in Poland, where we are waiting for the start of the Bucharest 9 summit. Now let's move on to Russia and Ukraine. And now we go to Kiev, to our correspondent Don Arlet, to ask about Ukrainian vision of what this meeting of Bucharest 9 format may bring. Hello, Don, again.
Hi there. Listen, from the Ukrainian perspective, the Bucharest 9 is important because Ukraine wants to quickly end this war, and they will need victory over Russia, and therefore they're going to need support, of course, from the countries that have offered staunch military support and military aid to Ukraine. Therefore, it's a pretty simple calculation. Ukraine wants to see the Bucharest 9 united. They want to see the Bucharest Nine continue to aid them and support them and have solidarity with Ukraine. Then, of course, from our perspective, it looks like at this point in time that for the next probably several years, the eastern flank of NATO is going to continue to be very important in opposing Russia and Russia's imperialistic ambitions. We've heard about the situation in Moldova, about Russia wanting to create a coup d'etat there to take over the government. That would definitely be a thorn in the side of the Bucharest Nine countries and NATO's eastern flank.
And on one more thing, how Ukraine reacted after hearing the speech of Joe Biden yesterday in Warsaw?
Well, if they hear people are ecstatic, actually it's a good morale booster to see that not only did Joe Biden come here, but then he went to Warsaw and spoke so vividly and so graciously about Ukraine and the values that we share, such as democracy, justice, liberty, freedom. Those are values that Ukrainians aspire to and hold dear. They do not want to be a vassal state of Russia, obviously. And therefore, these words of solidarity from the American president only boost morale here in the country and make the vision much more attainable. I think people are also pretty confident now with Joe Biden's words that the United States will stand by them until this war is concluded, and not only concluded, but till victory is had here in Ukraine.
And bring us the latest as well, please, about the situation on the front line.
Okay, well, the situation along the front line still, battles are intense. Not much movement, not much progress on the Russian side. It seems to be pretty much a standstill. But the big development of today is that several cities deep within Russian-occupied Ukraine have been hit by unknown projectiles. So it's unconfirmed at this point whether it was the Ukrainian armed forces that in fact struck these cities, but many explosions were reported deep inside the east that could lead to speculation that perhaps there's some homemade Ukrainian weapons that were actually able to go the distance farther than anything that we know that is currently on the battlefield.
Thank you very much for your coverage and the latest from Ukraine. Don Alles, straight from Kiev for us. Thank you, Don. Belarusian MPs have been granted Schengen visas to enter Austria. This means that the country will participate in the winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly in Vienna.
Belarusian MPs have been granted visas to travel to the Austrian capital Vienna to participate in the 22nd winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. According to Austrian Foreign Minister Alexander Schallenberg, the government in Vienna, where the OSCE headquarters is located, is legally obliged to allow all interested delegations to attend the sessions. 81 MPs opposed issuing visas to Russian and Belarusian delegations. Following the decision to issue visas, Poland and Lithuania refused to participate in the winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. The two-day winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly will begin tomorrow in Vienna.
In his yesterday's speech, Vladimir Putin claimed that Russia had done everything to peacefully resolve the conflict in Ukraine and that it is the West that was plotting against Moscow. Despite those claims, Russian forces continue attacking Ukrainian positions, which was commented by President Zelensky.
I started the day today with a meeting of the High Command, extended and detailed, replete with reports from the battlefield from our commanders on the most active theaters. Supreme Commander Zaluzhny reported on the general situation on the front line and enemy missile strikes on our positions. Of course, the most striking are reports from Donetsk and Luhansk. We do everything to hold enemy attacks, constant intense assault which Russia doesn't stop despite suffering staggering losses. General Syrsky reported on the situation on Bakhmut and Liman theaters. Tough fighting, digging battles. We do everything to support our boys. General Tarnavsky reported on battles seen around Avdiivka and other theaters. The occupiers are using the full range of weaponry against our boys, including even tear gas grenades.
The first day of Joe Biden's long-awaited visit to Poland has come to an end yesterday, starting with meetings with Polish officials and ending with powerful and emotional speech. Let's take a look at what Joe Biden said yesterday in Warsaw.
It's 1 p.m. local time. President Joe Biden is departing Warsaw's Marriott Hotel, the building in which every American president has stayed at since the fall of communism. The streets are empty. Traffic in the city has been redirected to make sure that the American president arrives at the presidential palace on time. Closer to the palace itself, people are lining the streets. The visit of a sitting US president is always a huge event in Poland and for Poles. Freedom means everything to them, and no one symbolizes that better than the leader of the free world himself. The long-awaited meeting comes to pass. Poland's president Andrzej Duda greets Biden personally. The second meeting between sitting American and Polish presidents in Warsaw within less than a year. This has never happened before. The war in Ukraine dominated the talks between them. Both of these men represent the two countries which have helped Ukraine the most. One with a strong arm, the other with a great heart. But the meeting everyone is waiting for isn't Biden's with Duda, despite its importance. It is Biden's with the people of Warsaw, with the Poles and the Ukrainians and the many others who have come to see him. They don't have to wait any longer. Joe Biden does his famous spry little jog, and he is with the crowd.
1 year ago, the world was bracing for the fall of Kyiv. Well, I've just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong. Kyiv stands proud. It stands tall. And most important, it stands free.
After the speech, he takes time to meet with children holding American, Polish and Ukrainian flags. Anyone who knows Joe Biden's story, the losses he suffered within his family, knows of his sensitivity, of his compassion, of how well he understands the meaning of simple gestures. This was Joe Biden's first day in Poland.
And that's all for now. However, let's have a look at some of the impressions of having Joe Biden, President of the US, in Poland.
Thank you for welcoming back to Poland.
Hello, this is TVP World. I'm your host, Benjamin Lee, and we are continuing the coverage of Joe Biden's visit to the United States. My apologies, to Poland. And we are carrying on forward with a discussion with Mr. Scott Lucas from the Clinton Institute, University of Dublin, to talk about Biden's visit and his upcoming meeting for the Bucharest 9. Hello, sir. Welcome to TVP World.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
So let's talk about that very emotional speech that Biden delivered yesterday first. What's your general impression and your biggest takeaway from it?
I think it's words that need to be said. They happen to be said by Joe Biden. They should be said by every other leader supporting Poland, and indeed by all of us. After 1 year, to quote Biden, Kyiv stands. Kyiv stands tall, it stands proud, and most importantly, it stands free. And he added to that, of course, that aggressors only understand one word, that is no. No, you will not take our freedom, you will not take our future. And I think at a time when you have many people in the media chatter about, will Ukraine continue to be assured of not just military support, but political support and emotional support from other countries around the world, not just the U.S. That is the message that needs to be driven home day after day. This was not a war chosen by Ukraine. It was not chosen by the U.S. or NATO. It was a war chosen by Vladimir Putin to try to break Ukrainians, and he has failed. And we need to continue to ensure that he fails, not only for the security of Ukraine, but of Poland and of those Eastern European countries with whom Joe Biden is meeting today.
Right, and of course, this comes at a crucial time of the eve of the 1 year mark since Russia launched its full-scale attack. So a lot of discussions were about whether this is a more symbolic type of speech or a practical one. But I think one can argue that even though most of the contents are more symbolic, the symbolism here is important in the practical sense in showing unity that all of the Western countries have for Ukraine. Do you think the upcoming meeting in the Bucharest 9 will provide something other than maybe just a pep talk with more details of providing security for this region?
Absolutely, because when you talk about the Bucharest 9, these countries, some of whom were in the Soviet sphere of influence until 1989, they want to be reassured in those practical steps you talk about, which is we will be able to defend ourselves as part of NATO if Russia attacks. We want to be able to assure ourselves that our economies will stay strong despite Vladimir Putin trying to launch a food war or an energy war or some other type of operations to undermine our economies. And we want to make sure that our message is not diluted, that the reason why the Bucharest 9 came together, the reason why they chose in 2015 to form this organization was after Russia had already started the war against Ukraine by annexing Crimea. So this is not just a specific war over Ukraine, as important as this is. This is a conflict in which all are involved and all need to be seen to be supporting each other. It just so happens that the United States is one country, a very important country, that's involved with those that support for Eastern Europe.
Right, and of course during Biden's speech, and I think it will also be mentioned in the Bucharest 9, is like coming together to make concrete steps against Russia. These countries have indeed already put in a lot of effort in helping Ukraine during this war effort when it comes to providing arms or humanitarian relief. What more do you think can be done at this point to maybe help Ukraine further push back against their aggressors?
Well, let's divide this into two phases here. The first phase of the war is coming to an end. That was Vladimir Putin's unsuccessful attempt to conquer Ukraine. Russia may launch one more offensive in eastern Ukraine to try to get a symbolic victory, such as taking the city of Bakhmut. But most analysts agree that they do not have the resources, do not have the organization to advance much further, especially with military aid being increased to Ukraine. So here's the question for Ukraine, for Poland, for Eastern Europe, for the rest of us in the second phase this year. Will Ukraine be supported in liberating territory that was taken by Russia last year, including in the east and in the south? Think about cities like Mariupol. And will Ukraine be supported in taking back territory that Russia has controlled since 2014? Think about parts of the Donbass and Crimea. How far will you go to make sure that Ukraine regains all the territory that is part of its country and not just some of it?
Right, very well said. And speaking on the topic of Bucharest 9, we actually do have a fresh footage coming out from a speech from Marcin Chipas, the head of the international office of President of Poland. Let's take a look and see what we feel about it. Let's run the tape.
Well, yesterday, right behind my back at the presidential palace, President Andrzej Duda is going to host a It's nine countries of eastern flank of NATO, with a special guest of the President of the United States, Joe Biden, but with the presence also of the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, is a clear sign of unity of eastern flank with regard to all those challenges which are to the east of our borders. We are here united. We want to send a signal to the world that we are responsible partners. We are credible partners in the world, and the NATO allies and partners of the European, all of the European states and the American side can count on us. I think the signal will be sent here also towards Ukraine, that we are very much determined to continue our assistance and support to Ukraine in these difficult times for this country and the times of Russian aggression. What would be our expectations? Of course, to boost the presence of NATO down here in this territory in terms of not only personnel, because there are already thousands of 10,000 US and NATO troops in Poland. What we would like to achieve is to have also a bit more infrastructure, equipment, which may help us to continue the policy of deterrence Russia. Nobody wants any kind of interaction, any war, any crises. That's why we need to be ready to send this signal of deterrence. And of course, the main decision will be taken during the NATO summit in Vilnius this July.
So as we see from the speech from the head of the international office, it is imperative that this part of the NATO alliance is taken care of in order to defend the eastern front of NATO. And of course, he brought up the boosting NATO presence, not just in terms of personnel, but also infrastructure. How do you think this can be achieved, and how will the Bucharest Line be able to argue a case to increase this part of security in NATO?
Well, first of all, I think this is the most important moment for Europe, indeed for the world, since 1991 and the breakup of the Soviet Union. We've gone through a generation of what will be the arrangements in this post-Soviet world of maintaining order, maintaining stability. And if you think back only 3 years ago, for you in Poland, for the Bucharest Nine, for all of us, there were questions amidst the pandemic. What would the future of NATO be? What would the future of Poland's relations with the EU be? And there were many who said that amidst the chaos of the Trump years and the chaos of an uncertain U.S. foreign policy, that these partnerships were breaking up. What you see in 2023 is that these partnerships have been revived by Vladimir Putin's failed gamble, but now you need to make the partnerships real. So when you hear Polish officials talking about the need for infrastructure, what it means is a full commitment to the security of Poland and Eastern Europe, but it is putting the military institutions in place, of providing for political cooperation, of determining what the force levels should be, not to attack Russia, not to attack Vladimir Putin even directly, but to ensure security. So this is part of ongoing discussions. We are in a moment that has been brought about by Vladimir Putin, but this moment will now translate to months and even years of what will have to be a renewed effort to order and security, of which the Bucharest Nine is an important part.
Right, and a lot of these currently a lot of the supplies are coming from the United States in terms of personnel, infrastructure, capabilities. What do you think the Bucharest Nine can do in order for America to decide to increase their presence here in this region?
Well, I think, first of all, what has been very important for members of the Bucharest Nine, think about Poland, think about the Baltic states, for example, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, is they've been on the forefront from the first day of the Russian invasion of saying we have to stand up for Ukraine as part of regional security, as part of global security. So for quite a long time, we talked about, is it the U.S. or Western Europe that provides the equipment, that provides the troops, etc.? It is important that the political messaging doesn't just come from a France or from a Germany or from a United States. But more importantly than that, I lived through a period of time through the Cold War and beyond where people kept saying the U.S. leads and other countries follow. With respect, that's not true. The U.S. is not the only power in the world. So each country has to assess its abilities, its capabilities, and its prospects for providing for economic security, for providing for military security. It has to be a collective effort. So as important as it was that Joe Biden came to Ukraine, what we look for today, next week, and beyond is, all right, what is Poland's defense policy as part of NATO? What are the Baltic states doing as part of NATO? And will countries that are uncertain partners right now, uncertain partners economically and politically, Hungary, can we make sure that they stop being so uncertain, stop tilting towards Russia, and that they're part of this collective effort as well?
All right, that's a very in-depth analysis. And now there's something I also would like to pick your brains on, because we do have an interview from Mr. Sergei Chernov, the former KGB agent. His analysis on the Putin's speech, and I want to take a look at it and see how you think about it. So let's roll the tape.
And now we are joined by a guest, Mr. Sergei Chernov, former KGB agent, is with us. Hello, sir.
Hello.
We need some comments about the latest developments all around President Biden's visit, not only in Warsaw, but as well in Kiev. We had a statement yesterday here in Warsaw, and the same kind of statement addresses happened in Moscow yesterday by Putin. How Ukraine comments this, sir?
It's a different way, it's clear. Biden's visit is very important to Ukraine. It's the first time that the President of the United States comes to Kiev since 15 years after the visit of George Bush Jr. And it's a very important visit because Kiev in Ukraine is a country in war, and the President of the United States still came to Kiev, and it came a day before the statement of Vladimir Putin. That's why it's a win in the communication war between the United States and Russia, and on the allies countries against Russia, and now it continues. Because Putin made his statement yesterday. After that, Biden made his state in Poland, and now it continues with NATO summit.
How do you assess the so-called blame game, victim game made by Putin during his address? One of the advisors to President Zelensky, Mikhailo Podolak, said that after this statement by Putin, Podolak said it was a classic example of victim blaming, but on a macro scale. How about this, sir?
It's the old game of Russia, Putin's Russia, I mean. It's the old game because Putin, in his political game inside Russia, needs the enemies abroad. And that's why he demonstrates that the losses that Russia made in Ukraine, and the impossibility to Russia to win in this game, in this war against Ukraine, it's because it's not only Ukraine that is the enemy of Russia, but all the Occidental world, and that's why it's the old game of Putin.
And sir, what if President Putin lives in his own world, and there is nothing possible to connect those two realities, the real one and the version of the world that he described yesterday during his address? How about this?
I think so. You are right. Putin lives effectively in a virtual world. He built it itself, and that's why that was the problem also with his security services, because Putin was the one who made them, and he made it the way that these services served him the wrong information. And Putin effectively lives in a closed war and closed world, and we know that it happened since the COVID and infection.
What can be done to stop the war if, during his address, Putin still continues to blame West and Ukraine for provoking this conflict and says that he just started the war and in a reaction to being provoked by the rest of those sides?
It was a very clear word of Biden to say that Putin, with just one word, can stop the war. It's right, and it's very, very clear. But Putin cannot. Putin is a person who never recognizes his faults, who never because Putin is weak. To stop the war, we need a strong person. Putin is not a strong person. That's why he talks every day about nuclear weapons. Because when he cannot win in the classic war in Ukraine. He uses the atomic bombs and nuclear weapons to blackmail the world. But Putin is in the no return itself, and I think that Putin cannot return. People around Putin can.
And so the last question, what do you think Russian propaganda may prepare for Friday, for the first anniversary of the war?
We don't know. When we have much expectations of this propaganda, usually it happens nothing. It happened nothing on the 9th of May, the Victory Day in Russia, and probably this concert will do nothing in Russia. They organize effectively some propaganda trucks on television. Putin perhaps pronounce another speech today, but it changes nothing.
Thank you, sir, for your time for us. Mr. Sergei Zhirnov, former KGB agent, was our guest. Thank you.
And that was Mr. Sergei Zhirnov's interview with our very own Rafał Tomański. And before we return to Mr. Lucas and his analysis on the whole situation, let's take a look at the people in Ukraine and what the reactions are to it. Our very own Don Arlith is in Kyiv right now to give us a little bit of update. Don, so what do you think is what are the reactions of the Ukrainian population towards Putin's speech yesterday?
Towards Putin's speech yesterday, yes. Well, I've said it yesterday. I'll say it again today. I think it was largely ignored. There wasn't, for some of the analysts, some of the people that watch these things closely, and there are quite a few of them in the government who look out at the Russian state media and what's coming out of Russia. Nobody was impressed. It's the same old story, and actually, really, the narrative is starting to be twisted for the Russian population that this is all Ukraine's fault and Ukraine started this war, and obviously it's a non-starter. So really, everybody's more focused on what President Biden said when he was here in Kyiv and actually what he said yesterday in Warsaw. That was much more important to strike the hearts of Ukrainians much more deeply. Of course, Joe Biden offering his solidarity with Ukraine and saying that the United States is going to see this through until the very end with the Ukrainian victory has obviously boosted morale in this country. Just not long ago, one of the deputy ministers or advisors in the internal affairs here in Ukraine came out and said that the Russian offensive has already started, and it's already started in about 4 or 5 directions this month. So we know that that wave that we were anticipating, that wave of newly mobilized soldiers, has already hit the battlefields here in Ukraine. And the other conclusion that you can start to draw is that they don't have enough equipment and supplies to really make a major offensive, is what everybody was really, really worried about just a few weeks ago. They were saying that this time could be the most consequential of the war. And now it looks like the soldiers are on the battlefield here in Ukraine already, and yet they're not making any significant progress at this point.
So you brought a very good point about the Russian waves of attack already taking place. So what's the expectation of to come out of the Bucharest 9 meeting, according to the Ukrainian population, in order to deal with the situation?
Well, you know, it's that military support. That is the most important thing. Everybody here in Ukraine will say that that's what we need. We need military support in order to end this war. Without defeating Russia, this war is going to continue to go on as it has gone on in the Donbass since 2014. So, you know, Biden coming and saying that the United States is going to stand by them and, you know, these arms transfers are going to continue to happen, that is key right now, because Ukrainians need ammunition, they need this heavy equipment, they need to be able to fight off this Russian aggression. And without that support from NATO, from the eastern flank countries who all know that this is so dear and this is such an important issue for the eastern flank countries' survival even, because if it doesn't stop here in Ukraine, it's definitely going to spill over into countries like Poland or the Baltics or others on the eastern flank.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the information and update. And you stay safe out there, Don. Thank you. And now we are moving back to Professor Scott Lucas to see your take on what we've just seen. Of course, most of the conversation is focused on Putin's speech and how it's being perceived. What's your perception towards this very fiery speech that Putin gave?
First of all, it was really, really long. I mean, it was 105 minutes to sit through. And Putin did what he's done since the start of his invasion, indeed for years. He portrays himself not as the aggressor, of course, but as the victim. Poor me. Oh, the West and NATO, they've tried to attack me. They've tried to attack Russia. He even put out the lie yesterday that he had to invade Ukraine because the West, NATO, and the U.S. had spoken publicly about putting nuclear weapons in Ukraine, something that was a flat-out lie. He has to double down on being a victim at this point because he's losing. He's losing, as you've heard from your correspondent in Kyiv, he's losing his gamble that he hasn't been able to take over Kyiv. He hasn't been able to remove the Zelensky government, and he's facing the prospect that Ukraine will liberate more territory. So what's the other thing that he does? He thumps his chest and says, but watch out. If you push me too hard, even though I'm a victim, I've got nuclear weapons. And I'm going to withdraw from the New START treaty about these weapons. So you watch out. What Putin does by playing the victim and then thumping his chest is he plays to two audiences. He plays to an audience at home, which knows that it's not going well, but still do they turn against Putin. And he says, you can't do this. You can't do this. You cannot sacrifice the motherland. And importantly, he plays to audiences abroad because there are a minority of voices who will pump out the Russian disinformation here in the UK, in the US, in Europe, in other parts of the world. And they'll take Putin's lines and say, oh, this was all started by Ukraine when, again, a falsehood, there was a coup against President Yanukovych in 2014. Will it work with the Russian people? I think it's had diminishing effects. More importantly, will it have an effect here where it erodes support for Ukraine because there are people on both the right and left of politics, some of whom whether they believe it or whether they're being mischievous, who are actually being pro-Russian in their own information.
Okay. And how effective do you think is Putin's messaging when compared to Biden's speech? Because we know that in timeline-wise it happened very close, and it almost feels like a competing speech. How well do you think Biden's speech is perceived as comparing to Putin's?
Well, I think hands down for the majority of people, if you hear the reports of the speeches, if you see them, Biden comes across as an oppressive triumph, not just for Biden, but again, for all those whom he represents in supporting Ukraine, versus what was a fairly flat, long, boring speech that I saw that very few people would have seen by Putin. I mean, even Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov was looking bored, and the head of Russia's central bank was looking very unsettled while this was going on. But what Putin's counting on is not that people saw the speech, but he's counting on Western social media, that there will be effectively tankies who will lap up any line to portray Poland, Europe, the U.S. in a bad light, and will try to defend Putin. So only yesterday here in the UK, on a leading national radio station, there was a writer for an important Sunday newspaper who for 20 minutes went on and on about how this was all Ukraine's fault because of 2014. That's the type of voice, although it's the minority, we have an expression, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and you always have to watch out for that and maintain the focus, as Biden did yesterday, on who started this war and why Ukraine has to defend itself against it.
All right, and so when it comes to the effectiveness of messaging, do you think this is more because, as we just discussed with our correspondent Darn Arlith in Ukraine, of course, nobody in Ukraine is really buying it, neither are the countries that are actively more engaged in supporting of Ukraine. But this messaging, do you think it's being received well inside Russia, or is it more targeted towards, like I said, the vocal minorities, maybe outside of Russia or outside of Ukraine?
I mean, it is important within Russia, not because I think the Russian population are going to rise up against Putin. I mean, they've been beaten down, and there are a large number of people who still support the conflict. It's important within Russia because there's infighting within Putin's inner circle. There's a man named Yevgeny Prigozhin. He's the head of the mercenary Wagner group. He's now openly criticizing the defense ministry, saying that military commanders are traitors. So there's a battle for power going on, and Putin's got to decide what he wants to do with that. But again, abroad, it's almost on a country-by-country basis. I think very few people in Poland will buy what Putin says. Very few people in Ukraine will buy what Putin says. But you look at Italy, whose prime minister, Giorgia Meloni, visited Kiev yesterday. She gave full support for Ukraine, short of providing fighter jets at this point. But there is a vocal minority in Italy who is trying to pull away from supporting Ukraine, and Meloni has to deal with that. You look at France and at Germany, there are vocal minorities there who will criticize their governments, and you have to count on the majority of the public remembering the facts, not being victims of the Russian disinformation. So far, I think that's the case. But again, this is a conflict that's not going to be over within the next few weeks, next few months.
Right.
So you have to keep winning it over and over again, not just on one speech by Biden, one speech by Putin, but on each of us putting out the facts on a daily basis.
Right. And carrying this conversation forward, I want to also focus at a highlight in Poland with the presidential visit, because we have seen 9 U.S. presidents have visited Poland over the past 50 years so far. Some of the visits are still considered like historic and pivotal for Poland and even for Europe as a whole. Let's first take a look at our summary of the American president's trip to Warsaw, and let's take a look at this summary and pretty much dissect the importance of Poland geopolitically.
Until the mid-20th century, trips abroad by presidents of the United States were extremely rare. They were organized only to neighboring countries, Canada and Mexico, or in exceptional circumstances. It was only from the late 1960s that US presidents began visiting Central Europe. President Richard Nixon was the first US president to visit Poland. His visit took place in 1972. However, it was not his first. He also visited the country in 1959 as US vice president. In 1975, his successor Gerald Ford visited Poland. The next US president to visit Poland took place 2 years later. On December the 29th to the 31st, 1977, President Jimmy Carter came to Warsaw. While in Poland, Nixon, Ford and Bush met with First Secretary Edvard Gierek. President George H.W. Bush visited Poland twice, in July 1989 and in 1992. Bill Clinton paid 2 visits to Poland during his time in office. The first took place in 1994 and the second in 1997. While in Warsaw, Clinton addressed the Polish Parliament and attended ceremonies commemorating the Warsaw Ghetto Revolt. Clinton's successor, George W. Bush, was in Poland on 3 occasions, in 2001, 2003 and 2007. Barack Obama also visited Poland 3 times, in 2011, 2014 and in 2016 for the NATO summit. Obama's successor, Donald Trump, visited Poland once, in 2017. During his stay, Trump met with Polish President Andrzej Duda and delivered a public address and addressed the 3 Seas summit. Trump was supposed to come to Warsaw once again in 2019, however, that was cancelled due to a hurricane in Florida. Current US President Joe Biden began his previous trip to Poland on March the 25th, 2022, 4 weeks after Russia began its invasion of Ukraine. His second 2-day visit began yesterday.
So during yesterday's meeting between the 2 presidents, US President Joe Biden also said that NATO and America needs Poland just as much as Poland needs America and NATO. Do you think all these US presidential visits and what Biden said yesterday really highlighted the importance, and can you elaborate a little bit about what importance Poland play in the whole picture?
I think some of the visits have highlighted that. Even when Poland was effectively part of the Soviet sphere of influence, the fact that U.S. presidents would come over here and give some indication of what might happen down the road. It was good to see, for example, Jimmy Carter there, who is now in hospice care in the U.S., but a man who always stood up for human rights, and a man who I think his legacy will grow in the future. I think it was important after the Cold War, as Poland really regained full independence, that you saw that it had the support, not just from the U.S., but from the rest of the world, in terms of what do Poles want? Not what does the U.S. want, what does NATO want? What do Poles want as their future as part of a reinvigorated Europe? And here, if I could, I want to give a shout out to one president who didn't get the chance to visit Poland, but who I think might be as important as those who did. And that's a guy named Ronald Reagan. Back in the 1980s, when we were going through these great changes in Poland, when we didn't know exactly what was going to happen, when Poles themselves were going day to day at great times of uncertainty, I think it was the fact that Reagan and the message from the United States, which said, this is not a case of the U.S. controlling the world, and it's certainly not a case of the Soviets controlling the world. What are you going to do? What is your future? What is your destiny? And indeed, that message is still true today to everyone in Poland. As part of Europe, as part of NATO, as part of restoring an international order, what is your future? What is your destiny?
Right. These are very important messages indeed. And do you think there will be a point where NATO or this part of Europe will be able to be defensively independent enough that they will be able to secure this region without excessive input from the U.S. government?
This should never be an either-or question, in my opinion. For too long, there were some voices in the United States after the end of the Cold War who talked about a unipolar era, In other words, America as the singular power. And the dangers of that we saw, for example, with the disastrous war in Iraq, which really undermined U.S. power, and with the disastrous U.S. intervention in Afghanistan. On the other hand, there are those who say, well, Europe can be completely independent of the United States. It can go its own way. The point here is we still are in a world in which we will have ongoing security threats, whatever happens in Ukraine. We still have economic challenges. We still have challenges like that of the pandemic, which we're still going through to an extent. We need each other. So the idea of Europe breaking away from the United States, or the idea of the U.S. basically leading Europe, let's push those to the side, both of those, and recognize that this is a negotiation. This is not a question of one leader. It's all of us who are involved in determining what we do.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the input and insight. Really appreciate all of this. And thanks again for being with us on TVP World. And with that, we conclude this segment of the interview, but please stay tuned for more coverage on TVP World.
Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. For as long as he's been in the public eye, the Russian president has been a dangerous enigma. Many of the motivations behind his policy and personal life have remained shrouded in mystery, but his authoritarian reign over Russia has left him with blood on his hands. After 15 years in the KGB, and then as the director of its successor, the Federal Security Service, Putin was appointed Prime Minister in 1999, then President 1 year later, and he has maintained control over Russia ever since. Although virtually unknown when he entered the Kremlin, Putin's approval ratings soared when he ordered a military operation against rebels in Chechnya.
Only anti-terrorist operations have prevented the disintegration of Russia. Professional military personnel has helped to preserve dignity and the unity of the state. But at what price?
And it was here that the West got a first taste of the new Russian leader's brutal methods. He is no stranger to political assassinations at home or on foreign soil, or to interfering in foreign elections and conspiring to install pro-Russian governments in sovereign nations.
The most important message is that we see no sign whatsoever that President Putin is preparing for peace.
In February 2014, Putin dispatched troops to Ukraine ostensibly to safeguard Russian interests after Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych fled to Moscow. By early March 2014, Russian troops had effectively taken control of Crimea and Donbass, and Putin's personal stature at home saw a decisive upward swing as Russian society toed the presidential line. The Kremlin faced a West that seemed unable to find a united voice. On the one hand, Putin used Russia's significant stock of natural resources to placate the more hesitant European leaders, and on the other, he boasted expansion of Russian military power.
You know, he threatened me at one point and said, you know, Boris, I don't want to hurt you, but with a missile it would only take a minute.
In late 2021, Putin ordered a massive buildup of Russian forces along the Ukrainian border. Western governments raised concerns about what appeared to be an imminent Russian invasion, but Putin denied he had any such plans.
Do we want war? Of course not. That is why we have offered our proposals to start the negotiation process.
Since then, new war crimes have been committed en masse against the people of Ukraine, while the Russian president threatens nuclear annihilation from the safety of the Kremlin, unchallenged and unpunished.
Good afternoon, this is TVP World. You're watching World News, and we are continuing the live coverage of Joe Biden's visit to Poland. And on top of this hour, we are joined by Mr. Rostislav Kotin, a journalist from Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty. Sir, welcome to TV World.
Hello.
So I want to focus on the speech yesterday delivered by Vladimir Putin, because, of course, it's a very long, grueling one, but it does contain something that needs to be discussed. What are your key takeaways from what he said?
He blamed everyone for this war except for Russian leadership, except for Kremlin, except for himself. He described Ukrainian authorities as neo-Nazi regime or something like that. He again put the blame on the West regarding this Russian invasion of Ukraine. He again blamed Ukraine for everything. He again said that people of the Donbass and Eastern Ukraine needed some kind of protection, as if they are not Ukrainian citizens and they are not Ukrainians. The only kind of something concrete was that he suspended the participation of Russia in this New START treaty on reduction of nuclear strategic arsenals by both United States and Russia. That's one concrete thing which came out of his speech. But whether it was probably it was done deliberately, because of he couldn't show anything successful on the battlefronts in Ukraine. Russia will not be able to take Bakhmut, the strategic town of Bakhmut, by the 24th of February, as planned. They are not able to take, for the first anniversary of this war, to take the whole Donbass region, both Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine, totally 100%. They won't be able. So there is nothing to be proud of in terms of situation on the battlegrounds, on the front lines. So that's why he again, invokes this kind of notion of some kind of Cold War. But I think President Biden was clear in Warsaw, sending message to Russian people, to the Russian nation, that America is not the enemy, that America does not intend to attack Russia, that this kind of strategy of Putin to blame the West for everything, again, the West is America is the most bad thing in the world, the most powerful enemy of Russia, and it was not true. Putin lives in the times of Soviet era. He lives still in under stereotypes of Cold War. He has Cold War mentality, thinking about the world in bipolar kind of terms: Russia against the West, Moscow against Washington. So that was Putin's speech was very much a speech of yesterday, not even today, not even think we are talking about the speech of tomorrow. Such approach has no future in the 21st century. It should be left behind back in the 20th century.
Right. And in your estimation, do you think this speech is delivered, like you said, because Putin has a mindset that's stuck in the past and is out of his own misconception of the reality of the situation? Or is it done deliberately to try to sway opinions of the Western world, Ukrainians, or even like internally as a propaganda?
Unlikely he will sway the opinion in the West, where people have free information and have democratic systems and democratic values. He is probably sending message rather to the global south, to Latin America, Africa, Asia, Middle East. He desperately needs allies because he's isolated. Russia is very lonely, except for very notorious regimes of North Korea, Iran, or Syria, or Venezuela. He has no friends, or Belarus, for that matter. He has no friends. Russia is very isolated. He badly needs allies. He desperately needs someone else to be behind him. And that's why also he is also fighting for the public opinion in Russia, despite all propaganda. People are, I hope so, that Russian people are not united behind Putin as Kremlin propaganda portrays it. I still think that there are some people who can think, who can critically think in Russia, and that's why he needs also support of Russian population, because the war will be in the second year on Friday, the first anniversary of Russian full-fledged invasion, and the achievements armaments are very poor by Russian military and Russian political leadership. So he needs to drum up support inside Russia to send a message to the global south. And also he is a kind of product of the Soviet system. He is product of the KGB system. So he has a mindset of the Cold War politician.
Right. And speaking of the speech, with trying to attempt to sway perceptions, there are a little bit of vocal minority in some of the Western world that is parroting such information. How do we, as an outlet, maybe try to dissuade these people from picking up Putin's talking point and maybe having it taint the support for Ukraine going forward?
Of course, in the West, there are people who still are sympathetic toward Moscow, but we should divide whether they are sympathetic towards Russia as a country, as a culture, as a civilization, even, or they are sympathetic for Putin's actions in Ukraine. We should divide this. Very, very tiny minority supports Putin's invasion of Ukraine and Putin's war against Ukraine. They are mostly extreme left and extreme right, so it's both extremes. Mainstream political spectrum, mainstream public opinion in the West, they support Ukraine and they are strongly behind Ukraine. But there are, of course, people who are sympathetic towards Russian culture, Russian cultural achievements, history, kind of from that point of view. We should divide those people. They are different. They are not necessarily those who love, let's say, Russian music or Russian literature. They are not supporting Putin automatically. So I think that Putin completely failed in dividing the West. Putin completely failed thinking that the West will not, as united West, collective West, will not introduce sanctions against Russia, and it did. He failed that completely, that the West will be divided, that he can divide Europe and America. They are united, all G7 countries, European Union, Britain, America, Canada, they are all united in supporting Ukraine, and they are all united thinking that Russia will lose in Ukraine and Ukraine will prevail.
Right, and that hopefully that's a very uplifting message, and hopefully Ukrainians also share this point of view. We do have some footage of the Ukrainian MPs reacting to Putin's speech, and let's see their take on it.
You know that Ukrainians do not listen anymore to Putin. We've seen so much that Putin has done in Ukraine that we know that he lies all the time, and it's not worth to listen to what he's about to say. But I do think that the speechwriters are rewriting his speech. Obviously, that Joe Biden so open, so calm visit, even though it was the sirens in Kiev all day long while he was there, and obviously, no security could cover the sirens and the rockets and the bombs if they're flying over Kiev, which they were. I think it is a huge symbol that the world is not afraid of one dictator and one terrorist.
So comparing the two speeches, of course, people are describing the two from Biden and Putin as competing speeches. Do you think Biden's president is effective in countering Putin's narrative?
Yeah, I like that President Biden was not concrete in terms of financial support for Ukraine, although in Kiev he allocated $500 million additionally to Ukraine for Ukraine. He wasn't concrete in terms of naming particular weapons or new systems which Ukraine will get. He wasn't concrete on F-16 fighter jets and so on and so forth. But he was very precise in terms of sending a message of liberty, of freedom, of democracy, of that tyranny and dictatorship will lose in supporting this corner of Europe, Central and Eastern Europe, and Ukraine in particular, as beacons of democracy, as symbols of successful transformation from a communist era to the full-fledged market economies, democracies, where there is a rule of law and freedoms. So he was thinking in terms of freedoms and values, and that message was very widely accepted. The correct message in the correct place in the correct time.
And that's actually a very astute observation, because a lot of the commentary that came out of Biden's speech is that it focuses mainly on the messaging and well, there are some criticisms about the lack of concrete detail, but I do believe that the concrete details will be discussed today during the Bucharest 9 meeting. So, as you said, the main focus of yesterday's speech is indeed to carry out the message of freedom and have an effective voice against Putin's description of this war. So comparing the two and the general people's perception towards it, do you think if we to put it on competing grounds that Biden would have won more of the support of the people and maybe sway some of these more vocal minorities who were debating against who is indeed the perpetrator of the war to the side of being supportive of Ukraine?
Yes, I mean, the main message for Ukraine was yesterday that there was a slightly new emphasis in his speech. He didn't say, as before, of course, there was this message already there, that America and the West will stay with Ukraine as long as it takes, as long as needed. But he said that Russia will not prevail. It won't be a Russian victory over Ukraine, that Ukraine will win this war. That was encouraging. That was very supporting message for Ukrainians and the peoples and nations in this region. And also he thought in broader terms. He sent a message to the people of Russia that America is not an enemy, the West is not enemy of Russia and doesn't want to attack Russia. And second message also he mentioned Belarus, ruled by undemocratic dictatorship of Lukashenko. He mentioned Moldova and others because the other countries, not who are in NATO and the European Union already, but others who are striving and potentially could join the European club, like Ukraine, like Moldova, like Belarus and other nations of that region, post-Soviet space, they also were encouraged to do their best to meet all the standards and criteria to become part of a European family.
Right. And with this narrative that Putin is trying to push being, well, widely unsuccessful, as we can observe, do you think he'll turn to another sort of narrative to try to push his side of things?
Yeah, the options are very limited for him. The main thing is that he not only hasn't achieved his strategic goals of his, as they call it, special operation or war in Ukraine, taking Kyiv and occupying at least half of Ukraine, left bank of the Dnieper River, and so on and so forth. That's dramatically, this plan has dramatically failed at the initial stage of war. Ukraine was able to push to liberate almost half, 50% of all newly occupied territories by Russia. It's on Friday there will be the first anniversary of Russian invasion, and Russia remarkably failed to occupy Kharkiv. They lost in the south, in Kherson. They lost near Kyiv in the spring. So it's like the history of Putin's invasion of Ukraine is a history of failure after failure after failure. And I hope that Ukraine will prevail. Ukraine will win this war, hopefully this year. This year should be 2023, should be a year of Ukraine's victory.
Right. Thank you so much. Thanks again for being with us on TVP World. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we are joined right now live with Mr. Mark Hollingsworth, investigative journalist and author of From Russia with Cash, the Inside Story of the Oligarchs. Hello, sir. Welcome to TVP World.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, so welcome to TVP World, and thanks for joining us today. So now we are focusing on the topic of Vladimir Putin's speech from yesterday. And as you are currently working on a history of the KGB, I'm also wondering what's your take on it. And, well, he did deliver a relatively long speech yesterday. And aside from the narrative he's trying to push, do you see anything in there that might telegraph some of his future plans?
Well, I think Mr. Putin's speech was a sign of his desperation. And I think that the comments about withdrawing from the nuclear treaty shows a sign of how badly the war is going. And I think these are just gestures, really. I mean, I think the problem with any speech by Vladimir Putin is that it's riddled with disinformation, semi-truths, distortions, exaggerations. And so any analysis of his speech has to be taken into that context. I mean, you could take him at his word, but you have to remember that Mr. Putin was a KGB officer during the Cold War, and for most of the Cold War, and forgery of documents and spreading deception and disinformation throughout the world. So it's very hard to really interpret or analyze what Mr. Putin's speech is. I mean, if you're very cynical, you could just don't believe a word he says. But obviously, that was too extreme.
Right, and I think in the process of trying to decipher the speech, some commentators believe that a lot of it is due to Putin's own misconception towards the war and, saying that he's living in the past, so to speak. But I also believe that, like you said, a lot of Putin's rhetoric comes from a place of disinformation. And I'm trying to get your take on it. How much of it do you think is intentional when it comes to spreading this misinfo as kind of a psyop, and how much of it is due to his own misconception towards the whole war?
Well, I think some of it is deliberate. I've just finished writing a book about the history of the KGB and their disinformation operations, a lot of forgery of documents. And my new book is about how the KGB during the Cold War deliberately went out to destabilize Western democracies by using disinformation and forgery of documents. And they had absolutely no hesitation in this deception influence operation, which went on from certainly the late 1940s all the way through to the end of the Cold War. So Putin will have no hesitation in basically lying. I mean, he would almost certainly argue that the means justify the ends, or the end justify the means, rather, and that's their whole view. I mean, war, particularly war at the moment, is if the information war is as important as the actual military conflict. Because if you can win the information war, particularly in Russia, if you can persuade the Russian people that the war or the special military operation is successful and justified, then that is as important as the military operation on the ground. So I think, it's important to look at the history of Putin's career. He definitely living in the past, and it's his famous comment about the end of the Soviet Union was the biggest geopolitical disaster in history. I mean, that just tells you everything you need to know.
All right, it certainly does. But when we compare to Russians' effectiveness on the front line to the war in the information sphere, one can't help but notice that, well, even though there are particularly effective on the battlefront. Somehow, in the sphere of information, they were able to make strides in convincing a lot of population, essentially establishing an echo chamber of the Russian narrative. And seeing as you've been working on a book about it, can you shed some light about how that is achieved and how are the KGB agents able to kind of influence people in a way?
Well, I think we live in a very technological age. So I think the advantage that the Russian state and the Kremlin has is that they can communicate directly with their soldiers and their military forces through technology. And I'm sure everything is, censored and, controlled. So in terms of the morale of the Russian soldiers in Ukraine, obviously the military operation is going quite badly. But I think the power that they have in controlling the narrative and keeping their soldiers loyal and operational is quite powerful, because they can communicate directly with them and they can censor and stop the Russian soldiers seeing any alternative point of view. So that is an advantage for them, I would have thought.
Right. And speaking of the information being relayed and how is it being perceived, how are the people in London perceiving President Biden's speech comparing to that of Vladimir Putin's?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Right. I've lost. Could you increase the volume of your question, please?
Sure. So comparing the two speeches between Biden and Putin, we're talking about the effectiveness of relaying information and how it's being perceived. I wanted to ask, how is the information, or how are the speeches from the countering speeches being perceived in London?
Well, in London, there's a huge support for the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian people during this war and against Putin. And so I think Biden, the perception in London is that Biden, is doing quite a good job in terms of supporting Ukraine with funds and weapons. And so while, politically in the UK, people on the right are no fans of Biden, but I think on this particular issue, there's kind of unanimous support for Biden's policy in Ukraine, and there's only a small, tiny number, mainly on the far right, both in the UK and the US, who would oppose this war. So I think, the reality is that Biden's speeches are helpful, but in terms of the real politic and the real reality is that it's all about money and weapons, and that's how the British political elite are regarded as well.
Right. And going back to your book about the history of the KGB, can you give us an outline of some of the ways that they tend to spread disinformation and try to influence the public? And what are some of the ways that us as a general public can prevent ourselves from falling into the trap of the KGB's narratives?
Well, during the Cold War, roughly between the late 1940s until 1990, the KGB had a special unit which was involved in disinformation. And one of the things they would do is that they would fabricate a story or forge a document, and then they would leak that document anonymously to an obscure newspaper in the Third World. And then that false story would then be published in an obscure newspaper in the Third World, and then that would get recycled and laundered into the more mainstream press. And quite often those stories were untrue and were deliberately fabricated. The most famous example is when the KGB fabricated a story that the AIDS disease virus in the 1980s was a product of the CIA deliberately manufacturing the AIDS disease to infect black people and gay people. It was obviously a complete fantasy. And what happened was that when there was an investigation of this fabricated disinformation, the report was shown to President Gorbachev in 1986, and he looked at this report about how the KGB had fabricated this story. And he then had, in the late 1980s, Gorbachev then shut down a lot of these operations. But then it was under the FSB, the new Russian security service, they've been doing the same thing. It's just technology is different. But I think with disinformation, it's like anything else. Just because it's on the internet, just because it's on social media, just because it's in the public domain doesn't make it true. And I think for ordinary people, informed people in Russia or Poland or the US or wherever it is, the golden rule is don't take things at face value. Just because you've read something on the internet or someone says something, that doesn't make it true. And you obviously have to, what you should do is just check everything that you read, see what the source is, try and trace it back, and then you'll get closer to the truth.
All right. Thank you so much for the information and all these updates. Thanks again for being with us on TVP World. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for welcoming back to Poland.
Today is the last day of President Biden's visit to Poland, and the United States head of state will meet with leaders of NATO's eastern flank this afternoon in Warsaw.
Leaders of NATO's eastern flank are arriving in Warsaw to take part in the Bucharest 9 summit and discuss the region's security. The summit will be attended by Joe Biden, who is currently in Warsaw.
We
will meet our allies from the eastern flank of NATO, because for all of us, this is an extremely important symbolic visit here in the region. We do not perceive it, as Poles, as a visit to us. This is a visit to our region.
The Bucharest 9 is a format that brings together NATO's eastern flank countries: Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Romania and Slovakia. The meeting will be held with the participation of the US President and NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. During the summit, the leaders will discuss further strengthening NATO's eastern flank, the alliance's upcoming summit in Vilnius, as well as further support for Ukraine.
We go live to our reporter in Warsaw, Kazimierz Wysiak. The Bucharest 9 summit will start at 2 p.m. Central Eastern Time. Who will attend and what will be discussed?
Hello, Ben. We are waiting right now in front of the presidential palace in Warsaw for the arrival of the delegations of the countries of the Bucharest 9 format. These are, as we've mentioned, Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania and Slovakia. These 9 countries in particular have one thing in common. They are all on the eastern flank of NATO, so they are especially important when it comes to protecting the borders of NATO alliance. And given the fact that we have the ongoing Russian war in Ukraine just outside of the borders of NATO, these countries decided to come here while US President Joe Biden is here in Warsaw to discuss security measures and possibly sending more US troops to NATO countries in the eastern flank. So we are waiting for the arrivals of the delegations, but there will also be another special guest, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. So this will be a very important summit for sure. US President Joe Biden is here since yesterday, where he delivered a really important and historic, meaningful speech to the Polish nation. And today he also met with American officials at the embassy here in Warsaw, so he definitely has a tight schedule. After the meeting with the Bucharest 9 format and NATO Secretary General, he will be going back to the United States, but this visit here, the two-day visit, is especially important as it comes almost on the eve of the first anniversary of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. But to come back to the Bucharest 9 format, allow me to give you some background on the B9 countries organization. It was the alliance was set up in 2015, a year after the illegal annexation of Crimea by Russia, and the de facto beginning of the war, as Ukrainians are emphasizing time and again that the war did not begin a year ago. It actually began 9 years ago in 2014 when Russia invaded Ukraine and in the south and took over the Crimean Peninsula, annexed it illegally. Back then, the reaction of the West was pretty mild, according to many commentators. Of course, it was condemned by international communities, but not as much as Ukraine would hope for. But Poland was among one of the most strongest supporters of helping Ukraine, and it is reflected right now by the visit of U.S. President Joe Biden, who came here to emphasize how important of an ally Poland is, and also to bring a lot of security to the Polish nation, to say that we will not leave you alone, that Ukraine will not be left alone, and that the United States will be defending every inch of NATO territory.
Right, and of course we are still anticipating the meeting to take place, but what are some of the speculations when it comes to concrete actions that will be taken in the meeting? What do you think will be discussed?
Well, there is one thing that is definitely expected by everyone here. It is that the officials from the Bucharest 9 format will be preparing a special joint declaration. So we are definitely waiting to see what they come up with. But overall, I think that one of the most expected things as well is the increased military presence in NATO eastern flank. That was one of the main things that leaders of the Bucharest 9 format expressed when they were establishing the group back in 2015, that they wanted to coordinate actions, but also to together, well, maybe not demand, but ask other European allies to send more weapons, more equipment, and soldiers to their countries, to the Bucharest countries, so that NATO eastern flank would be more secure, of course.
And what about yesterday's speech that Joe Biden given? If we go back to the topic, a lot of things were said, and most of it on, of course, standing with Ukraine. What's your key takeaway from that very important speech?
Well, the speech was very meaningful and symbolic. It was very similar to the speech that President Biden made a year ago when he came here to Poland in March. This was actually quite a peculiar, extraordinary visit, as never before the U.S. president visited Poland twice in the span of 1 year. So this again emphasized how important Poland is to the United States as a partner and, of course, as a country which is helping Ukraine. And the U.S. president thanked the Polish nation as well for all the help that Poles provided to Ukrainians fleeing from the threat of war. Poland has welcomed more than 3.5 million Ukrainian refugees to Poland ever since the beginning of the war, mostly women and children, of course. So Poland plays a crucial role in, for Ukrainians, as Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines can rest easy knowing that their families have a safe haven here on their western border. But the U.S. president also made some strong statements towards Vladimir Putin. He said that autocrats only understand one word: no, 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 no. There will be no agreement to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and that the United States will not leave Kyiv alone. The U.S. president also made some remarks regarding his his surprising visit to Kyiv, which was unannounced, and he appeared there on just a couple of days ago, and this was also a very important moment. And President Biden said that, listen, I went to Kyiv. It still stands after 1 year. We can look back and can see that Ukraine is still fighting, still defending itself, and that it recovered many of its lands. On the first days of the invasion, Russia occupied around 50% of Ukraine, but this is no longer the case. Dropped down to around 20%, and the Ukrainians are fighting back in the east and south of the country. So the U.S. president emphasized that Western nations are never against Russia, that NATO was never against Russia, it did not want to threaten Moscow in any way, and that it's only Putin's will which is causing the war, and his ambitions, imperialistic ambitions. So the US president said that NATO was never against Russia. But he also said that it's not only what we are against, but what we are for, in a sort of symbolic way, expressing the fact that, NATO and the European Union and the entire Western world is standing for something more, for democracy, for the rule of law. So I think these are the most important takeaways from yesterday's speech.
Right, and I know for the past 2 days you've also been on the ground talking to some people. And I was wondering if you can give us a little take on what are the general Polish people's perspective towards Joe Biden's visit.
Right, I spoke to some of the Poles who gathered there at the speech, and they were thrilled to see the American president. I mean, it's a great event. It's a huge event, even if there was no war going on, but especially now with the war in Ukraine happening right outside Poland's border. Poles are feeling the need to be secure, to be safe. It's also unnerving to a lot of Poles here that there is a war ongoing just outside the borders of Poland. So the visit of US president here was in a way very calming and giving the feeling that we are all in this together. The US president once again emphasized that NATO will defend every inch of its territory. So these were some very important words said to the Polish nation. The US president also spoke directly to the people gathered at the event and said, look around, look at the faces of people around you and look at what you have done, referring, of course, to the welcoming of refugees. He said, be proud of what you achieved. He thanked them for welcoming Ukrainians to their homes. But I also spoke with some Ukrainians who were there, because a lot of Ukrainian refugees came to the speech as well, and they were as well thrilled to see the US president, and it really meant a lot to them that he came not only to Kyiv but also to Poland, once again emphasizing that he is with Ukraine, he is with Poland, and that these two countries will not be left for themselves.
Right. So would you say that Biden's visit signifies the fact that the gravity of this region's geopolitics is shifting to this country, because despite all the places he could have gone to on this very special day, well, it's a eve of Russia's full-scale invasion anniversary, do you think that really actually signifies how important Poland is to this region security?
For sure, you could say that eyes of the entire world are turning towards Poland right now, and of course Ukraine. We have many journalists here from all around the world, from Italy, from the United States, from Great Britain. So I think that this is especially important in the coming weeks, as we know that Russia is preparing a major offensive in Ukraine in the coming weeks. We are all looking out for that. So this is especially Poland is a crucial ally to the United States, also in sending heavy weaponry to Kyiv. Ever since day one, Poland has been sending ammunition to Ukraine and heavy weaponry, and both with the United States, they have been advocating to other European nations to send more weapons to Ukraine. There were also some important diplomatic meetings happening here today between Polish officials and officials of other countries, including the meeting between Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki and the President of Hungary, Katalin Novak. This is especially important because Hungary, as we know, has been quite reluctant to officially condemn the Russian invasion. I mean, they did condemn it, but Hungary is very dependent on Russian oil and gas imports, which is, of course, crucial to fueling the Russian war machine. And many European nations have been appealing to Hungary to seek other energy sources, so to cut off Russia's supplies and to limit the possibilities of Russia to fund the war. So the meeting was definitely very important, as Poland and Hungary have been very close allies for a long time, and now of the war they have sort of gone into different directions, as Poland has been a strong supporter of Ukraine ever since day one, but Hungary not so much. So this meeting was also very crucial, as Poland is trying to appeal to Hungary to take a more firm stance on the war, as we are all waiting for Hungarians to send heavy weaponry to Ukraine and Kyiv.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kazimierz, for your report.
Thank you.
Polish President Andrzej Duda and the U.S. President Joe Biden and NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg are to take part in the Bucharest B9 summit, a meeting of countries comprising NATO's eastern flank. Consisting of Poland, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary, the Bucharest 9 format was founded on November 4, 2015 in Bucharest, Romania, at the initiative of the President of Romania, Klaus Iohannis, and the President of Poland, Andrzej Duda. The formation of the group was a response to Russia's aggressive attitude that manifested in the annexation of Crimea from Ukraine in 2014. The Wednesday meeting in Warsaw will seek to work out a common stance of the 9 post-Soviet countries that they would like to present during the forthcoming NATO summit in Lithuania's capital of Vilnius on July 11 to 12 of 2023. Topics to be discussed on Wednesday will also include security, especially in the context of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And now we are moving live to an interview with Mr. Marcin. We are moving to the footage of Marcin Friszta, the head of the international policy at the office of the Polish president, who shed some light on the meaning of the visit of President Joe Biden.
Well, yes, today, right behind my back at the presidential palace, President Andrzej Duda is going to host a Bucharest 9 summit, 9 countries of eastern flank of NATO, with a special guest of President of the United States Joe Biden, but with the presence also of the Secretary General of NATO Jens Stoltenberg, is a clear sign of unity of eastern flank with regard to all those challenges which are to the east of our borders. We are here united. We want to send a signal to the world that we are responsible partners. We are credible partners in the world, and the NATO allies and partners of the European, all of the European states and the American side can count on us. I think the signal will be sent here also towards Ukraine, that we are very much determined to continue our assistance and support to Ukraine in these difficult times for this country and the times of Russian aggression. What would be our expectations? Of course, to boost the presence of NATO down here in this territory in terms of not only personnel, because there are already thousands of 10,000 US and NATO troops in Poland. What we would like to achieve is to have also a bit more infrastructure, equipment, which may help us to continue the policy of deterrence Russia. Nobody wants any kind of interaction, any war, any crises. That's why we need to be ready to send this signal of deterrence. And of course, the main decision will be taken during the NATO summit in Vilnius this July.
And we have a live footage coming out of the Polish presidential palace, where President Joe Biden is expected to show up any moment now to join the B9 summit. And the United Senate, of course, is consisting of the 9 countries: Poland, Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary. This format was founded on November 4th of 2015 in Bucharest, Romania, at the initiative of the Romanian President, Klaus Iohannis, and the President of Poland, Andrzej Duda. The B9 is established in 2015, especially to deal with the Russian aggression, so it is a fitting time as ever to conduct a meeting. Now, the Wednesday meeting in Warsaw will seek to work out a common stance of the 9 post-Soviet countries, and they would like to present during the forthcoming NATO summit in Lithuania's capital of Vilnius on July 11 to 12 of 2013. The topics to be discussed will mostly include security, and especially in the context of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Joe Biden will be taking part in the meeting, and it's speculated that he plans to reaffirm commitments over their security and discuss support for Ukraine before he flies to Washington. Ukraine will never be Russia's victory, as said by U.S. President Joe Biden yesterday. The eyes of the world have been on Warsaw for several days, as Lithuanian political commentator Margarita Šaškieta commented specifically for TVP World on Biden's visit.
Uniting the region in sending certain messages to Ukraine, but also ensuring the leadership in thinking and defining what will happen in Ukraine after the war. What is the future of Ukraine? How we can reconstruct Ukraine? Will Ukraine be in NATO? So I think Bucharest 9 is a very good format to start this discussion and to start building the coalition process in among those countries who have similar views and have similar history in terms of ensuring their security and having similar history with their own processes entering NATO.
It is not only the NATO countries that are waiting for the Bucharest 9 summit, which begins today, and for the decisions that will be made there. Ukraine is also waiting. On TVP World today, we spoke with Ukrainian MP Inna Sosvason, and here are her conclusions.
Well, of course, we all hope for one and the same, that support to Ukraine would be strengthening, because this war can only be stopped with intensifying the support to the Ukrainian army. So those are our hopes and expectations here, just like, over the last days, all the other international events taking place around Ukraine, I think our expectations are always the same.
Detached from reality and irrelevant. That's how one of President Zelensky's advisors called Putin after his speech on Tuesday. Our guest, Sergei Yernov, a former KGB agent, tell us more about the blame game conducted by Russian president.
And now we are joined by a guest, Mr. Sergei Zhirnov, former KGB agent, is with us. Hello, sir.
Hello.
We need some comments about the latest developments all around President Biden's visit, not only in Warsaw, but as well in Kiev. We had a statement yesterday here in Warsaw, and the same kind of statement addresses happened in Moscow yesterday by Putin. How Ukraine comments this, sir?
It's a different way, it's clear. Biden's visit is very important to Ukraine. It's the first time that the President of the United States comes to Kiev since 15 years after the visit of George Bush Jr. And it's a very important visit because Kiev in Ukraine is a country in war, and the President of the United States still came to Kiev, and it came a day before the statement of Vladimir Putin. That's why it's a win in the communication war between the United States and Russia, and on the allies countries against Russia, and now it continues. Because Putin made his statement yesterday. After that, Biden made his state in Poland, and now it continues with NATO summit.
How do you assess the so-called blame game, victim game made by Putin during his address? One of the advisors to President Zelensky, Mikhail Podolak, said that after this statement by Putin, Podolak said it was a classic example of victim blaming, but on a macro scale. How about this, sir?
It's the old game of Russia, Putin's Russia. I mean, it's the old game because Putin, in his political game inside Russia, needs the enemies abroad, and that's why he demonstrates that the losses that Russia made in Ukraine and the impossibility to Russia to win in this game, in this war against Ukraine, it's because it's not only Ukraine that is the enemy of Russia, but all the Occidental world, and that's why it's the old game of Putin.
And sir, what if President Putin lives in his own world, and there is nothing possible to connect those two realities, the real one and the version of the world that he described yesterday during his address? How about this?
I think so. You are right. Putin lives effectively in a virtual world. He built it itself, and that's why that was the problem also with his security services, because Putin was the one who made them, and he made it the way that these services served him the wrong information. And Putin effectively lives in a closed war and closed world, and we know that it happened since the COVID and the COVID infection.
What can be done to stop the war if, during his address, Putin still continues to blame West and Ukraine for provoking this conflict and says that he just started the war and in a reaction to being provoked by the rest of those sides?
It was a very clear word of Biden to say that Putin, with just one word, can stop the war. It's right, and it's very, very clear. But Putin cannot. Putin is a person who never recognizes his faults, who never because Putin is weak. To stop the war, we need a strong person. Putin is not a strong person. That's why he talks every day about nuclear weapons. Because when he cannot win in the classic war in Ukraine. He uses the atomic bombs and nuclear weapons to blackmail the world. But Putin is in the no return itself, and I think that Putin cannot return. People around Putin can.
And sir, the last question: what do you think Russian propaganda may prepare for Friday, for the first anniversary of the war?
We don't know. When we have much expectations of this propaganda, usually it happens nothing. It happened nothing on the 9th of May, the Victory Day in Russia, and probably this concert will do nothing in Russia. They organize effectively some propaganda trucks on television. Putin perhaps pronounce another speech today, but it changes nothing.
Thank you, sir, for your time for us. Mr. Sergei Zhirnov, former KGB agent, was our guest. Thank you.
And that's all for now, but we will be continuing our coverage of Biden's visit only on TVP World.
Tyrant, and the hope of the brave and the truth of the ages, freedom. Stand with us. We will stand with you. Let us move forward with faith and conviction, and with an abiding commitment to be allies, not of darkness but of light, not of oppression but of liberation, not of captivity but yes, of freedom. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless the heroes of Ukraine and all those who defend freedom around the world. Thank you, Poland. Thank you, thank you, thank you for what you're doing. God bless you all. Thank you for welcoming back to Poland.
Every time missiles cross over the border, the sirens go off, so we don't know where those missiles could be flying.
Fight, tears, death, hope. The bloody fight for Ukraine's freedom continues. Day after day, TVP World reporters provide you with the latest updates from the front lines.
Reporting from Kiev.
From Kharkiv.
From Kramatorsk.
Wherever human life is at stake, we are there.
From the city of Lviv.
From Kupiansk.
From Odessa for TVP World.
History is happening right before our eyes. You are a part of it. Don't fall for disinformation. Glory to Ukraine.
Good afternoon. This is TVP World. You're watching World News, and we are continuing our coverage of Joe Biden's visit in Poland. Today is the last day of President Biden's visit to Poland. U.S. head of state will meet with leaders of NATO's eastern flank this afternoon in Warsaw.
Leaders of NATO's eastern flank are arriving in Warsaw to take part in the Bucharest 9 summit and discuss the region's security. The summit will be attended by Joe Biden, who is currently in Warsaw.
We will meet our allies from the eastern flank of NATO, because for all of us, this is an extremely important symbolic visit here in the region. We do not perceive it, as Poles, as a visit to us. This is a visit to our region.
The Bucharest 9 is a format that brings together NATO's eastern flank countries: Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Romania and Slovakia. The meeting will be held with the participation of the US President and NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. During the summit, the leaders will discuss further strengthening NATO's eastern flank, the alliance's upcoming summit in Vilnius, as well as further support for Ukraine.
While we await for the arrival of the U.S. President, we go live to our reporter in Warsaw, Kazimierz Wysiak. The Bucharest 9 summit is about to start any minute now. Kazimierz, has the summit started today, and who is going to attend?
Hello, Ben. The summit has not started yet. We can see that delegations are coming here already. The delegations of the Bucharest 9 format countries. So Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania and Slovakia. And they are arriving here to the presidential palace in Warsaw, which is right behind me. And we are, of course, waiting also for the arrival of the most important participants. So the US President Joe Biden, which has come here to Poland for a 2-day visit. The Bucharest 9 format was established in 2015, and it was established as a way to get together the countries of NATO eastern flank, which is especially important in the face of the ongoing war in Ukraine. The format was established a year after the illegal annexation of Crimea by Russia, and behind me you can already see the buses with the delegations from the Bucharest 9 countries coming here to the presidential palace for the summit. So the discussions will definitely be focused on the ongoing war in Ukraine. As you can see behind me, there are buses coming here with the delegations, with the cars, with the leaders of the 9 countries, which will be discussing here some very important issues, of course.
Right,
and we also had a statement from the head of the Bureau of International Policies of the President's Chancellery, of the President of Poland, Marcin Przydacz. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Well, yes, today, right behind my back at the presidential palace, President Andrzej Duda is going to host a Bucharest 9 summit, 9 countries of eastern flank of NATO, with a special guest of President of the United States Joe Biden, but with the presence also of the Secretary General of NATO Jens Stoltenberg, is a clear sign of unity of eastern flank with regard to all those challenges which are to the east of our borders. We are here united. We want to send a signal to the world that we are responsible partners. We are credible partners in the world, and the NATO allies and partners of the European, all of the European states and the American side can count on us. I think the signal will be sent here also towards Ukraine, that we are very much determined to continue our assistance and support to Ukraine in these difficult times for this country and the times of Russian aggression. What would be our expectations? Of course, to boost the presence of NATO down here in this territory, in terms of not only personnel, because there are already thousands of 10,000 US and NATO troops in Poland. What we would like to achieve is to have also a bit more infrastructure, equipment, which may help us to continue the policy of deterrence Russia. Nobody wants any kind of interaction, any war, any crises. That's why we need to be ready to send this signal of deterrence. And of course, the main decision will be taken during the NATO summit in Vilnius this July.
So Kazimierz, can you tell us what is the significance of today's summit and what is going to be discussed?
Well, Ben, the summit today will be definitely focused, like I said, on the ongoing war in Ukraine. And the leaders of the Bucharest 9 format are expected to prepare a special declaration. So we are also waiting for that. You can see behind me there are still delegations coming into the presidential palace of Warsaw. The declaration of the Bucharest 9 format will definitely be something to look out for, as due to the ongoing war in Ukraine, the security of the NATO eastern flank is especially important in these days. Also, in the context of the upcoming Russian major offensive in Ukraine, which we are looking out for in the coming weeks. So the visit of the US president here to Poland is an extraordinary event, especially because it is the second visit of the US president in a span of 1 year, and this has never happened before. So this definitely signifies the importance of the visit of the US president. So you could actually say that the eyes of the entire world are turning to Poland right now. We have journalists here from all over the world, from Italy, from Germany, the United States, and they are all reporting on this significant event. The US president emphasized here during his speech yesterday that Poland will not be left alone, and that the United States and NATO will continue to defend every inch of NATO territory. So this will definitely be again repeated here by the countries of the Bucharest 9 format, which are looking for increased support from the US, possibly for more US troops stationed here in Poland and in other countries of the Bucharest 9 format, as well as more military equipment from the United States and other NATO allies. There will be also another participant of the meeting, NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg. So this also emphasizes how important this meeting is, and of course this summit is taking place ahead of the upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius in July. So this is sort of a first introduction to the summit, which will be happening later this year. So the countries of the Bucharest 9 format will definitely be also discussing to present a unified front. And now we see that Jens Stoltenberg is currently walking into the presidential palace here in Warsaw. So he has already arrived here for the discussions. So the summit will be taking place any minute now, but we are, of course, Jens Stoltenberg has been welcomed by the Polish President Andrzej Duda, but we are still, of course, waiting for the arrival of the most important guest, the US President Joe Biden. So the Bucharest 9 format was established, like I said, in 2015 as a response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the annexation of Crimea. As Ukrainians are saying time and again that the war did not begin a year ago, but 9 years ago with the annexation of the peninsula and the south of Ukraine. But the war is, of course, taking place since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, by Russia on February 24th. So we are fast approaching to the first anniversary of the war, of the full-scale war, and this is also why President Biden decided to come here in these days. This is also a very important and symbolic arrival of the U.S. president. The Polish president is currently welcoming and saying hello to the leaders of the Bucharest 9 format, which are currently arriving here at the presidential palace in Warsaw. We are still waiting for the arrival of US President Joe Biden, and his motorcade was soon to depart and to come here to the presidential palace at the center of Poland in Warsaw.
Thank you, Kazimierz. Thank you for the update. Now, the Polish President Andrzej Duda, US President Joe Biden, and NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg are to take part in the Bucharest 9 summit, a meeting of countries comprising NATO's eastern flank. Consisting of Poland, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary, the Bucharest 9 format was founded on November 5th of 2015 in Bucharest, Romania, at the initiative of the President of Romania, Klaus Iohannis, and the President of Poland, Andrzej Duda. The formation of the group was a response to Russia's aggressive attitude that manifested in its annexation of Crimea from Ukraine in 2014. We are still looking at the live footage from inside the presidential palace of Warsaw, where the leaders of the Bucharest Nine are now arriving and being greeted by the Polish President Andrzej Duda. We're still awaiting for the arrival of the U.S. President Joe Biden. And we can now see the Lithuanian President Nausėda coming into the venue. The Lithuanian President is being greeted warmly by the Polish President Andrzej Duda. Today's meeting in Warsaw will seek to work out a common stance of the 9 post-Soviet countries that they would like to present during the forthcoming NATO summit in Lithuania's capital of Vilnius on July 11 to 12 on 2023. Topics to be discussed today will also include security, especially in the context of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Taking part in the meeting, U.S. President Joe Biden plans to reaffirm the commitments over their security and discuss support for Ukraine before he flies back to Washington. Again, the Polish President and the U.S. President and the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg will be taking part in the Bucharest 9 summit, a meeting of countries comprising of NATO's eastern flank. To reiterate, the countries of the Bucharest 9 includes Poland, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary. The Bucharest 9 format was founded on November 4, 2015 in Bucharest, Romania at the initiative of the President of Romania, Klaus Iohannis, and the President of Poland, Andrzej Duda. It is not only the NATO countries that are waiting for the Bucharest 9 summit, which begins today, and for the decisions that will be made there. Ukraine is also waiting. On TVP World today, we spoke with Ukrainian MP Inna Sovsun, and here are her conclusions.
Well, of course, we all hope for one and the same, that support to Ukraine would be strengthening, because this war can only be stopped with intensifying the support to the Ukrainian army. So those are our hopes and expectations here, just like, over the last days, all the other international events taking place around Ukraine. I think our expectations are always the same.
Ukraine will never be Russia's victory, said U.S. President Joe Biden yesterday. The eyes of the world have been on Warsaw for several days now, and Lithuanian political commentator Margarita commented specifically for TVP World on Joe Biden's visit.
Uniting the region in sending certain messages to Ukraine, but also ensuring the leadership in thinking and defining what will happen in Ukraine after the war. What is the future of Ukraine? How we can reconstruct Ukraine? Will Ukraine be in NATO? So I think Bucharest 9 is a very good format to start this discussion and to start building the coalition process in among those countries who have similar views and have similar history in terms of ensuring their security and having similar history with their own processes entering NATO.
The Euromaidan Warszawa Citizens Initiative, aimed at supporting Ukraine in its way to European integration, organized a protest in Warsaw today, on the second day of U.S. President Joe Biden's visit to Poland. By organizing the demonstration, Ukrainian demonstrators holding banners and their national flags wanted to ask the U.S. president for help for their war-torn country. The protest was held in the morning in front of the luxurious Warsaw Marriott Hotel, where U.S. President Joe Biden is staying during his visit to Poland. The aim of the protest is to draw attention of the U.S. president to the need to hand over F-16 aircraft to Ukraine to help the war-torn country win the fight against Russia. Euromaidan Warszawa announced that another protest will be held later today at 6 p.m. local time. You are watching World News on TVP World. Joe Biden is still in Poland, and we're waiting for the start of the Bucharest 9 summit. Now, let's move on to the topic of Ukraine. It is time for a report from our correspondent from Ukraine, Don Arlith, who is in Kyiv and will tell us more about the preparations for the one-year mark of the outbreak of the war.
Well, just moments ago, air raid sirens were sounding here in the capital. Now that we have that long-anticipated speech by Vladimir Putin and, of course, Joe Biden's visit here in the capital, yesterday there were no air raid sirens here in the capital. Of course, there is still intense fighting along the front lines in the east and the south. The city of Kherson was attacked during President Vladimir Putin's speech, killing 6 and wounding more than a dozen others. So the word on the street is here that the 24th could potentially be a day that Russia launches another one of these massive missile attacks on Ukraine, on some of Ukraine's biggest cities. So that's just ahead of us on Friday, and we'll have to see exactly what happens then. But a lot of experts say that Russia likes to act symbolically on such anniversaries.
In his speech yesterday, Vladimir Putin claimed that Russia had done everything to peacefully resolve the conflict in Ukraine and that the West was plotting against Moscow. Despite those claims, Russian forces continue attacking Ukrainian positions, which was commented by President Zelensky.
I started the day today with a meeting of the High Command, extended and detailed, replete with reports from the battlefield from our commanders on the most active theaters. Supreme Commander Zaluzhny reported on the general situation on the front line and enemy missile strikes on our positions. Of course, the most striking are reports from Donetsk and Luhansk. We do everything to hold enemy attacks, constant intense assault which Russia doesn't stop despite suffering staggering losses. General Syrsky reported on the situation on Bakhmut and Liman theaters. Tough fighting, digging battles. We do everything to support our boys. General Tarnavsky reported on battles in around Avdiivka and other theaters. The occupiers are using the full range of weaponry against our boys, including even tear gas grenades.
And we go live once again to our reporter in Warsaw, Kazimierz Wysiak. The Bucharest 9 summit will start or have already started either way. Can you tell us about something about the security measures for today's summit and has already taken place?
Well, the summit has not taken place yet. We just had delegations from the Bucharest 9 countries come here to the presidential palace in Warsaw, but we are still awaiting the arrival of the most important guest, which is, of course, the U.S. President, Joe Biden, who will be coming here from the Marriott Hotel. We are still awaiting for his motorcade to be making its way over here. But the security measures in Warsaw are, as you can imagine, very, very severe. We have many police on the streets here, blocking every street in the vicinity of the presidential palace, but also in other places in Warsaw. So traffic is definitely expected all around the city. But you could, expect such things as this is a huge, huge event. For the second time in the span of 1 year, the American president has made his way to Poland. We have many pedestrians here in the vicinity of the presidential palace, us coming here to see the president coming here to meet with the Bucharest 9 leaders and, of course, with the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. So we have police on the streets, we have police on the rooftops of buildings looking out for any potential dangers, as of course the visit of the US president is a very important event, and the safety of the US president is of utmost importance, not only to his closest surrounding, but also to of course Polish officials, so that the president feels safe here. And we are just waiting for his arrival so that the summit could finally start. So the security measures are very severe, but of course this is expected with such a huge event as the arrival of the US president.
Thank you so much, Kaji. Thanks for the update, and please keep us informed. Thank you. And now we have joining with us is Mr. Alexei Goncharenko to talk more about the Bucharest 9 summit. Hello, sir. Welcome to TVP World.
Hello.
Now, we saw a very emotional speech yesterday from the U.S. President Joe Biden. And, of course, the more substantive part of his presence in Poland will be taking place very soon in the Bucharest 9 summit. Can you give us a little bit of speculations of what will you be expecting to come out of this speech and meeting?
First of all, that was a great speech, and especially on the contrast with Vladimir Putin's speech in Moscow, which was like absolutely like in the style of Soviet dictators and even worse. And Biden's speech in front of thousands of people speaking about freedom, that was inspiring and powerful. And Kiev and Ukraine inspired Joe Biden, and that was seen, and that was great. Today we are waiting for some new announcement. Definitely the most important for Ukraine is about weaponry supply, about sanctions against Russian Federation. So I don't know what will be during the Bucharest 9 meeting, but we hope that there will be some announcements, and that will be important for us.
Right. And Joe Biden's presence in Poland, and to some extent, does it kind of indicate some sort of shift in geopolitical gravity towards this part of Europe?
Yeah, it happened long before. It happened after February 24. Today, Ukraine is the front line of the free world, and the destiny of the world for next decades is decided here in Ukraine and in Eastern Europe. And Poland plays a great role in this, and we are very thankful for support of our Poland friends, all support that we are receiving both on humanitarian, political, and militarily levels. So definitely the eyes of the world are now here in the Eastern Europe.
Right. And ahead of this Bucharest 9 meeting and President Biden's speech, Vladimir Putin also made his speech yesterday. And of course, it's involved a little bit of a nuclear saber rattling and accusation of the West and Ukraine for stoking the war, which, of course, a lot of it is riddled with disinformation. Do you think that the narrative will be challenged during the coming meeting? And what are some of the things that during Putin's speech that we need to particularly keep an eye out for?
It's clear that was again speech of accusing of the West in everything he can, including some gender-neutral God. What he meant, nobody knows. So it is a mixture of some delirium and madness and some old-style KGB things, and some theories about history. Like always, very strange cocktail, like old KGB style cocktail. And also the only substantive part was that nuclear threat. And in order to underline it, Putin announced about these, how he said that they are not leaving the agreement, but they will not temporarily take part in the agreement on the limitation of the strategic weaponries. And that is like a kind of, again, nuclear blackmailing of from Russian Federation. I just want to tell you that after their defeat, Russia should be denuclearized. Russia does not deserve any more right to be a nuclear power, because the whole idea of a nuclear club was not ever to use the weaponry and to blackmail with it. And that's exactly what Russia is doing constantly.
Do you think that the suspension of the participation of the new STAR program announced by Vladimir Putin is on any ground threatening enough for it to be addressed during this Bucharest 9 meeting? Or do you think it's some more of his saber-rattling rhetoric that is just designed to stoke fear, and it is better to not directly address it?
I am sure that will be discussed in Bucharest 9, because Russia is the main threat for today for all the eastern flank of NATO. So definitely that will be discussed. And I know that the United States gave a very strong signal to Russia about what will happen if Putin will really decide to go nukes. And this signal was strong, and it was heard in Moscow. But you see, again, Putin tries to play this card, because in reality, that's the last card he has.
Right. During the meeting between the two presidents yesterday,
But I want to reiterate. I think that this is blackmailing. He is bluffing. Putin is not a suicidic. He doesn't want to die. He is covered in reality. Just watch. Biden came from other side of ocean to Kiev, to the war zone, with no American direct involvement. And Putin is afraid to go out from his bunker. He never was even in occupied part of Ukraine from February 24. So he's really covered. For him, his life is the most important. And that's why he will never go to nukes, because even after he will leave the whole territory of Ukraine, under Putin's control will be under 1/7 of the world landmass. So he will not be desperate. He will not be cornered. And he showed that he is taking a hard grip on Russia. So don't be afraid of this. And that is a real bluff.
Right, that's a very good point. And I was wondering, because we do know that before Biden's surprise visit to Kyiv, they did indeed inform the Russian authorities of his arrival. Do you think that move is also specifically to call out Putin's bluff, that, saying that, well, you won't do anything about it and my presence will be there?
Yeah, it's kind of, they informed. They were not asking permission. They just informed, saying that we are coming. So, and what Putin did? Absolutely nothing, zero, because he's afraid. He is really very much afraid. It's a small, afraid tyrann who thinks just about one thing, to continuously to be in power. That's all. So I don't see real possibility of nuclear war, because that will be a complete disaster for him personally. So he should be defeated. He should leave Ukrainian territory. The international law and order should be restored, and the world will come back to some kind of normality. And sooner or later, the regime will change in Russia.
Right. And speaking of which, we can now see on the live footage that U.S. President Joe Biden's convoy is moving towards the place of the Bucharest 9 meeting, the Polish presidential palace. So as we can see, the convoy is indeed traveling. And let's now move live to our reporter Kazimierz Wysiak and let him give us the update on the ground. Kazimierz, what are you observing right now, and what's the atmosphere like?
Well, we are all thrilled to be here and waiting for the arrival of the U.S. President Joe Biden. As we know, he is already making his way here to the presidential palace in Warsaw, where he will be meeting with the leaders of the Bucharest 9 format. So apart from the Polish president, the leaders of the countries like Bulgaria, Estonia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania and Slovakia. So these countries all have one thing in common. They are all on NATO's eastern flank, And this format was established in 2015, a year after the illegal annexation of Crimea by Russia, so the de facto beginning of the war. So the US president is making his way here to meet with the leaders of the B9 format to talk about increased support for these countries, probably about increased military presence here in the countries on the NATO eastern flank. The discussions will surely focus, of course, also on the ongoing war in Ukraine, as we know that Russia is preparing increased offensive in Ukraine in the coming weeks. So the US president will definitely be discussing security measures with leaders of the B9 countries. We know that the president is very, very near. He is already on his way on the Krakowskie Przedmieście, or the Krakow Alley here in the middle of Warsaw. So we are awaiting his arrival. He should be here any minute now. The meeting between the US president will definitely be something to look out for. We will be bringing you the latest updates. We are still waiting for the cavalcade to come here in front of the presidential palace. The delegations from the B9 countries have already arrived here at the palace, so they are all already waiting. We can already hear the sirens of the police cars which are coming here. Of course, the entire vicinity is heavily controlled by the police. The streets are all cut off as the US president is making his way here. This is the second visit of the US president to Poland in a span of 1 year, which has never happened before. This is a very special and important event that's going to take place. Right now we can see the cavalcade already approaching to the presidential palace. So any minute now, US President Joe Biden will be making his way here to the meeting. We can already see the police cars approaching. You can see passing behind us. So there are also a lot of people, Polish people gathered here on the street looking out for the US president. This is a very exciting moment for the entire Polish nation, as the US leader is also emphasizing his strong support for Poland. Yesterday, during his speech, the president said that the US and NATO will be defending every inch of NATO territory. And we can see right now, coming here to the presidential palace in Warsaw, the US President Joe Biden is making his way here. Right now you can see the limousines with US and Polish flags behind me right now. So the US President is currently driving up to the presidential palace in Warsaw for the meeting of the Bucharest 9 format. Of course, the security measures are huge. You can see behind us here, there are the limousines approaching the presidential palace at this very second. The Polish leader, Andrzej Duda, is sure to welcome the US president inside the palace any minute now. So be on the lookout for that as well. You can see the officials from delegations coming here as well. There will definitely be very intense talks happening here in Warsaw. So the eyes of the entire world are turning to Poland as of this very moment. We have journalists here from media from all over the world, from Italy, the United States, Germany. Everyone is currently looking at the presidential palace in Warsaw here with us. To see this historic and special event unfolding before our very eyes. We are waiting for the US president to be greeted by the Polish president, Andrzej Duda. Of course, the two leaders met already yesterday, but this time they will be meeting here in the palace with the leaders of the Bucharest 9 format. So very important strategic event for all 9 countries of the format. So right now we are waiting for the car or for the limousine of US President Joe Biden to approach. We already see that the Polish President Andrzej Duda is in front of the presidential palace waiting for the arrival of not only his ally but a friend. The two leaders have been very close. They have very warm relations, so they are eager to be discussing security measures in the coming minutes. Right now we are just waiting for the US president to approach the Polish leader so they can begin their important discussions. This is, of course, a very symbolic meaning for the entire Polish nation and also for Ukrainians. But just to reiterate, the Bucharest 9 format is a group of 9 countries of NATO's eastern flank. So Bulgaria, Estonia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania and Slovakia. So these 9 countries, which all have one thing in common, they are all on NATO's eastern flank. They are bordering, you could say, the eastern world. Right now, due to the ongoing war in Ukraine, we again are experiencing sort of a division between the West and the East, between Western nations and Russia. However, experts say that there is a lot of differences between the Cold War and now, as more countries are now supporting Ukraine. There is, the entire Western part of Europe is all supporting Ukraine. So President Biden emphasized yesterday here in Poland during his speech that all 143 nations of the UN have condemned the Russian invasion, and only 4 were standing with Russia. So right now, this meeting here is also an emphasis. The emphasis of this meeting is also on the fact that Russia is more or less standing against the entire world, and that it cannot win in Ukraine. President Biden said that Ukraine will not be Russia's victory, and this will definitely also be the topic of discussions of the Bucharest 9 format, which are about to begin any minute now. We are still waiting for the US president to come to the Polish leader, Andrzej Duda, and to begin the discussions of the Bucharest 9 summit.
Right. Thank you so much, Kazimierz. And we will come back to our guest, Mr. Goroshenko, to make a commentary about the Bucharest 9 summit. As you heard our correspondent and our reporter just now, that President Biden did mention that Ukraine will not be Russia's, and they will do everything to guarantee that it stays that way. What are the concrete steps you think that President Biden will bring up during the Bucharest 9 summit to ensure these words held true?
The most important is weaponry to Ukraine, because the only thing which stays between Ukraine and the victory is insufficient weaponry supply. And I hope that after such historic speech, and President Biden will also make more decisions on weaponry supply. The most needed is the long-range missiles, air capabilities, and armor. With these, we can finish this war quite quickly.
Right. There was talk about... we see Biden pulling up, so thank you so much for joining us on TVP World. Thank you. And now we are coming back to our reporter, Kazimierz Wysiak, as he observes President Biden's convoy pulling up. Can you tell us what you see right now?
So, Ben, right now we can see that the limousine of U.S. President Joe Biden is currently approaching, has already entered the grounds of the presidential palace in Warsaw. We can see here people on the streets with Polish-American flags, and so everyone here is excited to see the U.S. president meeting with the Polish leader Andrzej Duda, who is already in front of the palace as well, waiting for U.S. President Joe Biden to come out of his limousine so they could finally begin the summit of the Bucharest 9 format. So the US leader is expected to come out of his car any minute now. We are currently waiting for this to happen. And this is a very exciting moment for everyone gathered here. And there are more and more people coming here on the streets. And right now, Polish President Andrzej Duda is meeting with the US leader. He is welcoming, shaking hands and welcoming him at the presidential palace here in Warsaw. So the eyes of the entire world are turning here to Poland to witness this historic event of US President coming here for the second time in the span of 1 year. So a very extraordinary event. This has never happened before. But of course, due to the ongoing war in Ukraine, this is an extremely important and symbolic visit. And the US president is expected to join the other leaders of the Bucharest 9 format to talk about the increased security in the countries which are on NATO's eastern flank. The Bucharest 9 format, just to remind you, is the group which was created in 2015 on the initiative of Polish President Andrzej Duda and the Romanian President Klaus Iohannis as a response to the illegal annexation of Crimea by Russia in 2014. So the de facto beginning of the war, Ukrainians are reiterating time and again that Russia did not begin its invasion now, but 9 years ago when it annexed Crimea illegally. So these countries, the 9 countries of NATO's eastern flank, decided to come together a year after the annexation to discuss together the increased security of NATO. So US President is entering the palace with the Polish President Andrzej Duda. Any minute now they will be discussing the increased security measures, possibly increased US military presence in the countries of the Bucharest 9 format.
All right, thank you, Kazimierz. And we will go back to our live feed of President Biden's visit. And now joining us in the studio is one of our reporters, Mr. Philip Adamczyk, to fill us in more on the Bucharest 9, the organization, what it is about, and, well, the importance of the meeting. Can you first start by giving us a background knowledge of this format that has now been projected to international notoriety?
So the format is about around 8 years old. It was established in 2015 by President Andrzej Duda and Romanian President Klaus Iohannis. And it's comprised of the NATO Eastern Flank countries, which in the years that came afterwards have become increasingly more important as they've become a kind of new, basically, front even. And in the wake of the war in Ukraine, well, their importance is even more crucial. It's also been a region which the United States has been investing quite a lot, and NATO as a whole as well. We've often seen lots of NATO aircraft patrolling the skies over the Bucharest 9. Also there have been numerous all sorts of military drills carried out, and especially ones involving the Patriot anti-air defense systems. So overall, over these last 8 years, it started off as we could say, a very loose gathering, but with each passing year, it's become increasingly more basically powerful.
So can you give us a little bit of background of the necessity of establishing a Bucharest 9 when NATO already exists? So what is the importance of this specific format that differentiate from the pre-existing NATO?
Well, NATO as a whole is very big, to say the least. It's a very large alliance composed of very many different nations with all sorts of different interests, and the Bucharest 9 in particular. Its members are very united in their interests. It's within the Bucharest 9. We have the Baltic states, we have the Visegrad 4. So we also have smaller formats that are much more closely knit together, and that's the advantage of a format like the Bucharest 9. Whereas in NATO itself, where we have countries like Germany, like France, like the United States, which also have all sorts of different areas of interest, not just and beyond Europe. Whereas here, these countries in the Bucharest 9, their first and foremost focus is Central Europe, Eastern Europe, and their own region, which plays to its advantage.
All right, so I think it is very fitting that the Bucharest 9 is now being utilized, seeing that it has been started as a response to Russia's aggression and illegal annexation of the Crimea Peninsula. What are you expecting going forward, and what do you think will be the concrete points that will be brought up by President Biden?
So President Biden is continuing the American, could say, policy of investing into the Bucharest 9, as I've mentioned earlier. What we can expect definitely is, in addition to all sorts of declarations of support, is also declarations of support in particular for developing this part or this branch of NATO as a whole as well, not just particular member states, as we've seen the United States invest in Poland with all sorts of military deals in Romania, but also the Bucharest 9 more as like a unit, so to speak. So I think we could look forward to something along those lines. And coming in the future, definitely, given also depending on how the war in Ukraine develops, we can also probably see some more investments come in involving some state-of-the-art military equipment.
Right. Do you think there's any arguments that the Bucharest 9 can bring up during this meeting to maybe persuade Biden to provide more military, be it personnel or infrastructure, to this region?
I think this subject will definitely be brought up. I don't think the US president needs persuading in that matter. I think he's shown again and again his commitment to this part of Europe and this part of NATO and the Bucharest 9. So I think it's more of a matter of when and not if.
Right. And do you see the possibility of, for example, providing air defense capabilities or even like the fighter jets that Ukraine have been asking for?
It's hard to say. We'll have to wait and see, because it's a hot topic, obviously, and several countries have already spoken out about it, and they have been pretty hesitant. But again, we saw the same thing happen with the tanks earlier, with the Patriot systems, with HIMARS. So again, we just have to wait and see. It's hard to say currently.
And do you think that Biden's visit to Poland for the past few days also highlights the importance of the region and maybe signifying that the geopolitical gravity is slowly shifting towards Poland?
Most definitely. It was pretty well known among several commentators and experts that they expected Biden to basically first visit Berlin, perhaps meet with Chancellor Scholz, with President Macron, and then come to Poland. As we know, the visit to Ukraine was a surprise, and that wasn't expected. And I think the biggest sort of maybe evidence of this geopolitical shift is that he visited Ukraine first, then he came to Poland, and that's the way he did it. And I think, as you said, it is definitely proof of this geopolitical shift that we're seeing, that Poland is becoming increasingly more important, that Central Europe is becoming increasingly more important, and is playing a crucial role in European and regional geopolitics.
Right, very well said. Thank you so much for all the information and the updates. That certainly helps clarify the Bucharest 9 format. So thanks for being with us. Thank you. And now we are moving on to our live guest, Mr. Janusz Onyszkowicz, the former Secretary of Defense of Poland. Hello, sir. Welcome to TVP World.
Hello. Good afternoon.
So we are sticking on the topic of the Bucharest 9, and can you tell us a little bit about the importance of this meeting and what do you expect to come out from it?
Well, first of all, I think what is necessary to remember is that all countries of Bucharest 9 are new members of NATO, and they are constituting eastern flank of the alliance. Eastern flank, which now is very much exposed to very sort of assertive or aggressive Russia. So, some kind of cooperation and dialogue is absolutely necessary. And there is also another problem, which is very practical, that the lines of communication between these countries should be somehow built up. Because so far our lines of communication were from east to west and not sort of diagonally from north to south. So there are also practical matters to be discussed between us, to be solved if we want to be sort of more or less secure.
And do you think the Bucharest 9 format will provide, because the smaller format will provide more maybe maneuverability when it comes to coming onto the discussion table with President Biden and maybe come to a conclusion more swiftly?
Well, I think that, this group of countries also is characterized by, I would say, more cautious attitude to Russia, because we are neighbors. We were suffering historically from Russian imperial policy. Some our countries were part of Russia for several centuries. Poland has especially, I would say, rich history of conflicts with Russia, trying to defend our freedom. So, there is a certain special awareness and also special, I would say, knowledge and competence regarding Russia. Because after 1989, when Kremlinologists simply more or less disappeared from the scene, the experts on eastern part of Europe were rather rare, especially not about Russia, because Russia was always important, but countries between, the so-called the West and Russia, like countries like Belarus, like Ukraine. So I think that we can provide.
Sorry, we have the live footage coming out from President Duda right now, so let's turn our attention there right now.
We are meeting almost exactly on the anniversary of the event which has forever changed the history of our part of Europe and which has an impact on the security situation across the world. I'm speaking about the brutal, full-scale Russian aggression of Ukraine, which started on February 24 last year. One day later, we met in this hall to discuss the most significant challenges facing our states facing the entire North Atlantic Alliance and to speak about the ways to support our friends in Ukraine. What we wish to do today is to think together among closest allies about our next steps in the run-up to the B9 summit in Bratislava and the NATO summit in Vilnius, and about the possibilities to provide further support to Ukraine. Thank you now, and I give the floor to the President of Romania, Mr. Klaus Iohannis, co-host of the summit.
Thank you very much, dear President Biden, dear President Duda, dear colleagues, dear Secretary General Stoltenberg. It is extremely relevant to meet again in the Bucharest 9 format, which I launched in 2015 together with Andrzej Duda, President Duda, in the eve of the one-year mark since war returned to Europe. The war has brought nothing but suffering and despair, killing and displacing of millions of Ukrainians, unprecedented destruction and uncertainty. We, the leaders of the Eastern flank, have the duty to stand firm in defense of our peace. We must continue to stand firm in delivering on our commitments to support Ukraine for as long as it needs to win this war. This is what Romania will continue to do. We are not alone in this endeavor. Our effort is one of transatlantic scale and scope, and I welcome the presence today of President Joseph Biden, reconfirming the substance of our Bucharest 9 format and the commitment of the US administration towards the Eastern flank security. This commitment is very solid and forward-looking, increased US military presence that needs to continue, and the preparation of a US strategy for the Black Sea. I also welcome the participation of NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg for timely and open coordination. Almost 1 year ago, Russia tried to destroy the European and Euro-Atlantic security and the rules-based international order. Russia is acting on a pattern of aggressive conduct, which we have already witnessed in the Republic of Moldova, in Georgia, and in Ukraine itself. Today, these partners benefit from Allied support for their long-term resilience, which is needed to help them achieve lasting peace, stability, and prosperity. We also strongly support Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic perspective. To make sure that this brutal war against Ukraine is Russia's final act, we also must be resolute in deterring further aggression and rolling back the current one. NATO is standing strong and showing clear commitment towards Ukraine and its people. The B9 is stronger than ever. I thus look forward to continue our coordination on our way to a successful NATO summit in Vilnius. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now I give the floor to the co-host of summit, to the President of the Slovak Republic, Madam Zuzana Čaputová.
Thank you very much. Dear President Duda, dear President Iohannis, dear President Biden, Secretary General, dear allies. As you mentioned, Mr. President Duda, we are meeting in very special time because of first anniversary of Russia aggressions in Ukraine. This year has made us stronger and more united. And we, the countries on the eastern flank, are more protected than ever. And we together passed the test of solidarity and humanity because of our help to Ukraine. President Biden, your presence here is another proof that our transatlantic unity is stronger as ever, and is an opportunity to discuss our expectations from NATO summit in Vilnius. For example, how we ensure that there are no gray zones in our defense, or how we adapt our defense spending to our security environment, and how we ensure that Ukraine is able to defend itself as long as it takes, and how to move practical but also political relations between NATO and Russia. This is what we will discuss today, but also in B9 summit in Bratislava in June and in Vilnius in July. Thank you, President Duda, for hosting us, and I look forward to our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Excellencies, dear friends, we are all delighted to have with us today a special guest who has accepted the invitation to the summit, the President of the United States of America, Mr. Joseph Biden. Welcome, sir. We ask you to take the floor, please.
Well, thank you all very much, and I'm delighted to be here. Some of you may remember years ago when we were expanding NATO, I was the one in the United States Senate who was pushing the hardest to expand NATO for membership, and many of you sitting around this table. And the irony is that one of the last conversations I had with our friend in Russia was, I said, you keep asking for the Finlandization of NATO. You're going to get the NATOization of Finland. Well, it happened. Not only are we as strong as we were, we're stronger. And I say to my fellow presidents that I'm honored to be with you here, and so many strong NATO allies, and the Secretary General, who I think has done an incredible job for a long time. I rely on his judgment a great deal. You know, the B9 was founded in 2015 after Russia attempted annexation of Crimea. And today, as we approach the one-year anniversary of Russia's further invasion, it's even more important that we continue to stand together. And I think this is proof of this, how strongly we feel. That's why I wanted to meet all of you in person here today. As NATO's eastern flank, you're on the front lines of our collective defense, and you know better than anyone what's at stake in this conflict, not just for Ukraine, but for the freedom of democracies throughout Europe and around the world. You know, that's what President Zelensky and I spoke about when I was in Kyiv 2 days ago. And the leaders around this table have repeatedly stepped up to reaffirm our shared commitment to all these values. We provided critical security assistance to Ukraine and critical support to literally millions of refugees. We've helped ensure Ukrainians can access basic services, and together we'll continue our enduring support for Ukraine as they defend their freedom. Over the past year, with your countries around this table providing collective leadership, we've also strengthened NATO. A commitment of the United States to NATO, and I've said it to you many times, I'll say it again, is absolutely clear. Article 5 is a sacred commitment the United States has made. We will defend literally every inch of NATO, every inch of NATO. And this is an important moment. I look forward to the discussion and the next steps we can take together and to keep our alliance strong and to further deter aggression. Because what literally is at stake is not just Ukraine, it's freedom. The idea that over 100,000 forces would invade another country since World War II, nothing like that has happened. Things have changed radically. We have to make sure we change them back. So thank you all very much for allowing me to be with you, and I look forward to our private discussions.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now I pass the floor to the NATO Secretary General, Mr. Jens Stoltenberg. Please.
Andrei, it's a pleasure to be back in Warsaw and to meet with all the B9 heads of state and government, and also with President Biden. And Joe, I would like to say to you that I'm so pleased and so impressed by the outstanding leadership you show, and your visit to Kiev sent a clear message of our steadfast support to Ukraine and America's ironclad commitment to the security of Europe. Let me also thank you for hosting the next NATO summit after Vilnius in the United States. 1 year since the launch of Russia's invasion, President Putin is not preparing for peace. On the contrary, he is preparing for more war. So we must sustain and step up our support for Ukraine. We must give Ukraine what they need to prevail. We don't know when the war will end, but when it does, we need to ensure that history does not repeat itself. We have seen the Russian pattern of aggression over many years. Georgia in 2008, Crimea and Donbass in 2014, and then the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine last year. We cannot allow Russia to continue to chip away at European security. We must break the cycle of Russian aggression. NATO allies have never been more united. We will protect every inch of Allied territory based on our Article 5 commitment to defend each other. One for all and all for one. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the part of the summit open for media. So I kindly ask the media to leave the room, please.
Which camera? So the Bucharest 9 summit has just begun, as stated by President Andrzej Duda. The 9 country leaders, as well as the U.S. President Joe Biden, will be discussing further aid for Ukraine and the concrete actions that can be taken to secure this the eastern flank of NATO. We'll be bringing you more updates as the summit continues, with more information to come. And now we are moving on to an interview with Mr. Mateusz Piotrowski, the Polish Institute of International Affairs. Hello, sir, and welcome to TVP World.
Hello, good to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
So the B9 summit has just commenced, and I'm wondering, what are your thoughts about the possible topics to be discussed, and what kind of concrete solutions might come out of this summit?
I will start from the second part and these concrete solutions. I believe actually that this extraordinary summit, as it is called, it won't end with any specific decisions to be announced just yet. I think that this is the opportunity for the whole Bucharest 9, the NATO Eastern Flank, to discuss the issues with Joe Biden, with U.S. President Joe Biden and Secretary General of NATO Jens Stoltenberg, to start the process of implementation before the Vilnius summit, which will be held in July. This is the forum for the discussion, the political discussion. But I don't believe that anything very important will be announced just after this summit. I think that this is the platform to discuss the most important topics for the Eastern Flank countries, but not to announce any specific decisions. And a reason for that, I believe, is that Joe Biden and Secretary General, of course, want to discuss the NATO decisions with the whole NATO. So they are meeting right now with the Bucharest 9 to hear what are the most important areas, what are the needs of those countries in security measures. But then they will discuss with all the allies, also from the Western Europe. And when we will have a Vilnius summit, then we will. Then I hope so. I hope for that really that we will have in time those decisions. So I think that right now it's mostly about communication.
Right. And a lot of the topics of discussion is still up in the air right now. We can only make speculations. However, the Romanian president did give us a slight preview of one of the discussion topics, as he mentioned that they will be commencing a discussion on the U.S. strategy in the Black Sea. In terms of the U.S. strategy in the Black Sea, does any specific come to mind?
Well, from many years, the U.S. presence, of course, was on the Black Sea. We saw the U.S. Navy ships come and go to the Black Sea. We have maneuvers also with the Ukrainian Navy years ago. But from my perspective, there was no comprehensive U.S. strategy to the Black Sea, which would include not only NATO allies, Romania, of course, or Turkey, but also Ukraine. There was no position which was undergone between the administrations. So we saw some approach after the Biden started his presidency, but then of course the Russians started their invasion, so it crashed. The plan to have some strategy towards the Black Sea crashed. I hope that right now that there will be some broader, not only American strategy, but the whole NATO strategy towards the Black Sea. We don't have actually during the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the aspect of the Navy is on the very low level, to say the least. The Russians actually used their Navy in the first weeks of the invasion, but the land forces are the main threat to Ukraine. So the Black Sea is not the area of the military actions from Russia, but still it is an important area of the broader security, not only to the Ukraine but also to the whole NATO, to the whole Europe, in terms of food security, not only military security but also food security, energy security. I do hope this is not the most important area for Poland, but as a country, as a country itself, but as an ally in the whole alliance, when we are talking about the eastern flank security, we need to think also about these the southern part of the eastern flank and the Black Sea. When we have in mind that the Russians have a very significant navy presence in the Black Sea, we need to think also about it. And to me, it's very natural that the Romanian president is talking actually about that.
All right, and earlier in our conversation, you made a very clear distinction between the B9 and the NATO itself, and I think you made a very good point in saying that this will be the discussion before the NATO summit that will take place in Vilnius, where Joe Biden and the B9 will strategize on the utmost important issues. And do you think that Biden's visit to Poland and to some extent his meeting with the Bucharest 9 signifies that there's a shift in attitude towards consulting this part of the world before going to the NATO or like a bigger world stage? Does that mean that more importance is now being put on Poland and the Baltic states?
I really do hope so, because during the last years, the Baltic states, Poland, other eastern flank countries were actually very realistic about the threat coming from Russia. Russia was and still is the main threat to the whole NATO. So the potential of the eastern flank countries is quite lower than other Western Europe countries like Germany, like United Kingdom especially. They have stronger militaries than even Poland, Romania, even especially Baltic states. So those let's say older allies from NATO need to hear, should listen what the Eastern Flank countries are talking to them. What are they looking into? What are their specific needs in terms of foreign soldiers' presence? What are the areas? Are they missile defense? Are there airplanes? Maybe it's about the land forces. They need to hear it. And then those most important countries in NATO, in my opinion, the United States, of course, but also maybe United Kingdom, those allies need to talk to other Western Europe allies before the summit, and they need to prepare some approach towards the stronger foreign presence in the Eastern Flank countries, not only in Poland but also in Baltic states, in those other actually. In every country of the Eastern Flank, there should be the presence of the foreign soldiers from NATO to better deter Russia. This is my actual opinion.
Right, and I think you made a very good point in pointing out the fact that the Baltic countries, the Bucharest 9, the Baltic states, are more realistic when it comes to their attitude towards Russia. I think Jens Stoltenberg himself even admitted the fact that they maybe downplay the threat of Russia that the Baltic states and Poland have been warning about. And of course, some of us do like to say that maybe the Baltic states are living through one of the longest and most excruciating "I told you so" in history. Does Jens Stoltenberg's presence in this B9 summit also speak volumes about the fact that maybe NATO and to some extent the European Union are more opening to listening to the Baltic states and what the attitude towards Russia and maybe other security threats should be?
Yes, in my opinion, it is very important. The alone summit, the B9 summit with Joe Biden was very important for me. But when it was announced that also the Secretary Stoltenberg will be there, it looks really like a comprehensive NATO approach, not only a foreign policy of the region, of the Central and Eastern Europe countries, the Eastern Flank countries, but as an important part of the whole NATO approach. Secretary General with Joe Biden in hand wants to hear what the whole Eastern Flank is talking about, what they are stressing their importance, what are the most important areas for them. This sounds like a change in approach of the NATO, but also we have completely different, but also we have signals in changing. In change of the approach from the European Union. I'm looking actually at the Moldova, but also at the European Union Commissioner's visit to Kiev. These are the signs that actually the Central and Eastern Europe is not the second class region of Europe. But this is the same importance as was and is Western Europe. They are the partners for the different level on the same level. I'm sorry, with different potential, but they are politically on the same level.
Right. And of course, prior to Biden's speech yesterday and the Bucharest 9 meeting today, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin also made his speech. And with it comes a lot of more of the saber rattling. And I think one of the only concrete thing that came out of the speech was also an announcement of the suspension of the new participation in the New START. Do you think that will factor into the discussion in today's B9 summit? And or do you think it's just more of the saber rattling that maybe should be tuned out?
It might be discussed. This is the important communication from Putin, of course, but Russia to some extent was not actually respecting the New START treaty from the year or maybe even longer. This is the communication from the U.S. administration that they were not respecting all of the all of the points of the treaty. So this is only the add-on to the whole approach of Russia, and also is one of the points of the nuclear threat that Russia is trying to push from the start of the invasion in Ukraine. I believe that Poland and other countries will try to talk to the United States about the nuclear deterrence, the U.S. nuclear deterrence, and particularly this is not exactly the NATO policy, but the U.S. policy within NATO, the program of the nuclear sharing. I believe that politically Poland would like to be part of the program. This program is not extended to any of the Eastern flank countries. It's only of the includes only the other older Western Europe allies. But I believe that Poland would like to be included. But from my perspective, the current U.S. administration, Biden administration, is not very interested in extending this program to other allies. They are trying to prevent sending more. They actually try to prevent the situation that there will be more nuclear weapons itself in the whole world. So they are also not using the nuclear sharing at the moment as some kind of push in nuclear deterrence. But that may change in the coming months.
Right, and we have a recent report coming out that is giving increasingly more evidence that China and Iran, well, Iran is more obvious, but there are more reports with evidence showcasing that China might be actually aiding Russia, arming them in a fight against Ukraine. Even President Zelensky has come out saying something in a similar tone. Do you think that it might shift a priority of NATO's attitude towards China, or are they so involved in Russia right now they can't really spare any attention in that direction?
In the military perspective, I don't think that they can spend this perception on China. The China will be there. This is the new NATO strategy completely show that the NATO will not only focus on Russia. The NATO knows that China is there and is some kind of a threat to the alliance, but not exactly in terms of the direct military threat to the whole alliance, especially to the European part of the alliance. This is something different and something for the broader perspective. But at the moment, I think that Russia still will be the most important threat for the whole NATO. But of course, if actually there will be signals or indications that China is actually helping in military dimension, is helping Russia in military dimension, as Iran did and do just now, not only in sending them the weapons, but also in refurbishing their weapons, their old Soviet weapons, Soviet tanks, etc. This might be the fresh start, let's say, for the Russian invasion. It will give them additional strength to pose threat in the Ukraine territory. I hope that it won't come to that. Of course, but China is on this side of the world, of the autocratic world. They won't be in play with the democracies, as Biden is actually trying to cross the line between the democracies and the autocracies. I do believe that China will come with a solution to cooperate militarily with Russia, and this will be a very, very important and defining moment for the Ukraine defense and the perspective of their counteroffensive.
Right, and speaking of Iran, Putin did speak something along the lines of saying that Russia and U.S. are not the only countries with nuclear weapons. Do you think Putin is alluding to Iran, or is it maybe just another saber-rattling attempt?
It might be an attempt, but still, it's very frightening. I think Iran wants to have nuclear weapons. This is absolutely obvious. they have their nuclear program. It's still the early stages. I mean that they don't have any nuclear weapons, but they are trying to develop it. In previous years, they were trying to develop it with the help from the North Korea. But in a moment when we have this very hard, very difficult relations between the let's say the whole Western Alliance or the transatlantic community, but especially the United States and Russia and the United States and China, I think that the issue of the transfer of some kind of technology, of course not direct government transfer, but between some proxies between the Russia and China to Iran to help them develop this nuclear weapons. This is the issue of the special importance. Should be the issue of the special importance, and very threatening to the whole world. It would be actually an important point. As in previous years, it was downplayed to some point, but we should remember that the United States have this project of the missile defense system in Europe, which actually, or this is the project that it is included in the whole alliance, the NATO alliance, the European phase adaptive approach, and with one of the bases in Redzikowo, Poland, and this might come to a more importance if actually Iran will be able to develop their own nuclear weapons.
All right. Thank you so much for all the inputs and insight. Thanks again for being with us on TVP World. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Polish President Andrzej Duda, US President Biden, and NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg are taking part in the Bucharest 9th Summit, a meeting of countries comprising NATO's eastern flank. Consisting of Poland, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary, the Bucharest 9 format was founded on November 4, 2015, in Bucharest, Romania, at the initiative of the President of Romania, Klaus Iohannis, and the President of Poland, Andrzej Duda. The formation of the group was a response to Russia's aggressive attitude that manifested in its annexation of Crimea from Ukraine in 2014. Today's meeting in Warsaw will seek to work out a common stance of the 9 post-Soviet countries that they would like to present during the forthcoming NATO summit in Lithuania's capital of Vilnius on July 11 to 12, 2023. Now, topics to be discussed today will also include security, especially in the context of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Taking part in the meeting, President Biden plans to reaffirm commitments over their security and discuss support for Ukraine before he flies back to Washington. It is not only the NATO countries that are waiting for the Bucharest 9th Summit, which begins today, and for the decisions that will be made there. Ukraine is also waiting. On TVP World today, we spoke with Ukrainian MP Ina Sovsan, and here are her conclusions.
Well, of course, we all hope for one and the same, that support to Ukraine would be strengthening, because this war can only be stopped with intensifying the support to the Ukrainian army. So those are our hopes and expectations here, just like, over the last days, all the other international events taking place around Ukraine, I think our expectations are always the same.
Ukraine will never be Russia's victory, US President Joe Biden said yesterday. The eyes of the world have been on Warsaw for several days. Lithuanian political commentator Margarita Šešelgytė commented specially for TVP World on Joe Biden's visit.
Uniting the region in sending certain messages to Ukraine, but also ensuring the leadership in thinking and defining what will happen in Ukraine after the war. What is the future of Ukraine? How we can reconstruct Ukraine? Will Ukraine be in NATO? So I think Bucharest 9 is a very good format to start this discussion and to start building the coalition process in among those countries who have similar views and have similar history in terms of ensuring their security and having similar history with their own processes entering NATO.
Thank you for welcoming back to Poland.
And joining us right now for an interview is Mr. Przemysław Jaworski-Welgariewski from the Jagiellonian Club, University of Łódź. Hello, sir. Welcome to TVP World.
Hello. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you for being with us. We are now discussing the Bucharest 9 summit, and this is a very special format limited to only the 9 countries before they take the conversation to NATO. Can you give us a little bit of an update about the importance of the Bucharest 9 and what does it mean for Joe Biden to be part of it?
B9 was created in 2015, in the autumn 2015, by the 9 countries of the eastern flank of NATO, with Polish and Romanian inspiration, under the impression of the outbreak of war in Ukraine, Russian invasion of Crimea and Donbass. And it is a kind of a lobbying group within NATO. The countries, the perception of Russian threat is very strong. They first created political demand to strengthen the military presence of NATO in its eastern flank. That was presented to NATO summit in 2016 in Warsaw and implemented in 2017 as the forward presence. That means the instrument of deterrence of Russia based on the principle deterrence by punishment. And the 4 countries, that means Poland and 3 Baltic states, were offered the military presence of the NATO battle groups, battalion battle groups in the Baltic states and brigade battle groups in Poland, with frame nations, leading nations, that means Canadians in Latvia, Brits in Estonia, Germans in Lithuania, and Americans in Poland. While Romania was offered the so-called tailored forward presence. That means a brigade, but multinational brigade, but without a large NATO country. That was amended in 2022 after massive Russian invasion of Ukraine, when the presence was even strengthened. 3 countries, that means Czechia, Slovakia and Hungary, supported the demand of the others, but they didn't demand the strengthening of military presence on their territory, since they have no common border with Russia, while Poland and Baltic states share a common border with Russia, Romania only maritime border. Bulgaria is too far to the south, however, it demanded in 2015 some strengthening. It was not offered. Today, I think the main change is that under the impression of massive Russian invasion on Ukraine and the experience of Russian occupation of Ukrainian territories, the genocidal character of that occupation, the limited way in which Russia is deterred, that means only deterrence by punishment and not deterrence by denial. That the difference is like between the deterrence of Russia during the Cold War in Western Berlin, which was deterrence by punishment, and in Western Germany, which was deterrence by denial. That means the massive presence of the army allied armies that were in military category able to deny effective access of the invading forces to our territory. What we saw in Ukraine last year and now is the, as I have said, genocidal character of the occupation, which means that we are not interested in the liberation of massive graves of our citizens. So this is why we have to build up the effective military defense that would prevent Russia from occupation of any part of our territory. That is especially vital for Poland and the Baltic states. Please remember that Baltic states are small. Estonia is 1.2 million of population, which means 2-3 weeks, and Russians are able to deport all of them to Siberia and to exterminate the elites. And I think this will be one of the most important topic of the talks today, the presence of the nature of Russian threat, the genocidal nature of Russian occupation, and indispensable steps that must be taken to protect our countries effectively from sharing the fate of Ukrainian civilians being shot in the backs of their heads in Bucha, in Irpin, in other places.
Right. And allow me to play devil's advocate for a moment. We do talk a lot about the increasing of deterrence capabilities, and some might argue that that might escalate the war and the threat with Russia. Do you think these arguments are founded, or was it already too far gone to talk about a potential escalation?
Not at all. That argument is built on the cultural code of the West, of Western democracies that are afraid of wars, while authoritarian and totalitarian systems just don't care about human lives, both the foreigners and their own people. Please remember that the inhabitants of Russian Federation are not citizens, they are just subjects. And their life can be wasted by the government without being afraid of being overrun during the elections. You are a Russian president, you win the elections in Russia because you are a president, and not you are a president because you have won the elections. So the only language Russia understands is the language of military power. That's our historical experience in Poland. In the 19th century, our diplomacy in exile formulated such a rule that the limits of Russian expansionism are drawn only by the military power of the peoples threatened by Russia, and no other means are effective. So no, it's not escalation, it's de-escalation. Russia is afraid of military power of the others, and if you demonstrate weakness, you will be attacked. If you demonstrate your power, you will be safe.
Right, that actually provides a very interesting perspective. That's what, I think, what we say to have a gun so you don't have to use it. And I think you brought a very good point about the only language that the Russian understands is force. Do you think that message is thoroughly relayed throughout the past year, so that the U.S. President Joe Biden and Jens Stoltenberg is now paying more attention to the Baltic states?
Well, this rule has been demonstrating in 2021. The first half of the year was full of mistakes made by the West. First, there was the New START prolongation, one of the first decisions of President Biden. Then the fact that the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 were waived, the Borrell visit to Moscow, the Biden-Putin summit, the attempt of France and Germany to invite Putin to EU summit, then unfortunate withdrawal, the manner in which it was made from Afghanistan. All those facts were perceived by Russia as the symbols of weakness. And this is why we have war. Since autumn, since the United States changed the policy and started to be tough towards Russia, Russia starts to be defeated. And that's the nature of the game. So today, I think we have to strengthen a military presence in the eastern flank of NATO. We all understand that the United States, being a democracy, has the electoral need rather to reduce the burdens than to rise them. And this is why the main message from Central Europe is, from Poland, from Baltic states, from Scandinavian states, we are ready. We need your material support. We don't need the lives of your sons and daughters to be risked here in a massive way. We need your political support. We need your military presence in the region. But first of all, we need your weapon. And we are ready to spend our money, to spend our resources to build up military power, powerful enough, together with other states in the region and with Ukraine, to stop Russia. We are not asking to be defended by you alone. We would like to have the lion's share in that effort, but of course our potential is too small to be effective alone against Russia. So this is why we need your, that means American support, and we will supply you with a piece on a Russian direction, thus releasing your resources in the future for other tasks you perceived as strategically important. We just need to be invested more today, and that will be a very good investment for the future.
Right. You brought up the New START initiative launched by Biden, which in Putin's most recent speech, he decided to suspend the participation of. And do you think that's another sign of like what you describe as maybe Putin and autocrats not understanding the language of goodwill and negotiation, and therefore the necessity for a conversation by way of power and deterrence?
Yes, I think we should not overestimate the intellectual capacity of the medium-range officers of KGB, and Putin is the colonel, second-rank colonel of KGB. He repeated Brezhnev mistakes. That means he paved the way to the nuclear arms race with the United States. That was something that was impossible to be won by much more powerful Soviet Union, and I'm convinced that today's Russia is not able to win that arms race with the West too. So that's a Russian mistake, but of course Russian mistakes in fact are in our favor. This will consume Russian resources that will be spent partly on this dimension of competition, instead on conventional forces that are really used, unlikely nuclear forces. And this is something that may convince the public opinion in the West that Russia is a real evil, and it must be stopped simply. This is not a room for negotiation with that regime in Russia, and the only way to create the security in the region is to defeat Russian imperialism, to build up the barrier against it by investing in material power of the countries in the region, with Poland, Ukraine, Baltic states, Scandinavian states, hopefully Romania. There is very good cooperation between Poland and Czech Republic, especially after last parliamentary and presidential elections in Czechia. So I think all the odds are on our side, are optimistic.
Thank you so much for all the information and updates. Thanks again for being with us on TVP World. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The meeting of the Bucharest Nine with the participation of the U.S. President Joe Biden is still ongoing. But ahead of that, they've all made their respective speeches. And let's take a listen to President Biden, President Duda, and Jens Stoltenberg's speech ahead of the meeting.
Today's summit is of particular importance. We are meeting almost exactly on the anniversary of the event which has forever changed the history of our part of Europe and which has an impact on the security situation across the world. I'm speaking about the brutal, full-scale Russian aggression of Ukraine, which started on February 24 last year. One day later, we met in this hall to discuss the most significant challenges facing our states, facing the entire North Atlantic Alliance, and to speak about the ways to support our friends in Ukraine. What we wish to do today is to think together among closest allies about our next steps in the run-up to the B9 summit in Bratislava and the NATO summit in Vilnius, and about the possibilities to provide further support to Ukraine.
A pleasure to be back in Warsaw to meet with all the B9 heads of state and government, and also with President Biden. And Joe, I would like to say to you that I'm so pleased and so impressed by the outstanding leadership you show, and your visit to Kiev sent a clear message of our steadfast support to Ukraine and America's ironclad commitment to the security of Europe. And let me also thank you for hosting the next NATO summit after Vilnius in the United States. 1 year since the launch of Russia's invasion, President Putin is not preparing for peace. On the contrary, he is preparing for more war. So we must sustain and step up our support for Ukraine. We must give Ukraine what they need to prevail. We don't know when the war will end, but when it does, we need to ensure that history does not repeat itself. We have seen the Russian pattern of aggression over many years. Georgia in 2008, Crimea and Donbass in 2014, and then the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine last year. We cannot allow Russia to continue to chip away at European security. We must break the cycle of Russian aggression. NATO allies have never been more united. We will protect every inch of Allied territory based on our Article 5 commitment to defend each other, one for all and all for one. Thank you so much.
Years ago, when we were expanding NATO, I was the one in the United States Senate was pushing the hardest to expand NATO for membership, and many of you sitting around this table. And the irony is that one of the last conversations I had with our friend in Russia was, I said, you keep asking for the Finlandization of NATO. You're going to get the NATOization of Finland. Well, it happened. Not only are we as strong as we were, we're stronger. And I say to my fellow presidents that I'm honored to be with you here, and so many strong NATO allies, and the Secretary General, who I think has done an incredible job for a long time. I rely on his judgment a great deal. You know, the B9 was founded in 2015 after Russia attempted annexation of Crimea. And today, as we approach the one-year anniversary of Russia's further invasion, it's even more important that we continue to stand together. And I think this is proof of this, how strongly we feel. That's why I wanted to meet all of you in person here today. As NATO's eastern flank, you're on the front lines of our collective defense, and you know better than anyone what's at stake in this conflict, not just for Ukraine, but for the freedom of democracies throughout Europe and around the world. You know, when that's what President Zelensky and I spoke about when I was in Kyiv 2 days ago. And the leaders around this table have repeatedly stepped up to reaffirm our shared commitment to all these values. We provided critical security assistance to Ukraine and critical support to literally millions of refugees. We've helped ensure Ukrainians can access basic services, and together we'll continue our enduring support for Ukraine as they defend their freedom. Over the past year, with your countries around this table providing collective leadership, we've also strengthened NATO. The commitment of the United States to NATO, and I've said it to you many times, I'll say it again, is absolutely clear. Article 5 is a sacred commitment the United States has made. We will defend literally every inch of NATO, every inch of NATO. And this is an important moment. I look forward to the discussion and the next steps we can take together and to keep our alliance strong and to further deter aggression. Because what literally is at stake is not just Ukraine, it's freedom. The idea that over 100,000 forces would invade another country after war, since World War II, nothing like that has happened. Things have changed radically. We have to make sure we change them back. So thank you all very much for allowing me to be with you.
And we are now going live back to our reporter in the center of Warsaw, Mr. Kazimierz Wysiak, to tell us more about the ongoings in front of the presidential palace. Kazimierz, what do you see right now, and what's the status on the Bucharest 9 summit?
Well, Ben, the discussions of the Bucharest 9 summit are currently ongoing behind me at the presidential palace in Warsaw, where Polish President Andrzej Duda and the US President Joe Biden is meeting with the leaders of the Bucharest 9. So countries like Bulgaria, Estonia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, and Slovakia. The format was established in 2015 as a response to the Russian annexation of Crimea a year after the annexation, and this was a gathering of countries which form NATO's eastern flank. So discussions today revolved mainly around, of course, the ongoing war in Ukraine, but also about bolstering the defense of NATO. Countries of the Bucharest 9 are sure hoping that the US will be sending more troops to NATO's eastern flank to defend the borders of NATO. The words we heard from the leaders at the beginning of the summit were all very similar, but the main message was we are all standing together and we will continue to defend every inch of NATO territory. These were the words used by both President Biden and NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, who also attended the summit. So the message was, we will be together. Jens Stoltenberg said, one for all for one. And the leaders will also be discussing matters like the future reconstruction of Ukraine and further military support for Kyiv. So the summit is a very important event, as President Biden has come here the second time in the span of 1 year, signifying the importance of Poland as a partner to the United States, and of course thanking the Polish nation at yesterday's speech for the help that Poles provided to Ukraine, and welcoming more than 3.5 million refugees ever since the beginning of the war. The discussions will continue throughout the day, and we know that the head of the Bureau for International Policies for the Chancellery of President Andrzej Duda will be coming here to meet with us shortly and to tell us more about the discussions which are currently happening behind closed doors. There is no media access right now, so we have to wait until the summit is over. And we are expected to see a joint declaration by the Bucharest 9 countries, the President of the United States and NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. So be on the lookout for more information from here in front of the presidential palace in Warsaw.
Thank you so much, Kazimierz, and please keep us updated. Thank you. The Euromaidan Warszawa Citizens Initiative, aimed at supporting Ukraine in its way to European integration, organized a protest in Warsaw today, on the second day of U.S. President Joe Biden's visit to Poland. By organizing the protest, Ukrainian demonstrators holding banners and their national flags wanted to ask the U.S. president for help for their war-torn country. The protest was held in the morning in front of the luxurious Warsaw Marriott Hotel, where U.S. President Joe Biden is staying during his visit to Poland. The aim of the protest is to draw attention to the U.S. president to the need to hand over F-16 aircraft to Ukraine to help the war-torn country win the fight against Russia. Euromaidan Warszawa announced that another protest will be held later today at 6 p.m. local time. And now it is time for a report from our correspondent from Ukraine, Darn Arleth, who is in Kyiv and will tell us more about the preparations for the one-year mark of the outbreak of the war.
Well, just moments ago, air raid sirens were sounding here in the capital. Now that we have that long-anticipated speech by Vladimir Putin and, of course, Joe Biden's visit here in the capital, yesterday there were no air raid sirens here in the capital. Of course, there is still intense fighting along the front lines in the east and the south. The city of Kherson was attacked during President Vladimir Putin's speech, killing 6 and wounding more than a dozen others. So the word on the street is here that the 24th could potentially be a day that Russia launches another one of these massive missile attacks on Ukraine, on some of Ukraine's biggest cities. So that's just ahead of us on Friday, and we'll have to see exactly what happens then. But a lot of experts say that Russia likes to act symbolically on such anniversaries.
Belarusian MPs have been granted Schengen visas to enter Austria. This means that the country will participate in the winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly in Vienna.
Belarusian MPs have been granted visas to travel to the Austrian capital Vienna to participate in the 22nd winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. According to Austrian Foreign Minister Alexander Schallenberg, the government in Vienna, where the OSCE headquarters is located, is legally obliged to allow all interested delegations to attend the sessions. 81 MPs opposed issuing visas to Russian and Belarusian delegations. Following the decision to issue visas, Poland and Lithuania refused to participate in the winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. The two-day winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly will begin tomorrow in Vienna.
Detached from reality and irrelevant. That's how one of President Zelensky's advisors called Putin after his speech on Tuesday. Our guest, Sergei Gernov, former KGB agent, tell us more about the blame game conducted by Russian president.
Putin, in his political game inside Russia, needs the enemies abroad, and that's why he demonstrates that the losses that Russia made in Ukraine and the impossibility to Russia to win in this game, in this war against Ukraine. It's because it's not only Ukraine that is the enemy of Russia, but all the Occidental world, and that's why it's the old game of Putin.
And we are moving back to the interview with Mr. Przemysław Żuławski-Welgojewski. Hello, sir. Welcome to TVP World again. And thanks for being with us.
My pleasure.
Now, of course, the Bucharest 9 summit is still ongoing, but I wanted to turn our attention to Putin's speech slightly ahead of the summit that has just happened, and about his nuclear power saber-rattling rhetorics. Do you think that will affect the decisions today made by the Bucharest 9, or do you think it'll be disregarded as just some more of Putin's usual rhetorics?
I don't think there will be any serious impact on a real strategic decision of B9 in the United States. We are all aware of the fact that nuclear weapon is in fact a political weapon. It's not the weapon of military operations. Its main task is to influence the political decisions of the enemy and not to give the decisive battle weapon to dissuade that army. because simply the cost of using that weapon on a real battlefield will be enormous. And I think everybody is aware of the fact. And there is no alternative, in fact, in that sense that if we adopt Russian logic, it would mean that we should capitulate unless we would like to be confronted with Russian nuclear strike, which, of course, will lead us to massive graves of our citizens, because if we capitulate, we will be occupied and our elites will be exterminated. So what is the difference whether you are killed by nuclear explosion or you are shot in your head by Russian special police? No, it will have no impact on the decisions. We have enough time to get used to this kind of Russian rhetorics, and Russia has no real means to confront NATO effectively on the battlefield.
Hey, thank you so much for your input and insight. Thanks again for being with us.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we conclude this edition of World News, but please stay with us for more updates coming up.
For free people refuse to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. You know, this has been an extraordinary year in every sense. Extraordinary brutality from Russian forces and mercenaries. They've committed depravities, crimes against humanity, without shame or compunction. No one can turn away their eyes from the atrocities Russia is committing against the Ukrainian people. It's abhorrent. It's abhorrent. So tonight, I speak once more to the people of Russia. The United States and the nations of Europe do not seek to control or destroy Russia. The West was not plotting to attack Russia, as Putin said today. And millions of Russian citizens who only want to live in peace with their neighbors are not the enemy. This war is never a necessity. It's a tragedy. President Putin chose this war. Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word. It's simple. If Russia stopped invading Ukraine, it would end the war. If Ukraine stopped defending itself against Russia, it would be the end of Ukraine. That's why together we're making sure Ukraine can defend itself. Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong. Kyiv stands proud. It stands tall. And most important, it stands free. Appetites of the autocrat cannot be appeased. They must be opposed. Autocrats only understand one word: no, no, no. will not take my country. No, you will not take my freedom. No, you will not take my future. And I'll repeat tonight what I said last year in the same place. A dictator bent on rebuilding an empire will never be able to ease the people's love of liberty. Brutality will never grind down the will of the free. And Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never.
Hello and welcome to TVP World. You're watching World News and we are keeping you continuously updated on Joe Biden's visit to Poland. We are now going live to our reporter in Warsaw, Kazimierz Wysiak. The Bucharest 9 Summit is taking place, and please, Kazimierz, can you tell us more about the event?
Well, the event is currently taking place behind me at the Presidential Palace, here in Warsaw, and the leaders of the Bucharest 9 are meeting with the U.S. President Joe Biden. The U.S. leader had some very important words to say at the opening of the Bucharest 9 summit. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Years ago, when we were expanding NATO, I was the one in the United States Senate was pushing the hardest to expand NATO for membership, and many of you sitting around this table. And the irony is that one of the last conversations I had with our friend in Russia was I said, you keep asking for the Finlandization of NATO. You're going to get the NATOization of Finland. Well, it happened. Not only are we as strong as we're stronger. And I say to my fellow presidents that I'm honored to be with you here and so many strong NATO allies. And the Secretary General, who I think has done an incredible job for a long time. I rely on his judgment a great deal. You know, the B9 was founded in 2015 after Russia attempted annexation of Crimea. And today, as we approach the one-year anniversary of Russia's further invasion, it's even more important that we continue to stand together. And I think this is proof of this, how strongly we feel. That's why I wanted to meet all of you in person here today. As NATO's eastern flank, you're on the front lines of our collective defense, and you know better than anyone what's at stake in this conflict, not just for Ukraine, but for the freedom of democracies throughout Europe and around the world. You know, that's what President Zelensky and I spoke about when I was in Kyiv 2 days ago. And the leaders around this table have repeatedly stepped up to reaffirm our shared commitment to all these values. We provided critical security assistance to Ukraine and critical support to literally millions of refugees. We've helped ensure Ukrainians can access basic services, and together we'll continue our enduring support for Ukraine as they defend their freedom. Over the past year, with your countries around this table providing collective leadership, we've also strengthened NATO. A commitment of the United States to NATO, and I've said it to you many times, I'll say it again, is absolutely clear. Article 5 is a sacred commitment the United States has made. We will defend literally every inch of NATO, every inch of NATO. And this is an important moment. I look forward to the discussion and the next steps we can take together and to keep our alliance strong and to further deter aggression. Because what literally is at stake is not just Ukraine, it's freedom. The idea that over 100,000 forces would invade another country since World War II, nothing like that has happened. Things have changed radically. We have to make sure we change them back. So thank you all very much for allowing me to be with you.
We will defend every inch of NATO territory. These words by the US President Joe Biden were also repeated again later by another special guest of the summit, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. Let's listen to his opening statement at the Bucharest 9 summit.
A pleasure to be back in Warsaw and to meet with all the B9 heads of state and government, and also with President Biden. And Joe, I would like to say to you that I'm so pleased and so impressed by the outstanding leadership you show, and your visit to Kiev sent a clear message of our steadfast support to Ukraine and America's ironclad commitment to the security of Europe. Let me also thank you for hosting the next NATO summit after Vilnius in the United States. 1 year since the launch of Russia's invasion, President Putin is not preparing for peace. On the contrary, he is preparing for more war. So we must sustain and step up our support for Ukraine. We must give Ukraine what they need to prevail. We don't know when the war will end, but when it does, we need to ensure that history does not repeat itself. We have seen the Russian pattern of aggression over many years. Georgia in 2008, Crimea and Donbass in 2014, and then the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine last year. We cannot allow Russia to continue to chip away at European security. We must break the cycle of Russian aggression. NATO allies have never been more united. We will protect every inch of Allied territory based on our Article 5 commitment to defend each other. One for all and all for one. Thank you so much.
There were some strong words said here today at the Bucharest 9 summit, but there was also an important statement from the host. So the Polish President Andrzej Duda, Poland was also the co-founder of the Bucharest 9 summit in 2015. President Duda co-founded the group along with Romanian President Klaus Iohannis. Let's listen to his statement.
Today's summit is of particular importance. We are meeting almost exactly on the anniversary of the event which has forever changed the history of our part of Europe and which has an impact on the security situation across the world. I'm speaking about the brutal, full-scale Russian aggression of Ukraine, which started on February 24 last year. 1 day later, we met in this hall to discuss the most significant challenges facing our states, facing the entire North Atlantic Alliance, and to speak about the ways to support our friends in Ukraine. What we wish to do today is to think together among closest allies about our next steps in the run-up to the B9 summit in Bratislava and the NATO summit in Vilnius, and about the possibilities to provide further support to Ukraine.
During the summit, leaders of the Bucharest 9 discussed, of course, the ongoing war in Ukraine, further solutions on how to help Kyiv and Ukraine defend itself, and they will continue discussions also on strengthening the NATO eastern flank. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Kazimierz, for this very comprehensive update. And of course, let's talk a little bit about the background of the Bucharest 9 and the importance of it. The Polish President Andrzej Duda, US President Joe Biden, and NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg are taking part in the Bucharest 9 summit, a meeting of countries in the NATO's eastern flank. Consisting of Poland, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary, the Bucharest 9 format was founded on November 4, 2015 by Romanian President Klaus Iohannis and Polish President Andrzej Duda. The formation of the group was a response to Russia's aggressive posture made apparent by its annexation of Crimea in 2014. Today's session held in Warsaw, the 9 post-Soviet countries are seeking to agree on a common stance to present during the upcoming NATO summit in the Lithuanian capital of Vilnius on July 11 to 12 of 2023. Another topic on today's agenda includes security, especially in the context of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Through his participation in the meeting, President Biden plans to reaffirm U.S. commitments to regional security and discuss support for Ukraine. And now we are moving on to an interview with Mr. Marcin Gałczak, a journalist and executive director at Project Constance. Hello, sir, and welcome to TVP World.
Hello, and thank you for having me.
Now we are closely paying attention to the Bucharest 9 summit with the participation of President Joe Biden and Jens Stoltenberg. But before they come out and give us their final conclusions, what are some of the speculations that will be coming out of the meeting?
Well, first of all, I think that the participation of President Biden and of Secretary Stoltenberg puts some iron to the glove, so to speak. It certainly gives the whole affair a veneer of a very serious discussion that might have serious consequences, but not because anything major will necessarily be said right after the deliberations. It is the fact itself that President Biden has decided to participate and the sort of statements that he had made while there at the table that make all the difference. You know, for example, when he said quite forcefully and in a quite funny manner that what Russia was counting on was the Finlandization of NATO, and what they've got is the NATOization of Finland. That in itself, I think, shows a certain amount of commitment on part of the United States. And a committed United States is the safest guarantee of safety to the countries on the eastern flank of NATO. One thing which I think has become quite clear during those proceedings is that we are slowly edging towards a sort of 9+1 format, which is to say, we know that President Biden had met with the president of Moldova. He also mentioned Moldova in his speech in Warsaw, showing that it is not only full-fledged NATO members, but allies outside of NATO who feel threatened by Russia that need to be reassured.
You made a very interesting and I think a pretty astute observation about the presence of President Joe Biden and to some extent Jens Stoltenberg being very important in the meeting, and maybe perhaps the symbolism of it also brings a lot onto the table. So I was wondering, what does all of that says? Because we know that for a while, maybe this part of the European Union haven't been paid that much attention of, but after the outbreak of the war, there seems to be more attention being paid to this area and, of course, to the experience that the Baltic states have with Russia. Do you think that the presence of President Biden and Jens Stoltenberg actually does kind of make a comment in and of itself about the importance of this region?
Certainly. And I think that we've crossed a certain threshold in the history of the NATO alliance, because thus far it was almost universally accepted in the West. It wasn't something that people would talk about in a loud and steady voice, but sort of silently everyone would universally accept that there was a difference between the eastern flank of NATO and the western flank of NATO, and that the countries which are geographically closer to Russia have a sort of special status that NATO must tread very carefully when it goes anywhere near those territories, and that Russia has a say when it comes to what NATO can and cannot do in Central and Eastern Europe. Now, all of this is gone now. Now it is absolutely clear to everyone that every inch of NATO is just as valuable as any other, and that there is no NATO A and NATO B. There are no better or worse members of NATO. We are all one alliance.
Right, and of course, I think it does speak volumes where the President Biden decided to visit Poland, one of the Baltic states. And as we here in Poland like to say and describe the situation as maybe Poland is living, and of course, to some extent, Baltic states have been living the longest and most excruciating "I told you so" in history. In regards to Russia, I think they have been, the threat of Russia has been a little bit downplayed in the rest of NATO and maybe in the western part of Europe. Do you see that being, that attitude towards our part of the region's experience towards Russia will be changed in the years to come? Maybe there'll be more consultations with the eastern flank when it comes to dealing with Russia or just the general security of the region.
Well, one would hope so. Certainly one thing which is off the table for a generation, I assume, is the freezing effect that the quasi-argument of Russophobia used to inflict upon the politicians of Central and Eastern Europe. You know, whether each time a Polish president or prime minister, each time a Latvian foreign minister, each time a Romanian journalist would warn the world, the free world, of what Russia is and what the people in the Kremlin are capable of, people would say, well, that's just Russophobia. You know, they are just fearful of Russia. And they have a strong emotional stance when it comes to Russia. They are not thinking clearly. They are not rational here. Now the argument of Russophobia is dead and buried. Now it becomes quite obvious that it wasn't some derangement syndrome. It was a clear-eyed, real and concrete perspective on what Russia actually is.
And speaking of threats, increasingly more evidence have been coming out, and I think President Zelensky himself mentioned the fact that the possibility or more evidence of China's potentially supplying Russia with arms or at least capabilities and technology in its war against Ukraine. Do you think that will be taken into consideration in this B9 summit and to some larger extent NATO and their attitude towards China?
Well, President Biden has already framed the debate and the discussion when he said quite a few months ago that the real demarcation line currently is the line which divides democracies and tyrannies, and that Russia and China are both tyrannies who think that a threat to tyranny anywhere is a threat to them. We have seen that in Syria, for example. You know, they support tyrants because they fear democracy and a proliferation of democracy. And Russia fears nothing more than a democratic and successful Ukraine, because that would show the people of Russia that their own system and their own people who are in power have failed, because a different path was readily available, but they didn't take it. So yes, I think it becomes increasingly difficult to speak about the danger of Russia without mentioning China on the same breath. And Zbigniew Brzezinski famously said that Russia had a choice in the 90s. It could have become an ally and a partner of the West and be treated as an equal by the West, or it could have become China's vassal state. Obviously, they've made their choice. You know, they are currently becoming China's puppet state.
Right. And staying on the topic of the discussions and the topics in the B9 meeting, even though we don't know yet what are the actual content of the meeting are, the Romanian president somehow gave us a little bit of a teaser, I believe, about one of the discussions, and in which he mentions they will be talking about the U.S. strategy in the Black Sea. And do you have any speculations of what does that mean, and what are the U.S. strategy in the Black Sea that would be talked upon?
Well, I think we've all discovered that to consider or to treat the Black Sea as a sort of Russian lake, and that to go anywhere near it is a sort of risk of escalation, has been proven wrong. The Black Sea is immensely important. For one, it is the trade route and a logistical hub through which Ukrainian grain can be delivered to many parts of the world, including, you know, starving nations of Africa or certain nations in the Middle East. So that there has to be a stronger NATO presence in that region, so that the Russians would not consider the Black Sea as their own lake. There is also the role of Turkey, who is a NATO member and a close ally, albeit a problematic one. So I think that certain assurances towards Turkey ought to be made so as to convince them that being a member of NATO and being a reliable member of NATO is in their best interest. Other than that, I wouldn't really want to speculate.
All right. Thank you so much for all the input and insight. Thanks again for being with us on TVP World.
Thank you so much.
Ukraine and NATO member countries are eagerly awaiting the results of the Bucharest 9 summit, which begins in Warsaw today. On TVP World today, we spoke with Ukrainian MP Ina Sovsun, and here are her comments.
Well, of course, we all hope for one and the same, that support to Ukraine would be strengthening, because this war can only be stopped with intensifying the support to the Ukrainian army. So those are our hopes and expectations here, just like, over the last days, all the other international events taking place around Ukraine, I think our expectations are always the same.
Ukraine will never be Russia's victory, U.S. President Joe Biden said yesterday. The eyes of the world have been on Warsaw for several days. Lithuanian political commentator Margarita Šešelgytė provided comment on Joe Biden's visit exclusively for TVP World.
Uniting the region in sending certain messages to Ukraine, but also ensuring the leadership in thinking and defining what will happen in Ukraine after the war. What is the future of Ukraine? How we can reconstruct Ukraine? Will Ukraine be in NATO? So I think Bucharest 9 is a very good format to start this discussion and to start building the coalition process in among those countries who have similar views and have similar history in terms of ensuring their security and having similar history with their own processes entering NATO.
The Euromaidan Warszawa Citizens Initiative, aimed at supporting Ukraine on its way to European integration, organized a protest in Warsaw today, the second day of U.S. President Joe Biden's visit to Poland. The Ukrainian demonstrators, holding banners and their national flags, wanted to ask the U.S. president to help their war-torn country. The protest was held this morning in front of the luxurious Warsaw Marriott Hotel, where the U.S. President Joe Biden is staying during his visit to Poland. The aim of the protest is to draw Biden's attention to Ukraine's need for F-16 aircraft in order to help Kyiv win the fight against Moscow. Euromaidan Warszawa announced that another protest will be held later today at 6 p.m. local time. And now it is time for a report from our correspondent from Ukraine. Don Arlith, who is in Kyiv, will tell us more about the preparations for the one-year mark of the outbreak of the war.
Well, just moments ago, air raid sirens were sounding here in the capital. Now that we have that long-anticipated speech by Vladimir Putin and, of course, Joe Biden's visit here in the capital, yesterday there were no air raid sirens here in the capital. Of course, there is still intense fighting along the front lines in the east and the south. The city of Kherson was attacked during President Vladimir Putin's speech, killing 6 and wounding more than a dozen others. So the word on the street is here that the 24th could potentially be a day that Russia launches another one of these massive missile attacks on Ukraine, on some of Ukraine's biggest cities. So that's just ahead of us on Friday, and we'll have to see exactly what happens then. But a lot of experts say that Russia likes to act symbolically on such anniversaries.
In yesterday's speech, Vladimir Putin claimed that Russia had done everything to peacefully resolve the conflict in Ukraine and that the West was plotting against Moscow. Despite this narrative, Russian forces continue attacking Ukrainian positions. President Zelensky has commented on these claims.
I started the day today with a meeting of the High Command, extended and detailed, replete with reports from the battlefield from our commanders on the most active theaters. Supreme Commander Zaluzhny reported on the general situation on the front line and enemy missile strikes on our positions. Of course, the most striking are reports from Donetsk and Luhansk. We do everything to hold enemy attacks, constant intense assault which Russia doesn't stop despite suffering staggering losses. General Syrsky reported on the situation on Bakhmut and Liman theaters. Tough fighting, digging battles. We do everything to support our boys. General Tarnavsky reported on battles seen around Avdiivka and other theaters. The occupiers are using the full range of weaponry against our boys, including even tear gas grenades.
Detached from reality and irrelevant. That's what one of President Zelensky's advisors called Putin after his speech on Tuesday. Our guest, Sergei Gerinov, a former KGB agent, tells us more about the blame game conducted by the Russian dictator.
Putin, in his political game inside Russia, needs the enemies abroad, and that's why he demonstrates that the losses that Russia made in Ukraine and the impossibility to Russia to win in this game, in this war against Ukraine. It's because it's not only Ukraine that is the enemy of Russia, but all the Occidental world, and that's why it's the old game of Putin.
Belarusian MPs have been granted Schengen visas to enter Austria, meaning that the country will participate in the winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly in Vienna.
Belarusian MPs have been granted visas to travel to the Austrian capital Vienna to participate in the 22nd winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. According to Austrian Foreign Minister Alexander Schallenberg, the government in Vienna, where the OSCE headquarters is located, is legally obliged to allow all interested delegations to attend the sessions. 81 MPs opposed issuing visas to Russian and Belarusian delegations. Following the decision to issue visas, Poland and Lithuania refused to participate in the winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. The two-day winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly will begin tomorrow in Vienna.
And we are once again going live to our reporter in Warsaw, Kazimierz Wysiak. The Bucharest 9 summit has already started. And can you tell us a little bit about the situation on the ground?
Ben, the summit has only started. It is coming to an end as delegations from the Bucharest 9 countries are currently leaving the presidential palace in Warsaw. They are going on the buses, so they will be leaving the presidential palace any minute now. It is not clear yet whether the delegations will be leaving first and then US President Joe Biden, but it's probably going to be like this, as the delegations arrived first and then they were joined by the US President. So currently you can see that the delegations are going into the buses and they will be probably leaving any minute now. So the summit has definitely concluded. We just have to wait and see for more declarations from the leaders and some official statements. But before the summit began, we heard some strong statements from the leaders of the Bucharest 9 countries, and these are of course Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania and Slovakia. So these are the countries of the Bucharest 9, a group which was formed in 2015, right after the annexation of Crimea by Russia, so the de facto beginning of the war. And now, almost on the eve of the first anniversary of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, the leaders gathered here in Warsaw with the presence of US President Joe Biden and NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg to discuss the issue of strengthening NATO's eastern flank and, of course, the ongoing war in Ukraine. So currently we are waiting for the delegations to leave the grounds here, and we are, of course, waiting for the most important guest of the entire visit, US President Joe Biden, to make his way to the back to Washington, as he is concluding his visit in Warsaw any minute now.
Thank you, Kazimierz. Thanks for the update, and please keep us informed. Thank you. And with that, we conclude this edition of World News, but please stay tuned as we will prepare for more updates for the services to come.
Enemy of the tyrant, and the hope of the brave, and the truth of the ages, freedom. Stand with us. We will stand with you. Let us move forward with faith and conviction, and with an abiding commitment to be allies, not of darkness but of light, not of oppression but of liberation, not of captivity but yes, of freedom. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless the heroes of Ukraine and all those who defend freedom around the world. Thank you, Poland. Thank you, thank you, thank you for what you're doing. God bless you all. thank you for welcoming back to Poland. For free people refuse to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. You know, this has been an extraordinary year in every sense. Extraordinary brutality from Russian forces and mercenaries. They've committed depravities, crimes against humanity, without shame or compunction. No one can turn away their eyes from the atrocities Russia is committing against the Ukrainian people. It's abhorrent. It's abhorrent. So tonight, I speak once more to the people of Russia. The United States and the nations of Europe do not seek to control or destroy Russia. The West was not plotting to attack Russia, as Putin said today. And millions of Russian citizens who only want to live in peace with their neighbors are not the enemy. This war is never a necessity. It's a tragedy. President Putin chose this war. Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word. It's simple. If Russia stopped invading Ukraine, it would end the war. If Ukraine stopped defending itself against Russia, it would be the end of Ukraine. That's why together we're making sure Ukraine can defend itself.
Good afternoon, this is TVP World. You're watching World News, and we are continuing to keep you with the coverage of Joe Biden's visit to Poland. We are now moving back to the presidential palace to our reporter Kazimierz Wysiak, where the presidential delegation seems to be leaving the venue. Kazimierz, what's the situation on the ground, and can you tell us a little bit about the Bucharest 9 summit?
Well, Ben, perhaps you saw just behind me just now, a second ago, the last white buses with the delegations with leaders of the Bucharest 9 countries have left the Polish presidential palace. So now we are waiting for the final, most important guest of the Bucharest 9 summit to leave the premises. I'm talking, of course, about the US President Joe Biden, who is still in the palace, and we are waiting for his motorcade to make his way out of the presidential palace. So the Bucharest 9 summit has concluded, and the leaders have discussed, of course, the ongoing war in Ukraine, but also strengthening NATO's eastern flank. The Bucharest 9 format is a group of countries of NATO's eastern flank, so Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Lithuania, Poland, Romania and Slovakia. But these countries also talked with another leader of the European country, the president of Moldova, Maia Sandu, who came here to discuss also the future EU integration of Moldova. So we could be looking in the near future at a 9+1 format of the group. Also, the US President Joe Biden made some strong statements here in the opening of the Bucharest 9 summit. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Years ago, when we were expanding NATO, I was the one in the United States Senate was pushing the hardest to expand NATO for membership, and many of you sitting around this table. And the irony is that one of the last conversations I had with our friend in Russia was I said, you keep asking for the Finlandization of NATO. You're going to get the NATOization of Finland. Well, it happened. Not only are we as strong as we're stronger. And I say to my fellow presidents that I'm honored to be with you here and so many strong NATO allies. And the Secretary General, who I think has done an incredible job for a long time. I rely on his judgment a great deal. You know, the B9 was founded in 2015 after Russia attempted annexation of Crimea. And today, as we
So President Biden is expected to leave the Polish presidential palace any second now. We have the motorcade of the president coming up here right now to get the president out of the presidential palace after the Bucharest 9 summit, where the leaders discuss the ongoing war in Ukraine and strengthening NATO's eastern flank. We have the motorcade right now with limousines, with American Polish flags coming out of the Polish presidential palace behind me at this very second. And they are preparing to leave the Polish presidential palace. So the US president is making his way soon out of Warsaw. The Bucharest 9 summit was a very important message, not only to Poland, but to Ukraine and to all NATO countries, that NATO and the United States will continue to defend every inch of NATO territory. So the summit is sort of a conclusion to 1 year of partnership between the United States and countries of the NATO alliance. Well, Poland, of course, has been one of the strongest allies of the United States in this regard, as Poland is bordering Ukraine, and the Polish people have welcomed more than 3.5 million Ukrainian refugees. So the visit of US President Joe Biden right here to Poland was an important message to the Polish nation as well, that we will not leave you alone, and that we are very grateful for all the help that you are providing to Ukrainians. We are still waiting for the official motorcade of President Biden to leave the Polish presidential palace. We only had some first initial cars leaving here, and there already the delegations with the leaders of Bucharest 9 countries have left the premises, but we are still, of course, waiting for the most important guests to leave the Polish presidential palace. During the Bucharest 9 summit, there were some important words also said by Jens Stoltenberg, the NATO Secretary General. Let's listen to what he said at the opening of the summit.
A pleasure to be back in Warsaw and to meet with all the B9 heads of state and government, and also with President Biden. And Joe, I would like to say to you that I'm so pleased and so impressed by the outstanding leadership you show, and your visit to Kiev sent a clear message of our steadfast support to Ukraine and America's ironclad commitment to the security of Europe. Let me also thank you for hosting the next NATO summit after Vilnius in the United States. 1 year since the launch of Russia's invasion, President Putin is not preparing for peace. On the contrary, he is preparing for more war. So we must sustain and step up our support for Ukraine. We must give Ukraine what they need to prevail. We don't know when the war will end, but when it does, we need to ensure that history does not repeat itself. We have seen the Russian pattern of aggression over many years. Georgia in 2008, Crimea and Donbass in 2014, and then the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine last year. We cannot allow Russia to continue to chip away at European security. We must break the cycle of Russian aggression. NATO allies have never been more united. We will protect every inch of allied territory based on our Article 5 commitment to defend each other. One for all and all for one. Thank you so much.
We are still waiting for the motorcade of US President Joe Biden to leave the Polish presidential palace. The US president will surely be, there will be surely a goodbye from the Polish president Andrzej Duda, who welcomed US president right here in Warsaw. The two leaders are not only partners but close friends. They discussed, the defense of NATO and Poland on various occasions. The most recent occasion was last year here on March, also in Warsaw. So this visit of President Joe Biden is a historic one, as for the first time ever the US president has come to Poland in the span of only 1 year, emphasizing once again the importance of partnership between Poland and the United States. The Bucharest 9 summit, like I said, has concluded, and the delegations of the B9 countries have already left the Polish presidential palace. So we are now waiting for the final farewell from the Polish president to the US leader, Joe Biden. The Bucharest 9 summit was one of the several summits which will be taking place this year. The next NATO summit is to take place in Vilnius. So today's meeting was a way for NATO's eastern flank countries to prepare a special joint declaration for the NATO summit in Vilnius, which will be taking place in July. So we will be looking out for that as well. The US President Joe Biden, during his speech yesterday to the Polish nation, said that in a year from now, Washington will be hosting another NATO summit, and this will be on the 75th anniversary of the establishing of NATO. So this will also be an important moment for all NATO alliance to look back at its own history and to think on the approach for the future. One such approach, of course, is the ongoing support for Ukraine and sending heavy weaponry. Polish President Andrzej Duda, in his speech yesterday, said that only by sending modern weaponry to Ukraine can we prevail, and this was reflected also in the words of Jens Stoltenberg and other leaders here gathered for the Bucharest 9 summit, as they said that they will continue supporting Kiev, they will continue sending weaponry. Both the US President Joe Biden and NATO Secretary General pointed out that President Putin has really not underestimated the NATO alliance. He thought that the NATO alliance would be weak and that it would not react well to the invasion of Ukraine, but instead the NATO alliance is more unified than ever. President Biden used these particular words, saying that President Putin wanted the Finlandization of NATO, and instead he got the NATOization of Finland, meaning of course that Finland and Sweden are both currently applying for NATO membership, so the NATO alliance could actually be expanding. One important also thing to note is the fact that the NATO alliance used to be on a general appeasing of Russia, but now after the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, NATO alliance is no longer backing down from Russia. Instead, they are sending more weapons to NATO's eastern flank. And this was also surely the topic of discussions during today's Bucharest 9 summit, where leaders of the B9 most likely asked US President Joe Biden for more military presence in these countries. But before we see the final farewell from President Duda to President Biden and the leaving of President Biden from the Polish presidential palace, let's first listen to the words of the Polish leader at the beginning of the Bucharest 9 summit.
Today's summit is of particular importance. We are meeting almost exactly on the anniversary of the event which has forever changed the history of our part of Europe and which has an impact on the security situation across the world. I'm speaking about the brutal, full-scale Russian aggression of Ukraine, which started on February 24 last year. One day later, we met in this hall to discuss the most significant challenges facing our states, facing the entire North Atlantic Alliance, and to speak about the ways to support our friends in Ukraine. What we wish to do today is to think together among closest allies about our next steps in the run-up to the B9 summit in Bratislava and the NATO summit in Vilnius, and about the possibilities to provide further support to Ukraine.
We are now still waiting for the final farewell from Polish President Andrzej Duda to the US President Joe Biden. However, let's talk more about the importance of this visit of President Biden's visit to Poland, because it is also coming at a special time, almost on the eve of the first anniversary of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. So this is also a very symbolic and impactful visit here to Poland, as the US leader wanted to emphasize that both Ukraine and Poland will not be left alone, will not be left to fend for themselves. The US leader came here also because there are reports that Russia is preparing a major offensive in the coming weeks in Ukraine, even though the Ukrainians are defending pretty well along the eastern and southern front lines. It is still clear that Russia has some more in its arsenal, so we could be seeing a major offensive in the coming weeks in Ukraine. US President Joe Biden has also made a special visit to Kyiv recently, an unannounced visit just a couple of days ago, where he reiterated his support for Ukraine. President Zelensky said, the Ukrainian president said that this was the most important historic visit of a US president to his country ever, and it was also the first visit of a US president to Ukraine in 15 years. So this visit was very brave, and it was an important step towards showing Russia that the United States and NATO allies will not leave Ukraine alone, no matter what. US President Joe Biden also reiterated once again, very similarly to the speech that he gave here last year in March in Warsaw. He said that we are here for the long run. This could take months or even years, and we need to be prepared for that. But we will not leave Ukraine alone. We will continue to send weapons to Ukraine. The US president also said that that his country will impose new sanctions on Russia in the coming days, on top of the sanctions which are already in place. The United States have sanctioned more than 140 individuals from Russia, including various oligarchs and people in power who invested a lot in the war. And the sanctions, of course, include limitations on exports and imports of products to and from Russia. But, of course, the most important sanctions on Russia are concerning the gas and oil imports and exports, which are fueling the Russian war machine. So the US president said that there will be more sanctions coming soon. The US leader also said in Kyiv that his country will be sending additional $500 million of military aid to Ukraine, $500 million on top of what the US has already sent. Once again, leading with an example to other European nations and to other Western allies that there needs to be more weaponry sent to Ukraine, especially now before the Russian invasion. We are still waiting for the US president to come out of the Polish presidential palace, so we need to be patient because, of course, there are a lot of security measures in place for the US president. After the meeting with the Bucharest 9 countries, he will be flying back to Washington, where he will be speaking with the Congress. The security measures are very severe here in Warsaw, as there is police everywhere. Every street here in the vicinity has been cut off, blocked by the police. However, the pedestrians can still come here, and we can see here there are hundreds of people gathering here to see the US president, which is, of course, a huge event for Poles who came here to witness this historic moment. There are also many Ukrainian refugees who are coming here to look for the US president, to see him and to hear his statements. I spoke with some of them yesterday during the speech of President Biden, and they were thrilled to see the US leader here. They were thrilled to see the US leader in Kyiv, and they thanked him for coming here, for showing his support. This was very important to them. I also spoke with a lot of Polish people who came here to the speech, and they said that they are also very thankful for US President coming here, showing his support and being with both Poland and Ukraine during this special and difficult time.
Thank you, Kazimierz, for that very, very comprehensive update. And of course, our reporter Kazimierz Wyszak is still on the ground to give us an update if anything were to change. Now, we are still looking at the live footage of President Ride the Beast parked outside of the presidential palace. As soon as there's any movements, we will connect back to our reporter. But right now, as he has just stated previously, the security details are indeed heavy and the process is going to take a while. Now, to reiterate, this is taking place after the president's meeting with the Bucharest Nine, the 9 countries that got together to serve as a defense line in NATO's Eastern Front. This meeting is, of course, particularly important as pertaining to the Russian invasions of Ukraine. This comes in the eve of the 1-year mark since Russia launched its full-scale invasion. So the meeting of Biden with the Bucharest Nine provides not only content, but also presence of the U.S. President and the Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg itself is something very significant and very historical for the country. As we know, the Bucharest Nine and the Baltic states have been a big advocate against Russia and forewarning of Russia's potential aggression to Ukraine and the rest of the world. And that has been a long neglected fact for years before the invasion first taken place. So, of course, this is, to reiterate, a very important moment indeed. And now we see someone approaching the presidential ride. And let's take a look to see if that is indeed a signal for the president to board his convoy.
Hello.
Can you give us a little bit of your remark on what is the potential topic of the discussion in the Bucharest Nine? As we see, there's been discussion and press meeting prior to the meeting, but we haven't yet get to see and hear what are the exact contents of the meeting yet.
Well, we know what the Poles are pushing for behind closed doors. Listen, there is this great talk of huge numbers of American soldiers on the territory of Poland. At the moment, it is about 10,000 soldiers of US Army. But what the Polish government, this one, and also all the previous ones, really, since 1990, have been striving for, is to get the permanent bases, permanent American bases on Polish soil. Because when you have just troops, just foreign soldiers on your territory, it means that at any given moment, just the same way they came in, they can also be withdrawn. So it doesn't give you the same level of security guarantees that you get from a permanent base such as the one in Ramstein in Germany. The reason why it's better to have such a permanent base, and that is something that Polish government is aiming to convince Americans to agree to, is because there's huge amount of infrastructure that comes with such a base. It's military infrastructure, it's also civilian infrastructure.
We seem to have some movement outside of the presidential palace, so let's now go back to our reporter on the ground, Kazimierz Wyszak. Can you tell us what are you seeing right now?
is very much emphasized again in this declaration. And of course, there is a condemnation of Russian brutal, bloody war of aggression against Ukraine. All allies are standing with Ukraine, are very much determined and committed to support Ukraine and to offer its assistance. All the allies are also very much in favor of open door policy. The future of Ukraine is within Europe and within the Euro-Atlantic structures. Of course, all allies agreed that all those who are responsible for war crimes in Ukraine should be held accountable in the future. Of course, we all hope that peace and stability will be brought back to the region as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay. So this was the head of the Bureau for International Policies of Chancellery of the Polish President Andrzej Duda, right here in front of the Polish Presidential Palace, especially for now for TVP World. And well, as you've heard, the discussions were very good, very fruitful. The leaders of the Bucharest 9 summit and the US President Joe Biden discussed various topics, not only the help for Ukraine, but also the persecution of Russian war crimes. We recently heard from the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, that the US has officially decided that, has officially found that Russia has done war crimes, has committed war crimes in Ukraine. So the persecution of these war crimes and war criminals will be also an important step of the partnership between Poland, Ukraine, the Bucharest 9 countries, as many international investigators are going to Ukraine to persecute these crimes. So right now the Polish president is still finishing up his discussions with US President Joe Biden in a private office. These are more unofficial talks, as we've heard from the head of the Polish Bureau for International Policies, Marcin Przydat, just now. So we are still waiting for the US president to leave the Polish presidential palace. So stay tuned, as we are still waiting for the US leader to leave after the Bucharest 9 summit. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Kazimierz. And we will go back to our reporter on the ground, Kazimierz Gusiak, once any movement of President Biden has been made. In the meanwhile, let's go back to our interview with our very special guest, Mr. Michał Piekos, co-founder and director of research, drumroll, Council on the Geostrategy. And hello, sir. Welcome back.
I have to make clear that I'm from a newspaper, not from that particular institution you just mentioned.
Right, my apologies. We will make that correction. In the meantime, we were still talking about the Bucharest 9, and I would like to pick your brain on the situation where Biden chose to visit Poland and this part of the European Union as opposed to other parts of Europe and the 1-year mark of Russia's full-scale invasion. And what does that say about the importance of geostrategy when it comes to the Baltic states?
It is important. When you look at Biden's schedule, he hasn't yet, for example, been to Berlin, but he visited Poland more than twice within a year. So it shows that this particular part of the world is very crucial, and he recognizes the very important role that Poland has played from the very beginning. And that applies not only to what the government is doing, but also to Polish people, the Polish society, which really went out of its way in order to accommodate Ukrainian refugees. We are talking about a number of those refugees in Poland reaching 1.5 million, but some estimates say it's closer to 2 million. So really we are talking about something unprecedented in the history of conflicts. Usually what happens when refugees run away from their countries, there have to be special camps, special accommodation provided for them by different governments. In this case, Polish people just invited them into their own houses. And President Biden also mentioned that in his speech. So I think it's he came and he recognized this great effort that's been on the shoulders of Poland for the last 12 months.
Right, and ahead of the Bucharest 9 meeting and ahead of Biden's speech, Vladimir Putin actually made his own address too, which sometimes fiery, but at other times is a little bit boring and hectic. But if you were to compare the speeches made by the leader of Russia and that of the United States, what conclusions can we draw? And as a competing speech, who do you think deliver a clearer message going forward?
Well, it was very interesting, wasn't it? We had this battle of speeches with Biden and with Putin being on both sides, and Biden even referred to Putin's speech when he was talking in Warsaw. Well, Putin's speech was very much what we expected. He didn't say anything new apart from leaving the agreement on non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. Apart from that, what we heard really was the same old, same old. He was blaming everything on the West, on NATO. So it really was repeating this kind of those main points of Russian propaganda. There wasn't really anything new to it. And he didn't even talk about Ukraine that much during that speech. The speech lasted for about 2 hours. Only about 20-25 minutes of that he talked about Ukraine. So he's trying to shift attention of Russian society, of the elites, somehow away from the war, seeing that it's just with time becoming less and less popular within his society. And Biden's speech was a lot more energetic, there's no doubt about it, but it lacked really concrete details that many in Poland and Ukraine were hoping for, such as the permanent military bases that I mentioned before, but perhaps also a mention about potential of sending F-16s to Ukraine. There was no hint of that. So some commentators are a little bit disappointed that he didn't go far enough when it comes to the interests and the expectations of Central Eastern Europe and Poland.
Yeah, but some also said that the presence of President Biden itself is already a very strong signal sent to the rest of the world of the solidarity. And of course, coming at this crucial time, it's like a very good signifier of the shift of gravity to this region. Well, do you think that this appearance of Biden's symbolism also do serve to some extent a practical purpose of sending a message, as well as this conference that have just taken place would bring something substantial to the table when comes the meeting in NATO, the NATO meeting in Vilnius?
I think it was really humiliating for Vladimir Putin when Americans, during the day when Biden was visiting Kiev, basically ordered Russians not to shoot Kiev on that day. And the Russians had to listen, had to basically obey orders of Washington. So I think that was very much humiliating for Vladimir Putin. And then when you look at the pictures, Putin is by himself in those empty, huge white halls of Kremlin, only surrounded by some cronies from his own clique and from his own party. Whereas the picture of President Biden could not look more opposite from that one. We see him being surrounded by leaders of B9 today. We saw yesterday Maya Sandu, many important European politicians attending the event in Warsaw. So those are really two very contrasting images in Russia. We see this lonely, sad man, and in Warsaw we saw very much energized Biden, and I think he is feeling that the wind is blowing his way, so to speak, and this is a good time for American diplomacy.
And what do you think will be the aftermath of this, like, very stark image? Because, as you said, you cannot paint a stronger contrast between the two leaders, Putin and Biden, when one leader of the free world is surrounded by a crowd and other worldly leaders, while the dictator of Russia is kind of standing alone by its side. These kind of images we do see from time to time, and one can't help but wonder, like, how is Putin keeping their narrative afloat within his own country, and to some extent to try to project his narrative to the rest of the world? Could that be effective in any way, shape, or form?
Well, the answer to that is we don't really know. We know that Russian propaganda is working 24/7 on all shifts in order to convince the Russian society that this is a war that hasn't been started by Russia, but by the West and the rest of the Russian propaganda. But are people really buying it? It's very difficult to guess. Some independent polling institutions say that around 80% of Russians support Putin. But to be honest with you, Russian citizens are very much scared to when someone calls them and introduces themselves as being from a polling organization, they tend to be scared to tell the truth, being afraid that someone that they could be in trouble for telling what they actually think about their government. So it's tricky really to measure how and to what extent that Russian propaganda is working on a Russian society. But what definitely is always having an effect is the economic situation. And we saw the Russian economy shrinking this year by 2%, is not perhaps as much as we expected
Well, we seem to be having some connection issue with our guest, but thank you again, Mr. Michał Piekło. So that was very informative and really gave us a good look into the difference between Vladimir Putin and Biden, and of course the importance of the meeting in Bucharest 9. As our guest has concluded, the Russian dictator seems to have been showing that the emperor is indeed wearing no clothes. Now, turning our attention back to the presidential palace, we are still patiently awaiting Joe Biden's departure. He seems to be taking a little bit longer than usual. Speculations are whether more conversations are indeed being conducted. This is, of course, coming after the heels of the Bucharest 9 meeting, which is very historical and a moment that is marking this year. Now, to give a little bit of background on the Bucharest 9, it is consisting of the 9 countries along the Baltic states: Poland, Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary. The Bucharest 9 format was originally founded on November 4, 2015 by Romanian President Klaus Iohannis and Polish President Andrzej Duda. Both presidents had made an address ahead of time before the conference, and also it was participated by special guests, the U.S. President Joe Biden, of course, and the General Jens Stoltenberg. And now joining us to commentate on the Bucharest 9 meeting is Frank Wierczolka, the main advisor to Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya. Hello, and welcome to TVP World.
Good afternoon.
Hi. So we are still staying on the topic of Bucharest 9 and, of course, the importance of Joe Biden's visit to Poland. Can you give us a little bit of conclusion of this trip, as we know that Biden will be leaving soon? Can you give us a little bit of kind of an insight on how important this visit is to Poland and to the Baltic states as a whole?
This visit is very important for Ukraine. First of all, visit to Kiev and to Warsaw. It means that for United States of America, our region, Eastern European region, is in focus. And the United States of America and the coalition of countries will continue support to fight Russian aggression. But this visit is also important for Belarus, for my country, which I represent, because Biden, he mentioned Belarus in his speech. He said that the United States will continue to support the leaders of the democratic movement and the Belarusian people in their fight, because we fight not just for democratic changes, we also fight against Russian aggression. Russian empire, Putinism, threatens our sovereignty and the country, and we have to stop it together.
Yeah. As we can hear, there is a lot of element coming into Joe Biden's visit. Not only is it important for the Bucharest 9 countries, but it is also important to the Belarusian as well. And we are, of course, still patiently awaiting to see President Biden and his in his vehicle and his eventual departure from Warsaw. Now, this is a 2-day visit, well, 3 if you count the one that he attended in Kyiv, and this is a significant and historic moment for this part of the country. As we know, this is the eve of the 1-year mark of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and the presence of President Biden himself at this crucial time sends a strong signal to Russia of the West's willingness to stand with Ukraine. And as the president has said in Kyiv, he is willing to stand with Ukraine no matter what and for as long as it takes. Of course, coming into the war, one of President Biden's plan is to shatter all form of illusion coming from the Russian dictator that his plan of drawing out the war into one of attrition will eventually lead to the kicking in of war fatigue from the Western world. And of course, it is being seen right now that not only did he fail to break up the NATO, he's got more NATO on his borders. Just as President Joe Biden mentioned earlier, in an attempt to Finnize the NATO, he actually got the NATOization of Finland, and of course with Sweden to boot. Now, this again shows the unity of the Western world in a stand against the Russian aggression of Ukraine. More details of the actual content of the Bucharest 9 meeting will be carried out and will be given out in a little bit. But as of right now, we know this is a meeting that is predating the NATO summit in Vilnius. So whatever is being discussed today, it will be brought onto the discussion table in NATO, and this time with the participation of the U.S. President Joe Biden and Jens Stoltenberg, they would have more sway in a conversation in NATO and hopefully gain more support for the regional security as well as more support for the bolstering the defense of Ukraine. As a lot of our commentators have previously mentioned, right now the most crucial thing that Ukraine needs is indeed weapon and air superiority in order to defend its infrastructure from further assault. The Russians are indeed being deterred at the moment, but we are also worried that there's a potential wave of assault coming towards Ukraine as we see that the 1-year mark of the Russians' full-scale invasion is closing in. And we are still patiently awaiting President Biden to show up. In the meanwhile, thanks for tuning in, and we'll keep you updated on TVP World.
For free people refuse to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. You know, this has been an extraordinary year in every sense. Extraordinary brutality from Russian forces and mercenaries. They've committed depravities, crimes against humanity, without shame or compunction. No one can turn away their eyes from the atrocities Russia is committing against the Ukrainian people. It's abhorrent. It's abhorrent. So tonight, I speak once more to the people of Russia. The United States and the nations of Europe do not seek to control or destroy Russia. The West was not plotting to attack Russia, as Putin said today. And millions of Russian citizens who only want to live in peace with their neighbors are not the enemy. This war was never a necessity. It's a tragedy. President Putin chose this war. Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word. It's simple. If Russia stopped invading Ukraine, it would end the war. If Ukraine stopped defending itself against Russia, it would be the end of Ukraine. That's why together we're making sure Ukraine can defend itself. Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong. Kyiv stands proud. It stands tall. And most important, it stands free. Appetites of the autocrat cannot be appeased.
And we are looking at the live footage right now of President Joe Biden approaching his presidential vehicle. And as we can see soon enough that the president will embark on his journey back to Washington after the Bucharest 9 meeting that has taken place in Warsaw. We're still looking at the live footage in front of the Polish presidential palace. As you can see, the security detail is very heavy, as this is a very historic moment and a very important guest to the nation of Poland and the rest of the Baltic state. Bringing with Biden is new hope that the Baltic states will indeed be defended, and the security promises of the U.S. that NATO and every inch of NATO will be defended by rest of its allies. Now we are moving to our reporter Kazimierz Wyszak, who is on the ground to tell us what he is looking at right now. Kazimierz, what is the situation on the ground, and do you see the U.S. president leaving the venue?
Yes, right now we can see the cavalcade of U.S. President Joe Biden leaving the Polish presidential palace. Right now, after the Bucharest 9 summit, we can see the limousines with the U.S. president inside one of them, currently leaving the Polish presidential palace. As you can see, there are police cars leaving, and in the middle of them there is the presidential limousines currently leaving the Polish presidential palace. So the this historic event, the visit of U.S. President Joe Biden, is coming to an end. He is just now, as you can see, leaving the Polish presidential palace after the discussions with the with the Bucharest 9 group. The leaders of the Bucharest 9 countries. The U.S. president is going in front of our very eyes in front of the Polish presidential palace in Warsaw, in the center of Poland. So these discussions have come to an end. So as you can see behind me, there are cars currently leaving the Polish presidential palace, and you can officially say that the Bucharest 9 summit has come to an end. There were some very important discussions here today between the US leader and the leaders of the Bucharest 9 countries, so Poland, but also Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania and Slovakia. The B9 countries were established in 2015 as a response to the Russian annexation of Crimea, and these countries have one thing in common: they are all on the NATO eastern flank. So the meetings today with US President Joe Biden, who has just now left the Polish presidential palace, consisted mainly of discussing of what to do next in the coming stages of the war in Ukraine, on how to keep supporting Kyiv, but also on how to strengthen NATO eastern flank and possibly send more US troops here to NATO's eastern flank. The US president has now officially left the Polish presidential palace. He is no longer here. He is on his way to come back to Washington, where he will be speaking with the US Congress.
We're now observing the motorcade of the U.S. President Joe Biden leaving the presidential palace of Poland. Now, Joe Biden will be making his trip back to Washington after the 2-day visit in Poland and the 1-day surprise visit in Kyiv. He has just left the meeting of the Bucharest 9 and had a very fruitful conversation with the 9 members plus the Moldovan president of the regional on the topic of regional security. Now, this is a very historical event marked by the presence of U.S. President Joe Biden in talks with the Bucharest 9, and this is another showcase of the Bucharest 9 and the Baltic state gaining another endorsement of one of its closest and strongest ally today. The Bucharest 9 meeting comes before and ahead of time of the NATO summit in Vilnius. So the input of President Joe Biden and the information that he received today and whatever conclusion they have come to will be brought up once again during the NATO summit taking place in Vilnius. And of course, we are still looking at the motorcade of the US President Joe Biden making his way down the heart of Warsaw. As the motorcade leaves the downtown Warsaw, this concludes the visit of U.S. President Joe Biden to Poland. And it's a 2-day visit plus one more if you count his surprise visit to Kyiv, which is a very historic moment. for the region. It signifies regional security and the security guarantee of NATO to, quote-unquote, defend every inch of land. Now the motorcade is traveling down Warsaw as the closing of the U.S. President Joe Biden's visit draws to an end. Now you see the motorcade leaving Warsaw to the airport, and this again concludes President Biden's stay in Warsaw. The 3-day stay is very conclusive and very productive. It sends a strong message to Russia and Vladimir Putin that the Western world and the Bucharest NATO will stand together strong with Ukraine.
А що, а чого, а я не казав, либо дуже часто було таке, що хлопець з дівчиною приходить, хлопець, ну, від військової в частності, хлопець дає там 100 злотих, у нього заказ там на 90, грубо говоря, тобто 10 злотих чаїв. Він каже, значить не надо, ти кажеш, хорошо, і через 2 минути починає його дівчинка возникати, а чого, а зачем, а давай лучше ці деньги оставимо. Не надо чаеві, а зачем не надо і так далі. І що в таких ситуаціях? Ти обов'язок цю здачу. Якщо її заберуть,
chyba się zbliżają, czy nie?
Можете просто дати. Якщо тобі дають, допустим, тобі не платять за чек, кальянчики так називають, тому що кальянчики не розчитують продають. І ті, хто роблять кальян, виносять і все. Дуже часто таке було, що ти підходиш, ставиш кальян, чоловік попробував, там через 10 хвилин ти підходиш, міняєш рублі, і чоловік протягує там 20-ку, протягує 20-ку і каже, спасибо, все було вкусно і так далі. Це тобі. Тоді ці деньги ти забираєш без вопросів і так далі. Да, кажешь, да, конечно. Кажешь, спасибо и все дела.
You're watching TVP World, and right now, as we can see, President Joe Biden is heading towards the Warsaw airport following the deliberations of the Bucharest 9. The motorcade has now left the presidential palace and is on its way towards the airport. And that would obviously be the end of President Biden's 2-day visit. Now we can see that there is some commotion there, crowds in front of the camera. Still, we can see actually the police cars heading at the very start of the motorcade to ensure its security, obviously. And of course, right behind them, the motorcade itself. And we'll be obviously updating you on President Biden's very last moments here in Warsaw before he ends his official visit in Poland. A very important visit too. One that came right after the surprise visit to Kiev, with Ukraine being at the very center of the entire venture. So we'll be looking at these images in the meantime, of course, and they will be playing in the background. Meanwhile, we'll be moving on to our first interview of today's evening. Today, parts of Ukraine are still engulfed by the horrors of war, but efforts are already underway to determine how to ensure that the war-torn country can rise from the ashes and embark upon a path of reconstruction. a special conference dedicated to the task of reviving Ukraine's industry and infrastructure has recently taken place in Poland, with another one scheduled for this November, which seems like the perfect opportunity to discuss the challenges of bringing Ukraine's economy back on track. Joining us here today is Olena Kononenko, Project Director at Rebuild Ukraine. Hello and welcome to TVP World.
Hello, greetings from Kiev, from Ukraine.
So Kiev was actually also the first part of President Biden's diplomatic tour of Central and Eastern Europe, a surprise visit. And during that visit, President Biden obviously had the opportunity to speak to top Ukrainian officials, but also he no doubt caught a glimpse of what Russians have been doing. And Kiev, still relatively safe, but beyond that, further east, major devastation caused by the Russian attacks. And this is very much the crucial issue here. How to rebuild Ukraine? What are the most important things that need to be done in order to ensure that Ukraine's economy can rise?
Well, Ukraine, the situation in Ukraine in terms of reconstruction and rebuilding will be one of the biggest challenges for the reconstruction industry, for the global reconstruction industry since the Second World War. And what is important, the most important thing now is to be prepared for the time when the war is over, when the weapons start shooting, and we can see in the calendar the day of our victory. And by that time, we need to be very well prepared to start the process of reconstruction and rebuilding. So far, we are dealing with fast recovery programs, but speaking of the strategic rebuilding process, we can speak of 5 or maybe even 10 years of reconstruction process. So the main thing is to be prepared. That is why we organized our event, because the process is very complicated, and very soon Ukraine will be the biggest construction site in the world. So we gathered the professionals from all over the world, the financial sources to support it, to make it happen. So the main thing is to be prepared.
It is a truly immense challenge indeed. Now, just a quick update. In the background, we can see the presidential motorcade arriving at the airport in Warsaw. President Biden about to disembark, ending his 2-day visit in Poland, preceded, as we've already mentioned, by his stay in Kiev. Now, coming back to the reconstruction effort, one thing we should mention is that many Ukrainians and Ukrainian companies are not waiting for the end of the war. In many cases, infrastructure that is being destroyed by Russians is being rebuilt within days. And that is one thing that's truly impressive.
That's true. And by the support of our government and the support of our international partners, strategic partners of Ukraine, we do reconstruct the critical infrastructure objects, because these are vital things for survival of people, and all the resources which we have, we put it into the reconstruction, the fast recovery reconstruction of energetic sector, water supply sector, heating supply sector, and so on. But during our project Rebuild Ukraine, we've been speaking about the global reconstruction project of reconstruction of the whole cities. It's not only houses or factories or plants. These are the reconstruction of whole cities. And you're absolutely right that the Ukrainian companies, private companies, business as well as state companies, they are just struggling with it every day and do not make any pause, any standby position. No way. This is not our way. We are doing every day every possible way to reconstruct, to rebuild. Just this today and for tomorrow, but at the same time we're speaking of 5 or 10 years ahead.
So the silent heroes of Ukraine are at work every single day to keep Ukraine's beating heart, the infrastructure, the energy sector, to keep it online and to ensure that citizens can actually survive this dramatic period in their lives. Now, when thinking about this greater effort, you've mentioned entire cities which were destroyed by Russian occupiers, including Mariupol, probably the best known example, but there are many, many more towns and cities which have been leveled by Russian artillery. What kind of statistics are we talking about? Because this is one thing that really gets the imagination going. How many buildings and what amounts also? What will be the cost of this reconstruction? What are the estimates?
Well, the war is still on. With every passing day, we receive new damages, new ruinations. And it's hard to say for a moment now when we still have war actions, how many damages we have in pieces in Ukraine. But according to the Ukrainian government, to the European Commission and the World Bank, as of September 2022, we estimate the current cost for reconstruction in Ukraine at the level of $350 billion. And of course, as I said, this figure is expected to rise over the coming months of the war. The total amount of damage caused to Ukraine's infrastructure is more than $127 billion. We're speaking of the critical infrastructure.
So these are truly staggering amounts. And I also have here a note telling that President Zelensky at one point was actually quoted as saying that the price tag for the reconstruction effort is likely to top $1 trillion in the end. So that's an even greater effort that the international community needs to start thinking about. And of course, right now, a quick reminder, we're looking at the presidential plane, Air Force One, waiting at the Warsaw airport for President Joe Biden, who has finished his visit, his official visit here in Poland, with a seminal speech that he has given yesterday, and also the deliberations of the Bucharest 9, which took place today. So we'll be updating you on that. In the meantime, coming back to our discussion, so with these truly tremendous amounts that we're talking about, what is going to be the priority for the reconstruction effort in the post-war period?
Well, what we focus as a company who organized our Rebuild Ukraine project, we focus on certain municipalities to take part and to reveal their projects for reconstruction to the international partners who can help in financing to rebuild it. We know that there are national programs, governmental programs in Ukraine and in between partner countries, but our focus was on the certain municipalities, like 23 big and small towns who joined this event, and behind these 23 municipalities there are more than 6 million Ukrainians who are expecting their cities and towns to be reconstructed and rebuilt from ashes in some point. For example, one of our participants was Mariupol city, and they presented the global strategy of rebuilding, reborn. They called it Reborn of Mariupol, because we're speaking of the reborn of the whole city, big city, and this will be a new concept, absolutely new concept of a new city with a great and tragic history from the war.
Very tragic history indeed. We remember the heroic defense of the Azovstal plant, for example, and the fact that Russians have pretty much embarked upon this sort of idea of leveling the entire city to pretty much eradicate any resistance there. And we've been seeing that, of course, in reports coming in. So we know the extent of the damage. Now, one other thing that we should probably mention beyond the reconstruction effort itself is also demining. According to some estimates, 160,000 square kilometers of Ukraine may now be contaminated by unexploded munitions, including landmines. So this is roughly the size of Tunisia, apparently. To what extent do you think this is going to be something that will take not months, but actually years? There are some estimates saying that this could indeed be the case, removing all this unexploded ordnance from Ukraine.
Yes, this is a great challenge for our countries, and almost each day we received the messages, the news about mines, explosions, and victims. Unfortunately, I'm not a specialist on this issue, but I do know that many programs, international programs, who help our communities, our municipalities, to demine the territories, and this is one of the priorities, because before starting to rebuild, to reconstruct, we need to make sure to make it safe and be sure that no one will be damaged there. So and for surely it will not take months, it will take years, because the territory is really huge and it still goes on. It's not finished.
Especially since Russians were known to plant explosives in the areas they were leaving or retreating from deliberately to target civilians. So once again, we had plenty of evidence of war crimes committed by Russians, planting hand grenades inside children's toys. Horrifying, horrifying. But also we need to remember about another aspect of reconstruction, the overall feeling of uncertainty, beyond even the fact that there may be unexploded mines lying around. So that brings this sort of feeling of anxiety for people coming back. But what about investors? How to make sure that investors, also international companies, coming back to Ukraine are not going to be thinking, well, but what if it starts again? What if we're going to be seeing a resurgence of Russian attacks, for example? How to deal with that aspect of reconstruction?
Well, you're absolutely right. There is an issue of safety and protection of investment risks during the war, but nevertheless, I can say from my experience, from the experience of Rebuild Ukraine, which was held last week in Warsaw, that the interest from the investment companies was really significant. And as we know, this is not a matter of several weeks. It's a matter of at least a year to start to be prepared for the investment project and then start realizing it. So we have at least 1 year ahead. And we do hope that with the help of our military forces and with the help of our partners, we will end this war by that time, and by that time we will be prepared, and our investors will be prepared to start up to launch their projects. When we speak about Ukraine, it's a big country, and of course, speaking of the east and south of Ukraine, it's less safe. But speaking of the west of Ukraine, we see quite a significant interest to this territory of Ukraine, and big potential due to the relocated citizens of Ukraine from east and from south, and their potential in terms of investment project is really big. And we know for sure that some international companies, especially producers of building materials, they already start working on on realizing investment project, on building up big hubs, manufacturing hubs of production of building materials.
So the effort is already being initiated by these companies, but it's also important to make sure that the security architecture in the entire region is actually conducive towards going back to business, living in safety. And this has to be something that all Ukrainians are able to share with, removing this Russian threat, this risk of Russian attack, which brings us, of course, back to President Joe Biden. We can see right now Air Force One on the move, about to take off from the Warsaw airport. But before coming to Warsaw itself, President Joe Biden also visited Kiev. So this was a powerful signal, right? A signal that America is not abandoning Ukraine. It will be helping Ukraine in the process of fighting this war, winning this war, pretty much as long as it takes. Do you think that this is actually one of the crucial signals that Ukraine, but also investors, companies, really needed to see that it is not going to go back to the situation that we were in, essentially that, Russian forces are trying to capture much of Ukrainian territory. Instead, that there will be a greater degree of security because Ukraine will be a part of this security architecture?
Well, absolutely. This is a very strong sign for the whole world that Ukraine is not abandoned, of course. And the United States of America is a partner number one for our country. And this is the constellation of countries who support Ukraine in all possible way. The priority is now the military support, but again, for investors, it's a very strong sign that in several months, within a year, we will start building up a new Ukraine. It will be the new addition of brand new country, one of the major countries in the European Union, we hope, in the nearest future, because Ukraine will be definitely, someday will be definitely integrated into the European Union. And as for now, the potential for the global business in Ukraine is huge, because we as a country now can cover only 30% of all demands in the construction industry, in the building sector, and the rest is the opportunities for the rest of the world. The rest 70% is the potential to be covered by the international companies, and European companies will be a great significant part of the reconstruction process of Ukraine.
And the Ukrainian economy also will have plenty of things to do before it can actually once again operate at full capacity. So it's obviously, this is of course about agriculture, but also about small businesses. Now, do you believe that this is going to be something that will not only take the effort, as you were saying, of this international capital and major operations, but also the crucial thing is going to be Ukrainians themselves restarting these small and medium-sized businesses, because this is going to be pretty much what determines whether the economy can operate properly. It's not just huge companies, but especially smaller businesses providing services to ordinary people every day, right?
Absolutely. When we speak about global reconstruction, yes, first we see as a picture of big companies, global companies who enter the market, but at the same, or big investment money enters the country. But this is just the beginning of a big positive process for the whole economy. This is a positive push for the economy in general, and we can be sure that the beneficiaries of this process will be small enterprises, Ukrainian enterprises serving goods and services to different economy sectors. Small business will be definitely integrated into this big global process of reconstruction. We know that many Ukrainians will be involved as professionals, as labor people to be part of the process of reconstruction. But anyway, any industrial park which will be built with the help of the investment money will give the many opportunities for the local communities where it will be located and so on. So the whole economy in general and small Ukrainian business will be beneficiaries of this big process of reconstruction and rebuilding.
So it is an immense effort. And as President Biden said yesterday, Kyiv still stands. Ukraine still stands. It's standing strong, standing up to the Russian aggression. But still, it will need to revive its economy to achieve its full potential. And hopefully the rest of the world will meet the challenge of helping Ukraine achieve that goal. Olena Kononenko, Project Director at Rebuild Ukraine, was our guest today here on TVP World. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for inviting.
Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong. Kyiv stands proud. It stands tall. And most important, it stands free. Appetites of the autocrat cannot be appeased. They must be opposed. Autocrats only understand one word: no, no, no. No, you will not take my country. No, you will not take my freedom. No, you will not take my future. And I'll repeat tonight what I said last year in the same place. A dictator bent on rebuilding an empire will never be able to ease the people's love of liberty. Brutality will never grind down the will of the free. And Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never. for welcoming back to Poland the enemy of the tyrant and the hope of the brave and the truth of the ages, freedom. Stand with us. We will stand with you. Let us move forward with faith and conviction and with an abiding commitment to be allies, not of darkness but of light, not of oppression but of liberation, not of captivity but yes, of freedom. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless the heroes of Ukraine and all those who defend freedom around the world. Thank you, Poland. Thank you, thank you, thank you for what you're doing. God bless you all.
Hello, I'm Milan Shrevinsky. You're watching TVP World. Just moments ago, President Joe Biden has left Warsaw, ending his historic visit, which was preceded by his surprise appearance in Kiev. History is being made right before our eyes, and right now we're going to talk about the details. Joining us here today is Filip Adamczyk, TVP World correspondent. Hello, Filip. Good to see you. So what can What are the conclusions?
So the conclusions are, to an extent, to be expected. More support for Ukraine, but also more American support for the Bucharest Nine, for the NATO eastern flank. As we know, in addition to President Joe Biden, the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg was also present. And the symbolism of that cannot be understated, because it shows that NATO is committed to strengthening its eastern flank, which Poland, among many other countries, has been asking for, demanding even for several years at this point. And it is, I think, good to see that these pleas haven't fallen on deaf ears.
Jens Stoltenberg has mentioned that there are no signs that Vladimir Putin might be preparing for any sort of peace deal or concessions. Indeed, it looks like he is preparing to wage this war against the Ukrainian people until he achieves something that he can term victory. How do you think Europe and all the allies within NATO are going to meet this challenge? Were there any indications during the Bucharest 9 meeting on how this is going to be done?
Well, so far they haven't obviously made I call it the big decision of, for example, sending fighter jets to Ukraine, which is the sort of main thing that Ukraine has been asking for a very long time. So unfortunately that didn't occur, but I think it's still important that they show that despite this new Russian military buildup we've been seeing in the occupied parts of eastern Ukraine, that NATO is even more resolute than it was prior to the war to defend Ukraine against the Russians. So I think there are still some details that have to be ironed out. The West, NATO allies, are prepared to meet the Russian challenge.
In this context, it's probably important to mention Senator McCall, a Republican senator, who has made a remark recently concerning a change of philosophy, change of approach, a new momentum in the US House of Representatives and the Senate concerning these weapons. You've just mentioned long-range missiles and fighter jets. So no decisions yet. Perhaps unlikely that these would be announced at such a high level during this meeting. But this could well follow later on. Now, the Bucharest 9, obviously, is an organization of countries of the region. Do you think that there is this growing realization that the very center of NATO's architecture in Europe is moving eastwards now?
I'd say so, definitely. As we all know, everyone, well, first of all, didn't really expect President Biden to visit Ukraine, and many expected his visit to begin with Berlin, for example, where he'd meet with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, but also probably French President Emmanuel Macron. And now what happened is obviously much different. He basically started his trip from Ukraine with a surprise visit, and then came to Poland immediately, and then afterwards has returned home. So I think that is a very strong proof that indeed this sort of geopolitical center of gravity has been moving from France, from Germany to Poland and the Bucharest 9, or Central Eastern Europe as a whole.
And the region is actually taking efforts to meet that challenge, right? We should probably mention Poland and its decision to increase the capability of its military.
I mean, obviously, we've seen Poland invest a lot into its military. The most recent agreements, not only with the United States, but even countries like South Korea, for example, from which Poland purchased a significant number of tanks, which is also good because, well, America is perhaps Poland's most important ally. It's not the only one.
So obviously, we're going to be seeing this increase in military capabilities, literally hundreds of tanks, hundreds of HIMARS launches, which is crucial because just over 20 of those have managed to significantly change the situation on the Ukrainian front line. So Poland in particular is sending a signal to Moscow, i.e. we're like a hedgehog. You shouldn't really want to touch us unless you really want to feel this sting. But what about the effort to help Ukraine? Because this is also something that was very much high on the agenda of the deliberations of Bucharest 9. Do you think that before a decision is made, for example, to send Western-made fighter jets, countries of the region could once again lead the way, as they did with tanks a while ago?
The issue with, or the question of the fighter jets and the aircraft is much more complex than even that of the tanks, which took months to reach a consensus. When it comes to the fighter jets, I think you're right that Central Eastern Europe could lead the way once again. Also because Central Eastern Europe possesses aircraft that Ukraine knows, as in their pilots can easily just jump in and fight the Russian forces with. So perhaps it could start from there, with Central Eastern Europe sending these older but still nevertheless very good fighter jets.
So with fighter jets, of course, we're still going to be going through all these procedural paths, so to say, before any equipment can be sent, as you've just mentioned. But now we also need to take into account the fact that whatever happens, we are still facing very much a new reality here. So President Biden arriving in Kiev, sending a powerful signal, and later on, of course, coming to Warsaw for this 2-day visit. Do you think that right now there is going to be an increased confidence that Ukraine is not going to be wrested away from the family of European countries by Russia, that whatever happens, America will have a stake there, and we're not going to see any of Putin's plans, these large-scale plans, come to fruition, i.e. the conquest of the entire Ukraine? By arriving in Kiev, Biden sent a signal that this is simply not going to happen.
I think so. I think confidence has increased thanks to the visit both in Ukraine and abroad. In Ukraine in particular, I've seen numerous videos of Ukrainian soldiers basically cheering Biden on when he arrives, saying, "Thank you, Joe." So that boost of morale is absolutely incredible. And I think it's also a boost of morale, not just for them, as I said, but also countries from the region. It's a boost of morale for Poles, for Lithuanians, for Romanians, and also even Moldovans.
Moldova, exactly. Maya Sandu was in Warsaw yesterday.
Her visit was important in the sense that it was also referred to by President Biden, who made time in his speech to emphasize that Moldova will not be abandoned and that its territorial integrity will be maintained, which I think is, again, a much-needed ray of hope for a country which has been, unfortunately, on Russia's radar.
And it's going to be, on one hand, it's going to be a bit tricky because obviously this is not a NATO member. But on the other hand, were there any indications during the session of the Bucharest Nine or otherwise that having learned what we did as the collective West about Ukraine, about perhaps, of course, having helped Ukraine, but slightly too late, that much could have been done before that, if not to deter Russia, then to shorten the war, provide more equipment. Do you think that right now, having learned these lessons, NATO, the United States, and all the allies which want to ensure the security of the region will be able to help Moldova before something happens?
It's a very difficult question because when we look at how NATO is constructed, how NATO operates, it is very much a defensive alliance, and unfortunately Moldova is not part of that alliance, nor does it have as close allies as Ukraine has currently. So I think NATO has learned its lessons when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and while we will just have to wait and see what happens, I believe that it will not be the same this time.
Hopefully we won't be seeing any sort of special forces operations by Russia trying to take over the airport in Chisinau. This was actually indicated as a risk factor by the authorities there. So obviously we'll be watching for the development of the situation. Filip Adamczyk, TVP correspondent, was joining us here in the studio. Thank you very much for being here with us. And now we are moving on to Kiev, to our special correspondent there, who is going to be joining us right now for comments. Don Aleph, can you hear me?
Yes, hello there, Jonas.
Hello, good to hear you once again. So let us move on to what the reactions were in Ukraine to President Biden's visit and also to what he said here in Warsaw. Can you tell us more?
Right. Well, listening into your conversation, I think that was a lot of points were very well made. You know, I think the most important thing from here in the Ukrainian perspective is just to see that Joe Biden really came and doubled down on his commitment to Ukraine. And I think that in and by itself gives a lot of people hope. It gives them high morale that they are going to see this war hopefully to the end. I mean, today I started hearing voices saying that this war could end this year. And it could end this year with the Ukrainian victory. So this has been a major morale booster here in Ukraine. Of course, the question of weapons, those F-16s or fighter aircraft, that's a very, very important question. And, you know, it's been my impression that actually that question might get answered a little bit later down the line. It's very probable that the pilots might go into training, and we've talked about how complex the issues are. You know, it takes six to 8 months to train pilots to fly the F-16s. Perhaps they'll start training them in some of these systems so that that announcement may be made a little bit later on down the line, a little bit further off this year. The weapons are no longer taboo. However, well, the fighter jets still are kind of taboo. So, you know, here in Ukraine, there are still lots and lots of calls to get fighter jets so that they can see this war through and finish it off.
And of course, it was not really that likely that we would be hearing anything about the specifics concerning individual weapons systems either yesterday during President Biden's speech in Warsaw or even today during the deliberations of the Bucharest Nine. These decisions clearly may come later down the line. We've also heard from one of the top US Republican lawmakers saying that there is a changing momentum concerning long-range missiles and even fighter jets. Still, coming back to Ukraine, Don, do you think that there is now a feeling among ordinary Ukrainians living outside of the war zone that perhaps the risk that Russia could capture Kiev, could move further westward, that this if not gone, then at least this risk has been greatly reduced by the fact that here we have the US president visiting Kiev and telling Ukraine, no, we will not abandon you. Could this be this sort of ray of hope that this worst case scenario perhaps may be avoided for good?
Yes, I mean, that's very true. You know, just a few weeks ago when I was last here in Ukraine reporting, you know, one of the main themes was that the next few weeks leading up to this date, to this 1-year anniversary of the full-fledged Russian aggression against Ukraine, it was that it is the most consequential time. Now it looks like, well, earlier today, one of the deputy ministers of the Interior said that the offensive, the Russian offensive of the mobilized troops that it has been supposedly training, they have already entered the battlefield here in Ukraine in 4 to 5 directions. So if that's the case, then that means this new offensive has already been launched. Now, there are no indications on the Belarusian side that first of all, that the number of equipment needed to make a move on Kiev is even in place, and the number of soldiers is simply not there. So going back to what the Deputy Minister of the Interior said today, if indeed all the mobilized Russian troops that have been being trained for the last several months are already in the country and fighting in 4 to 5 directions, then it looks like this offensive might not be too big. However, that being said, people are still nervous about what is to come on Friday.
Absolutely. And we also know that Russians are still using a variety of tactics, not only sending huge amounts of troops, often to their deaths, as we've seen with Volodar, for example, with many Russian vehicles being blown up while trying to cross minefields. But also, we still have the Russian missiles, often attacking targets hundreds of kilometers away from the front line. So this is once again a source of great anxiety among many ordinary Ukrainians. Do you think that at some point there will be this realization over in Russia, especially after President Biden's visit, that this simply is not a war that can be won, that Russia will have to find a way out, backing away, proposing some sort of deal that will, I'm not sure if even saving face is actually that's something that should happen or should be allowed to happen, but something that Putin may use as an excuse for abandoning this delusional plan of conquering Ukraine?
Well, Jonas, all logic would definitely side with that assessment. You know, with Vladimir Putin's rally today, his longly anticipated speech yesterday, anybody who listened to those here in Ukraine was actually looking for some kind of change in policy. However, that looks like it is simply not the case. Like Vladimir Putin is doubling down. I believe that he thinks that he can just make this a prolonged conflict. This war has already raged in the Donbass for 9 years. Can Vladimir Putin potentially drag this on for another year, 2 years, 3 years? It's difficult to say. But, you know, another development I'll mention that happened last night is that, like, the city of Mariupol and some other cities that are out of the range of HIMARS, so they're, you know, the most longest range missiles which Ukraine has were technically not capable of hitting those places. Well, several places were in fact hit, which leads to speculation. Has Ukraine manufactured some of its own missiles or drones perhaps to hit those faraway locations? And of course, as you mentioned earlier, with the West having less taboo about giving longer range missiles so that they can hit some of those targets and supply lines within occupied Ukraine, well, that's going to be a game changer this year.
Hopefully it will. After all, it would take a few surgical strikes to Russian supply lines and facilities to make sure that essentially the occupation of some regions of Ukraine is simply untenable for Russian forces. Don Arleth was joining us live from Kiev. Don, thank you very much for being here with us tonight.
Thanks, Jonas.
So we're continuing our ongoing coverage of the situation in Ukraine. President Joe Biden's visit in Poland has just come to an end. We've seen the motorcade moving to the airport and later on Air Force One leaving Poland. Right now, we are joined by our guest, Sergiej Somlenny, director at the European Resilience Initiative Center. Hello and welcome to TVP World.
Hello, and thank you for having me today.
So what are your impressions following this visit? First Kiev, then Warsaw. A game changer indeed. What do you think?
Well, we clearly can see the U.S. is back in game. The 4 years of President Trump were the years when Trump tried to pull the U.S. out of Europe, arguing that there is economic interest of the U.S. to not be involved, security interests, etc. And effectively that led to some sort of encouraging of Vladimir Putin, and Putin attacked Ukraine, believing that neither Europe nor the US will stop him from doing what he wants. So now Joe Biden shows the lead, and the US showed the lead since early 2022, when the US started to deliver Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine. So now when he visits Kiev, not Lviv, not some western city of Ukraine, but Kiev, and when he is having a walk with President Zelensky on Mihailovska Square under the howling sirens of the air defense of Ukraine, knowing that the Russian missiles may try to target Kiev right that moment, that was a sign of bravery. That was the sign look, Vladimir, I don't care. You cannot scare me. I'm here, and I will show you who is the boss here.
True leadership. And it was also humiliating to Vladimir Putin, because Putin never actually tried to visit any of the occupied territories. And this was actually something that was picked up upon by some of the most radical Russian military bloggers, saying, well, come on, I mean, you need to do something, otherwise we're going to consider you a coward, no less. So do you think that Putin is now pushed further into the corner because his image as this sort of strongman leader is falling apart like a house of cards?
Well, the last thing I care about is how to save Vladimir Putin's face. What can he do? He had his speech, his address to the nation yesterday, and his address to the nation was shattered by the Biden's visit first to Kiev and then to Warsaw. What did Putin say yesterday? He said the same he used to say for months. The West is bad, so the West did not respect Russia. The West tried to enslave Ukraine. There are neo-Nazis in Ukraine. They're all bad. They want to attack Mother Russia, etc.
The usual fact. Yes.
Absolutely, nothing new. All the old tricks. When you look at the audience during his speech, a lot of people were sleeping, literally sleeping, nodding. The Russian social networks are now full with the photos of all the portraits of the people, the ministers, the deputies, some army officers who were really nodding with closed eyes while Vladimir Putin was speaking. Okay, of course it is humiliating, but the whole year is humiliating for Vladimir Putin. He promised to take Kyiv within 3 days, and now we are entering the second year of the war, and exactly as your colleague from the correspondent posted to Kyiv said, many believe, and I belong to this group of people, that this war can be ended until the end of 2023 with the Ukrainian military victory.
Absolutely. We also have unconfirmed reports from CNN that there might have been a Russian ICBM test scheduled, and this apparently failed. It was not mentioned by Putin. If it was successful, surely it would have been used by Russian propaganda. So something must have gone wrong. Do you believe that this may indeed have been the case, further exacerbating this situation? Because Putin, the only thing that he can show right now to his nation, apart from promises concerning fixing roads, keeping the economy going and so on, is quitting the New START agreement, which of course is disconcerting for us. But it's hardly a game changer, or is it actually? What do you think about all that?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that these reports of the CNN saying that they tried to launch an intercontinental ballistic missile one day before his speech, actually, like on the day of the Biden's visit, had to thematize it during his speech, but the test failed. That's why he didn't drop a word. I think these reports are pretty true, because if you look retrospectively, his ultimate argument was always like he wants to give the Russians the feeling they're special, and he cannot give them good roads, he cannot give them like good health care, but he can give them a feeling we are so mighty we can destroy the whole world and the world can do nothing about that. If you look at his like speeches, it was like years before his full-scale invasion to Ukraine. Like he presented all these cartoon 3D animation movies with the Russian nuclear warheads falling on Florida, the US. And he was so proud saying, like, we have this Poseidon undersea drone, we have this Kinjal hypersonic missile, we are invincible. This fits very well into his saying. And during this speech, surprisingly, he didn't drop a word about, like, the nuclear capacities of Russia. Like, he mentioned it, of course, a bit, but he didn't like thematize, he didn't dive in it.
No, he didn't. Dmitry Medvedev on the next day has actually launched another of his diatribes and mentioned the possibility of World War III. But even that was not a direct threat. It was basically trying to shift the blame on the West. But look, the West is trying to push all of us towards Armageddon. It's not like Russia is actually trying to determine whether this sort of extended suicide would make sense for it. Although we did actually hear similar suggestions from some of the leading propagandists saying that if there is a world without Russia, there had better be no world at all. But still, if we exclude this sort of nuclear saber rattling, which by now has become something that we're actually getting used to slowly, do you believe that in the end, there is anything left for Russia to do? Do you believe, for example, that Russia could mobilize 1 million troops? There have been such warnings from certain military officials, and that this could work. What could they achieve with that also?
Well, first of all, I don't believe that we can be sure that Russia is capable of a full nuclear strike. Like, let's be honest, the Russian army is famous not for its victories, but for its endemic corruption. They steal everything. We know that the Russian, like, tank troops send tanks to Ukraine, like, without, like, a half of spare parts. Like, they steal ammunition, like, they steal plates from the armored vests. They steal everything. And that's what they do in the army, which is constantly in use. Like, it is dangerous to steal something which is constantly in use because you can be caught because it's being checked. Like, regarding the nuclear missiles, if the army officer knows that, like, there is, like, nobody who checks it because the missile will not be fired anyway, because there will be no nuclear war, of course they steal everything. So that's why I would say we cannot be sure that the Russian nuclear forces are capable for any strike. And like, we don't know what is about like technical maintenance, like checks, etc. I believe that they have stolen there even more than they normally steal in the normal army. But regarding the mobilization, well, if they could have achieved the victory while mobilizing of people, while pushing more like equipment, ammunition to frontline, they would have done it already. They are stuck in around Bakhmut, not because they are humanists or because they want to wait or because they enjoy it, but because they cannot go further, because they don't have power. I don't believe they can really mobilize hundreds of thousands as they say. Because look at the people who they send to the front. They are 50 years old plus males, chronically ill, alcoholics, pulled from the jails, unskilled, incapable to do anything structurized, and that is all they have. Like, they want to pretend they're strong, but they are not.
So the masks have fallen off when it comes to the Russian army, right? Obviously, testing the capability of the Russian nuclear arsenal isn't something that anyone would like to check for themselves. This sort of Russian roulette had better be left alone, lest any of the nuclear-tipped bullets actually prove to be functional. Still, it is a very important issue that the Russian army has been showing a very different image of itself. What it is really capable of, we are seeing today in Ukraine. War crimes, atrocities, but their military and tactical prowess much lower than we thought it would be. Sergei Somlenny was our guest today here on TVP World. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
You're watching TVP World. I'm Jan Szerewiński. Now, this week, one may be excused for thinking that we've experienced an overabundance of major events on the international scene. After all, it's not every week that one gets a surprise visit by President of the United States in Kiev, followed by his seminal speech in Warsaw, plus another not-so-seminal address by his Russian counterpart. And we haven't even got to Xi Jinping's recently announced speech yet. This one's scheduled to drop on the 24th. All in all, plenty to talk about. This time, we'll be diving into Vladimir Putin's torrent of anti-Western rhetoric, plus his decision to quit the New START deal. Joining us here tonight is Vitis Jurkonis, political scientist, lecturer at the Institute of International Relations and Political Science at the Vilnius University. Hello and welcome to TVP World.
Good evening.
So, what are your key takeaways from Putin's speech?
Dull speech. Lots of insecurity behind brave words. Basically, nothing really new or unexpected, showing that basically there is a lack of ideas and also any viable plans for the Russia's future. I mean, there were efforts to complain, to blame the West, to explain themselves to the Russian audience, first of all, regarding the war. But in fact, unlike that interest, which was what is going to happen, and a lot of people that were actually expecting something extraordinary, none of that has happened, which shows that, honestly, I was even tempted not to listen to it, but due to my professional position, I had to. But it was just a waste of time of basically 2 hours.
So you had to endure Vladimir Putin essentially talking about these alleged sins of the Western world. But also there was one other important thing there. Plenty of issues related to the economy. The Russian economy has to become consolidated. It has to be independent from the global economy to some extent. Isn't this a sign that sanctions are working? They are hurting the Russian economic system.
Oh, absolutely. Sanctions are working. If you talk to the businesses, if you talk to the sources inside Russia, sanctions are working, sanctions are hurting. This is not to say that there are no ways to somehow bypass them. There are options via Belarus, via Central Asia, via some Arab countries, the countries in the Middle East. So, but it costs money, it costs energy, and certainly it's not very easy for the Kremlin to do that. At the same time, we shouldn't be naive. I mean, Russia is a very wealthy country in terms of natural resources, and there are contacts inside the EU, which are have kleptocratic ties with Russia. They are lobbying for, ways and routes how to bypass the sanctions. So still the influences to Europe are there. But if we talk about the Russia in particular and the effects to the Russian economy, they are there, especially when it comes to the high-tech field. They are missing, some components that they are not able to produce. And therefore, you could see the increased inflow of various technical equipment that is being shipped via various routes to Russia. So, the Russian economy is at the moment affected by the entire war machine. Of course, there are countries like Belarus which are providing the technical support. They are repairing some of the vehicles. They are providing some of the vehicles. But at the same time, again, this is not the luxurious environment that Kremlin has enjoyed even 5 years ago. So it is hard already, and it will be harder because obviously, while the war is continuing, there is no appetite to lift any of the sanctions.
So there is a sense of discomfort in the Russian economy, but let us face it, after a year of unjustified illegal war against another European country, the Russian economy should be feeling much more than mere discomfort. Vytis Jurkonis was our guest today here on TVP World. Thank you very much for providing your insight on the subject. And you're watching TVP World. I'm Jonasz Lewiński. Please stay with us for more latest news and updates.
For free people refuse to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. This has been an extraordinary year in every sense. Extraordinary brutality from Russian forces and mercenaries. They've committed depravities, crimes against humanity, without shame or compunction. No one can turn away their eyes from the atrocities Russia is committing against the Ukrainian people. It's abhorrent. It's abhorrent. So tonight, I speak once more to the people of Russia. The United States and the nations of Europe do not seek to control or destroy Russia. The West was not plotting to attack Russia, as Putin said today. And millions of Russian citizens who only want to live in peace with their neighbors are not the enemy. This war is never a necessity. It's a tragedy. President Putin chose this war. Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word. It's simple. If Russia stopped invading Ukraine, it would end the war. If Ukraine stopped defending itself against Russia, it would be the end of Ukraine. That's why together we're making sure Ukraine can defend itself. Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong. Kyiv stands proud. It stands tall. And most important, it stands free. Appetites of the autocrat cannot be appeased. They must be opposed. Autocrats only understand one word: no, no, no. No, you will not take my country. No, you will not take my freedom. No, you will not take my future. And I'll repeat tonight what I said last year in the same place. A dictator bent on rebuilding an empire will never be able to ease the people's love of liberty. Brutality will never grind down the will of the free. And Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never. The enemy of the tyrant, and the hope of the brave, and the truth of the ages, freedom. Stand with us. We will stand with you. Let us move forward with faith and conviction, and with an abiding commitment to be allies, not of darkness but of light, not of oppression but of liberation. not of captivity, but yes, of freedom. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless the heroes of Ukraine and all those who defend freedom around the world. Thank you, Poland. Thank you, thank you, thank you for what you're doing. God bless you all.
Russia's aim was to wipe Ukraine off the map. Putin's war of conquest is failing. Russia's military has lost half its territory it once occupied. Young, talented Russians are fleeing by the tens of thousands, not wanting to come back to Russia. We mourn alongside the families of those who've been lost to the brutal and unjust war. We know that
Ladies and gentlemen, this is TVP World. I'm your host Benjamin Lee, and welcome aboard the Eastern Express. In today's episode, we are looking at the current relations between Belarus and Russia. Moscow's 2021 plan to absorb Belarus, laid out until 2030, has been disclosed by the media, and we will be covering it in its details. Is there still hope for Belarus, or will the Lukashenko regime lead the country straight into Moscow's arms? Let's take a look at a report.
Russia continues to harbour ambitions of proving its enduring superpower status. An international group of investigative journalists has come into possession of a document that most likely presents plans for Moscow's annexation of Belarus by 2030. The detailed document, dated 2021, is 17 pages long and divided into two parts. The first contains specific goals, while the second defines potential threats related to the annexation. According to investigative journalists, the integration would take the form of creating a union state. The annexation would see the two countries consolidate and merge in spheres such as the armed forces, energy, culture and science, economy and politics. Some aspects of these plans have already been implemented. One example involves the national media, which Alexander Lukashenko shut down 3 years ago, thereby increasing the popularity of Russian news outlets. The plan also envisions Minsk and Moscow sharing a common currency and tax system by 2030. Reportedly, the regime in Minsk is strongly opposed to the potential Russian absorption of Belarus, which would likely be forcible but not involve military intervention, as in the case of Ukraine.
And now let's take a look at the issue in closer details. According to the documents on the integration of Belarus into Russia, Minsk is to gradually come under Moscow's full control by 2030. Work on the plan was due to start in 2021, that is after the suppression of mass peaceful protests in Belarus. Russia's political, military, economic, and social goals for Belarus are written out. These are divided into goals achievable in the short term by 2020, medium term by 2025, and long term by 2030. Those goals that are to be achieved by 2030 includes adaptation of Belarusian law to Russian law and taking control of Belarus's foreign policy. Russia aims to strengthen its military presence on Belarusian territory, which it's steadily been using as an extension of its own forces. Moscow also aims to subjugate the information space of Belarus. And that includes increasing the quality and quantity of Russian mass media displayed in the country. Changes are also to be introduced to achieve a simplified procedure for issuing Russian passports to Belarusian citizens in order to create a group of Russians interested in integration. Russia wants to implement these plans on the basis of the agreement on the Union State of Russia and Belarus signed in 1999 when Boris Yeltsin was still president of Russia and Alexander Lukashenko was already ruling Belarus. Indeed, this agreement presupposes far-reaching integration, and many of its points have not been formally implemented to this day, and it took more than 20 years of complicated talks to put it into practice. And now, here to shed more light on the issue is Untitled Chapter, a political scientist and member of the Temporary Council of the Belarusian Democratic Forces Forum. Hello, and welcome to Eastern Express.
Hello, good evening.
Hey, can you give us an update in the background of when Alexander Lukashenko became so dependent on Vladimir Putin, and has it always been this way?
Actually, Alexander Lukashenko has been dependent on Russia, not on Vladimir Putin, starting from the very first elections, and unfortunately last elections in Belarus in 1994, because at that time Belarus was in deep economic crisis, and first agreements on economic support in exchange for some parts of sovereignty has been signed since 1994. And of course, this dependence has been constantly growing with the time passing by, because Lukashenko's regime hasn't managed to build a real economy which could have been built in Belarus with diversification, with usage of new technologies, and for example, such projects as high-tech park prove this issue, but unfortunately, Lukashenko's regime, they have no idea how to run something except the so-called kolkhoz.
Right. And just how interconnected are these two countries on the state level at the moment?
There are something like 300 intergovernmental agreements signed between Russia and Belarus since 90s. I guess it won't be an exaggeration to say that by now almost all goals set up in document you have quoted have been already reached and fulfilled, because there is no independence in military area, and it has become obvious last year when Russian troops invaded Ukraine using Belarusian territory, and since 21st of February of 2022, they are using territory for their own needs, for shelling Ukraine territory and for invading Ukraine. There is no any sovereignty from this point of view. From economic point of view, also two countries are closely connected with thousands of agreements signed on the level of enterprises. This is used to be called like cooperation between enterprises, but in fact Belarusian enterprises are totally dependent on Russian market, and there is plenty of Russian investments in Belarus right now. Moreover, from state finance point of view, there is also dependency by now, because Belarus under Lukashenko's rules has no opportunity to pay its own debts, and the only way to survive is to attract more and more money to just to refinance the state debt, especially debt which was borrowed from Russia. So we can say that now we clearly see that Lukashenko and Belarus under his rules are totally dependent on eastern neighbor, and there is lack of sovereignty by now.
Right. So at this point, can you even outline any difference between the regime in Minsk and in Moscow?
Still, there are some differences between regime and Minsk and Moscow, but what we can see from last 2 or 3 years' experiences that Lukashenko's and Putin's regimes are borrowing the worst practices from each other. So if in August 2020 there was some illusion or some hope that Russia, as I would say more democratic in comparison to Belarus state, will condemn this cruelty and repressions which we have witnessed on the streets of Belarusian cities. Now we can see the same pictures from Russia. If a couple of years ago it was almost next to impossible to imagine that Russia will copy Belarusian practice of getting money from business, just like, say, voluntary payments, but which are in fact are not voluntary, but it's an extra tax for big enterprises. Also, everybody would have been laughing, but now we see that they are going Belarusian way. The same attitude is applied and could be applied in the Belarusian direction. Belarus learns the worst practices about mobilization processes in Russia, and also implements the laws which envisage, which imply repressions for military forces disgrace or something like this. So they are learning from each other, but unfortunately only worst practices.
Right. And how have the backlash following the 2020 presidential election in Belarus influenced the Moscow-Minsk relations?
I guess Moscow was shocked with the processes it have seen in Belarus, because of course their intentions were to make Lukashenko more dependent on Russia, and I guess there were some interference in Belarusian elections, but they were shocked by the quantity of people which went on the streets wearing national white, red, white flags. So that was a surprise for Moscow, because they were thinking that Belarus is something like Russia, but with Lukashenko's elite, and thus there is no Belarusian language, there is no Belarusian culture, there is no Belarusian history. It's all about Russians, which just think that they are living in a state, in artificial state, which is just a historical mistake. The same mistake they made in Ukraine, but in February last year. But we see that the processes are quite different, and the price which Russia pays for its mistakes in both countries is quite different. So after Russia saw these crowds of people in the streets, they tried to push Lukashenko into political reform to increase the role of political parties, and they tried to create several pro-Russian political parties, turning Belarus in more like parliamentary state, which from their perspective, from their point of view, was easier to control. And they were constantly pushing Lukashenko into some sort of political transit. Now we see that they are getting back to implication of these plans, and to some extent they are synchronized with Russian elections, if we can call this process elections, next year. Belarus will introduce Russian practice. Belarusian regime will introduce Russian practice. They will also have one day for many types of elections, local one and elections to the parliament. So they are trying to push Lukashenko into this political transit to make the country totally dependent on Russia.
All right, thank you so much for all the information and feedback, and thanks again for being with us on Eastern Express.
See you.
And we are moving on to the Eastern Newsflash, a series of all the latest stories from the East that you don't want to miss. Now, we begin with reports claiming that Chinese President Xi Jinping is reportedly planning to travel to Russia to meet with Vladimir Putin. The trip is expected to take place in the coming months.
Citing sources familiar with the plans, the Wall Street Journal claims that China aims to use the visit to strengthen its position in the global dialogue on ending the war in Ukraine. President Xi Jinping hopes to participate in multilateral peace talks and wants to emphasize his current opposition against Moscow's use of nuclear weapons. Whilst its exact date is not known, experts speculate that the talks between Xi and his Russian counterpart will take place in early May, when Russia celebrates its victory over Germany in World War II. During his speech on Tuesday, Vladimir Putin emphasized that Russia is not withdrawing from the New START treaty, but only suspending its participation. Concluded in 2010 between the US and Russia, the new Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty introduced a mutual facility inspection framework for the signatories. The West urged the Kremlin to reconsider its decision.
More nuclear weapons and less arms control makes the world more dangerous. And that's the reason why in NATO we have worked so hard to engage Russia on issues related to arms control, and why NATO allies have supported the New START.
In addition, Vladimir Putin announced that he had signed a decree ordering Russia's nuclear forces to combat readiness. It is not yet known what the effects of the suspension will look like in practice. The founder of the Wagner private military company, Yevgeny Prigozhin, has accused the Russian Defense Ministry and Chief of the General Staff of treason after ammunition supplies and air transport were withheld from his fighters on the front in Ukraine. Prigozhin considers these actions to be an attempt to break up the private outfit, whose ranks are now composed largely of prisoners. The frustration of the group's owner has been growing since the Russian High Command reshuffle in Ukraine saw General Sergei Surovikin replaced with General Valery Gerasimov. According to White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby, over 30,000 Wagner mercenaries have been injured or killed in Ukraine since the beginning of the Russian invasion in February last year.
And that's all on this episode of Eastern Express, but for more news, updates, and commentary, please stay tuned to TVP World.
For free people refuse to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. You know, this has been an extraordinary year in every sense. Extraordinary brutality from Russian forces and mercenaries. They've committed depravities, crimes against humanity, without shame or compunction. No one can turn away their eyes from the atrocities Russia is committing against the Ukrainian people. It's abhorrent. It's abhorrent. So tonight, I speak once more to the people of Russia. The United States and the nations of Europe do not seek to control or destroy Russia. The West was not plotting to attack Russia, as Putin said today. And millions of Russian citizens who only want to live in peace with their neighbors are not the enemy. This war is never a necessity. It's a tragedy. President Putin chose this war. Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word. It's simple. If Russia stopped invading Ukraine, it would end the war. If Ukraine stopped defending itself against Russia, it would be the end of Ukraine. That's why together we're making sure Ukraine can defend itself. Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong. Kyiv stands proud. It stands tall. And most important, it stands free. Appetites of the autocrat cannot be appeased. They must be opposed. Autocrats only understand one word: no, no, no. No, you will not take my country. No, you will not take my freedom. No, you will not take my future. And I'll repeat tonight what I said last year in the same place. A dictator bent on rebuilding an empire will never be able to ease the people's love of liberty. Brutality will never grind down the will of the free. And Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never. The enemy of the tyrant, and the hope of the brave, and the truth of the ages, freedom. Stand with us. We will stand with you. Let us move forward with faith and conviction, and with an abiding commitment to be allies, not of darkness but of light, not of oppression but of liberation, not of captivity but yes, of freedom. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless the heroes of Ukraine and all those who defend freedom around the world. Thank you, Poland. Thank you, thank you, thank you for what you're doing. God bless you all.
Russia's aim was to wipe Ukraine off the map. Putin's war of conquest is failing. Russia's military has lost half its territory it once occupied. Young, talented Russians are fleeing by the tens of thousands, not wanting to come back to Russia. We mourn alongside the families of those who've been lost to the brutal and unjust war. We know that there'll be very difficult days and weeks and years ahead. And that's how long we're going to be with you, Mr. President. For as long as it takes.
Every time missiles cross over the border, the sirens go off, so we don't know where those missiles could be flying.
Fight, tears, death, hope. The bloody fight for Ukraine's freedom continues. Day after day, TVP World reporters provide you with the latest updates from the front lines.
Reporting from Kiev.
From Kharkiv.
From Kramatorsk.
Wherever human life is at stake, we are there.
From the city of Lviv.
From Kupiansk.
From Odessa for TVP World.
History is happening right before our eyes. You are a part of it. Don't fall for disinformation. Glory to Ukraine.
Russia's aim was to wipe Ukraine off the map. Putin's war of conquest is failing. Russia's
Hello, you're watching TVP World News. I'm Jonasz Rewiski. The Bucharest 9 summit in Warsaw has concluded. It was an opportunity for NATO leaders to reaffirm their message of support for Ukraine and to stress the importance of resisting Russian aggression in all instances. Our reporter Kazimierz Łysiak has more.
US President Joe Biden has officially left the Polish presidential palace in Warsaw and is on his way back to Washington. The US President met here with the leaders of the Bucharest 9 format. Countries of the Bucharest 9 include Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Romania and Slovakia. All these countries have one thing in common: they are all on the borders of NATO. So US President Joe Biden most likely discussed with the leaders increased military support for the countries of the NATO eastern flank, and also, of course, on how to keep supporting Ukraine and how to send heavy weaponry to Kyiv. Polish President Andrzej Duda thanked US President Joe Biden for coming here to Poland, especially since this is the second visit of the US leader here to Poland in the span of 1 year, which has never happened before. The US leader emphasized that Poland is an important ally of the United States and that he is very thankful to the Polish nation for welcoming more than 3.5 million Ukrainian refugees ever since the beginning of the war. The visit of the US leader also coincides with the fact that we are almost on the eve of the first anniversary of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, so his visit here is especially meaningful and symbolic, and the meeting with countries of the Bucharest 9 format was also a strong statement from the US president that he will continue to work closely with NATO allies to defend the NATO alliance. From Warsaw, for TVP World, Kazimierz Łysiak.
And during the Bucharest 9 summit in Warsaw, US President Joe Biden met leaders of NATO's eastern flank to show support for their security. This issue has gained even greater significance now that Moscow suspended a landmark nuclear arms control treaty.
On Wednesday, during his visit to Poland, US President Joe Biden attended the Bucharest 9 summit. Hosted by the Polish president, the meeting was attended by the heads of state of NATO's eastern flank. The members of the Bucharest 9 include Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania and Slovakia.
This year has made us stronger and more united. And we, the countries on the eastern flank, are more protected than ever. And we together passed the test of solidarity and humanity because of our help to Ukraine.
The politicians discussed the importance of continuing to support Ukraine in its fight against Russian aggression. The consensus is that this objective is crucial for ensuring general security in the region. In the last years, NATO has been going through a kind of crisis, with its very existence brought into question. However, rallying behind an embattled Ukraine has given the alliance a new purpose, saving it from sliding into obsolescence.
The irony is that one of the last conversations I had with our friend in Russia was, I said, you keep asking for the Finlandization of NATO. You're going to get the NATOization of Finland.
The meeting came just a day after Moscow pulled out of the New START, a major nuclear arms control treaty. Joe Biden called the decision a big mistake by the Kremlin. The development opens up the possibility for Russia to resume nuclear tests, and some commentators warn that it might lead to an escalation of the conflict.
The Euromaidan Warsaw Citizens Initiative, aimed at supporting Ukraine on its way to European integration, organized a protest in Warsaw today, on the second day of US President Joe Biden's visit to Poland. The Ukrainian demonstrators, holding banners and their national flags, want to ask the US president to help their war-torn country achieve its objectives.
Ukrainian demonstrators holding banners and their national flags wanted the US president to provide greater support to the assaulted country. The protest was held in the morning in front of the Warsaw Marriott Hotel, where all US presidents stayed during their visits in Poland. The aim of the protest is to convince the US president that delivering F-16 fighter jets will bring Ukraine closer to winning the war against Russia.
My own city, Kharkiv, is bombed today. It's attacked for 4 rocket missiles to city center. Another woman who stands with me here together, she's from Bakhmut. Her city isn't exist enough. So we need F-16 fighter jet and enough weapons supplied to Ukraine to win this evil, to stop this awful war.
Despite spending billions of dollars on financial, humanitarian and military aid for Ukraine, the US government has been reluctant to extend their help to providing aircraft. Increasing the capabilities of Ukrainian air defense could save many lives that are lost in Russian missile attacks, but also increases the risk of escalating the conflict. Euromaidan Warszawa announced that another protest will be held later on Wednesday at 6 p.m.
Now, prior to his arrival in Warsaw, President Joe Biden made a surprise visit to Kyiv, assuring President Zelensky of his unwavering support for Ukraine. How is the US president's visit to the region being received in Ukraine itself? We are now joined live by our special correspondent in Kyiv, Don Arleth. Hello, Don. So, can you tell us what has been the reception of both the surprise visit in Kyiv and later on of the seminal speech by President Biden in Warsaw?
Well, the reception here in Ukraine was absolutely, people were absolutely ecstatic that Joe Biden came here and visited the capital, and he did so before the one-year anniversary of the war. Of course, that coincided with that was on the 20th of February, which coincides with of course, the heroes of the Maidan protests in 2014. That also marks the official date when Russian aggression officially began against Ukraine. So, I mean, that's all symbolic, but of course, the message that he brought with him here to Ukraine is what everyone fell in love with. Of course, everybody yearns for freedom, for liberty, for sovereignty, for independence. And those things Joe Biden said the United States will help and will continue to help Ukraine with. And that is precisely what everyone here wanted to hear from the American president. Now, when he came to Warsaw, he just reiterated those facts, and I know that many people here watched that closely. We've seen social media blow up with all of the excerpts from Joe Biden's speech. So people are very, I would say, morale is high, and people are very happy with what they heard from the U.S. president.
So freedom was very much the key word of that particular speech. Now, what is the situation in Ukraine right now? The preparations are presumably underway to mark the first anniversary of Russian invasion, right? It's a very bitter anniversary. So how is it going to look like exactly?
That is right. It is going to be a somber anniversary, and also people are nervous. There's a lot of people that are nervous. They don't know quite what Russia is brewing up here for that anniversary. They know that Russians like to make moves to mark such occasions, and they are definitely expecting potentially missile strikes in some of the big cities. We've heard about the potential for a offensive by Russian soldiers. That has been confirmed that offensive is now underway, and the mobilized troops have made it to the territory of Ukraine, and they're moving from 4 to 5 directions. Now, here in the capital, of course, we are hoping that it will be a quiet day and that the city will not be targeted. However, it's just anybody's guess at this point. We'll have to wait and see on Friday.
Don Alith reporting live from Ukraine. Don, thank you very much for joining us here tonight, and of course, stay safe. Now, Vladimir Putin claimed in his recent speech that Russia has done everything to peacefully resolve the conflict in Ukraine, and that it was the West that was plotting against Moscow all along. Despite this false narrative, Russian forces continue to attack Ukrainian positions all the time. President Volodymyr Zelensky commented on this and more in his latest address to the nation.
I started the day today with a meeting of the High Command, extended and detailed, replete with reports from the battlefield from our commanders on the most active theaters. Supreme Commander Zaluzhny reported on the general situation on the front line and enemy missile strikes on our positions. Of course, the most striking are reports from Donetsk and Luhansk. We do everything to hold enemy attacks, constant intense assault which Russia doesn't stop despite suffering staggering losses. General Syrsky reported on the situation on Bakhmut and Liman theaters. Tough fighting, digging battles. We do everything to support our boys. General Tarnavsky reported on battles seen around Avdiivka and other theaters. The occupiers are using the full range of weaponry against our boys, including even tear gas grenades.
Meanwhile, First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, spoke about human rights violations committed by Russia since the beginning of the invasion almost a year ago at the UN Human Rights meeting. During her speech, she emphasized that Russia's decision to take Ukrainian nuclear power plants hostage and to murder countless civilians in Ukraine is an attack on the very principle of the human rights.
At least at the moment, we have about 150 rapes that are documented by the prosecutors that were committed by the Russian invaders in Ukraine. These are only cases when victims found strength to testify, because this is still a stignified crime. I also wanted to show you photos of 16,000 Ukrainian children that were kidnapped, were abducted and taken to Russia. Their right to childhood, to family, to their language, to their nationality was violated. From what we know, they're being given to the Russian families, and they're trying to erase their memory about their origin.
Genocide of one country is committed. No nation can live in peace. The key word here is genocide. Human rights are like air. They have no borders. Either we all have them or we don't have them at all. Therefore, when Russia shells Ukraine, takes nuclear power plants as a hostage, threatens with nuclear weapons, it is the attack on very principle of human rights, the one that the world documented in the Convention on Human Rights more than 70 years ago.
Belarusian members of parliament have been granted Schengen visas to enter Austria, meaning that the country will participate in the winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly in Vienna. The controversial move comes as the Lukashenko regime continues to help Russia in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Belarusian MPs have been granted visas to travel to the Austrian capital Vienna to participate in the 22nd winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. According to Austrian Foreign Minister Alexander Schallenberg, the government in Vienna, where the OSCE headquarters is located, is legally obliged to allow all interested delegations to attend the sessions. 81 MPs opposed issuing visas to Russian and Belarusian delegations. Following the decision to issue visas, Poland and Lithuania refused to participate in the winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. The two-day winter session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly will begin tomorrow in Vienna.
And now we're going back to the issue of the recent session of the Bucharest 9, which took place in Warsaw. Joining us here tonight is Dr. Małgorzata Bonikowska, President of the Center for International Relations. Hello and welcome to TVP World.
Good evening.
So, what were the conclusions of that particular summit, and how important is it in the current international situation?
Well, it's important that the Bucharest 9 leaders meet, but it's even more important when they meet the leader of the free world, which is now, of course, the United States and Joe Biden. Joe Biden, in his visit to Kiev and also to Poland, and his speeches made it very clear that NATO, and especially, Americans as a country and Joe Biden personally as a leader, are deeply engaged in what's happening in Europe, what's happening in Ukraine, and also at the eastern flank of NATO and the EU. So that's why this meeting was really important to discuss the situation, the current situation, especially taking into consideration that we all expect an offensive of Russia. By the way, it's 1 year of the war, so it's symbolic. So the offensive of Russia can be really difficult. And how you explained, people are a little bit afraid in Ukraine. What can it be? So in these circumstances, the meeting was deeply into what to do in such situation, and also in a very concrete results were to coordinate better not only just the talks, but also the actions. And of course, the support to the Ukrainian army. Recently announced, Joe Biden announced to have a new package of almost $500 million US of help and concrete weapons given to Ukraine in these circumstances.
So weapons keep flowing into Ukraine. And of course, the determination of the West has been increasing throughout the most recent phases of the war. But one thing is probably really important, especially for those living in those parts of Ukraine which have not yet been attacked by Russians, at least not by ground forces. Obviously, missile attacks are taking place all across the country. Do you believe that President Biden's visit has dispelled the fear that Putin may try and capture all of Ukraine? Do you think that this sign that the American administration is standing by Ukraine was effectively a signal that nothing like that will be allowed to happen?
There is no doubt about it, and I think the signal is very powerful, also because Ukraine is not in NATO. But despite this fact, the NATO countries and US in particular stand by the Ukrainians because they fight for the right cause. And it's very clearly put by Biden. It's not only about Ukraine, but it's also about the rule of law. It's about international law, which cannot be violated by power. And it's about the principles. We all believe that it should be, something which regulates the international relations, not the argument of power, but the power of arguments. So there is no, and Biden repeated it several times, there is no possibility that any authoritarian regime can invade a neighbor like Russia did in Ukraine. So what is at stake? It's much larger issue and it's much larger cause. And I think in this regard, the United States and the authority of NATO is already deeply engaged. And even if the NATO armies are not seen in Ukraine, the NATO alliance helps Ukraine in a very, very concrete way in in a scale which was not seen ever before. And this is very, very important for Ukrainian people and for the Ukrainian army, because the same very fact that the President of the United States goes to Kiev and walks at the Kiev streets is seen, it is a demonstration also of power, that he is not afraid of doing it despite the war. And it's a demonstration of how the West treats Ukraine. Morally speaking, Ukraine is already a part of the West, even if it's not the member of NATO, it's not yet the member of the European Union.
So that indeed is the key takeaway. And also these developments will be watched closely, in particular by China, for obvious reasons. Dr. Małgorzata Bonikowska was our guest today here on TVP World. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Good night.
And you're watching TVP World. Please stay with us for more latest news and updates.
Well, I just come from a visit to Kyiv, and I can report Kyiv stands strong. Kyiv stands proud. It stands tall. And most important, it stands free. Appetites of the autocrat cannot be appeased. They must be opposed. Autocrats only understand one word: no, no, no. No, you will not take my country. No, you will not take my freedom. No, you will not take my future. And I'll repeat tonight what I said last year in the same place. A dictator bent on rebuilding an empire will never be able to ease the people's love of liberty. Brutality will never grind down the will of the free. And Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never.
Russia's aim was to wipe Ukraine off the map. Putin's war of conquest is failing. Russia's military has lost half its territory it once occupied. Young, talented Russians are fleeing by the tens of thousands, not wanting to come back to Russia. We mourn alongside the families of those who've been lost to the brutal and unjust war. We know that there'll be very difficult days and weeks and years ahead. And that's how long we're going to be with you, Mr. President. For as long as it takes.
Hello, you're watching TVP World, and I'm your host, Jonasz Rewiński. From no limits to new frontiers. Is this progress, or quite the contrary? China's top diplomat Wang Yi visited Moscow and spoke to Russia's leader Vladimir Putin, announcing the aforementioned new frontiers of cooperation. So there are frontiers there after all, and unless we're reading too much into it, this could very much be the essence of how the mutual relations between Moscow and Beijing are evolving. Trade, economy, perhaps something more. How is China likely to expand its business with Russia, and where will it definitely not go? We'll be investigating this story with our guest today, Velina Chacharova, Director of the Austrian Institute for European Security Policy. Hello and welcome to TVP World. Hello there once again. I hope you can hear me.
Hello, it's great to be back. Thank you for the invitation. Yes, of course.
Hello, fantastic. So let us begin with what China really wants to achieve, because this is quite complicated. It has many factors to actually consider. Europe, the United States, Russia. What do you think are China's priorities right now?
Well, China's top priority is the domestic stability in the country. You need to think of the very basic nature of the communist elite and of course the DNA of this authoritarian modus of governance. Second important priority is the United States. We are in this transitionary period of the international relations with bifurcation going on in all relevant networks of the global affairs. And that means mutual decoupling. And of course, being in this transitionary period, China's predictable partner that can bolster its global standing. And this is, of course, Russia. Of course, this asymmetric, highly asymmetric, but also temporary relationship is centered around building a credible counterweight to the American global power projection all over the world, not only in Europe and not only in the Indo-Pacific region, but all over the world in every corner of the globe. And we also need to understand that this relationship is not a phenomenon that is emerging out of Russia's war against Ukraine, but it's the opposite causality, namely that Russia would have never launched a full-scale war against Ukraine if it had not relied comprehensive long-term support from China. Then again, of course, China supported this no-limits friendship, basically signing this document on February 4th, prior to the beginning of the war last year, not to give a green light to a full-scale war. I think that the Russian president tricked Xi Jinping into thinking that this would be a special military operation limited to the east and south of the country, which also one of the main reasons view that China not withdraw its citizens from Ukraine. And yet, of course, once faced with the reality of the full scale, China had no other option than supporting Moscow by all means, diplomatic, financial, political. All of these meetings, top ranking meetings were still happening. The 40th meeting between Xi Jinping and the Russian President Putin is actually organized for the spring this year. And practically, from China's point of view, it is about confronting United States. From Russia's point of view, it is about positioning in this newly emerging systemic conflict between two new system rivals, getting the pole position by subjugating Ukraine, by destroying the security order in Europe, by creating chaos and havoc on the old continent, and even as a junior partner, as most of the experts describe this relationship, Russia being the junior partner in it, Russia has a lot of playground to do what it has been actually striving to, namely this imperialist project of creating a bloc with Ukraine, with Belarus, with other parts of Eastern European countries such as Moldova and Georgia, and then positioning itself here in Europe while China and United States are waging this big systemic war in other parts of the world, namely in the Indo-Pacific region.
So that was the plan, right? But it seems like, at least on Russia's part, this plan is now failing. Russia hasn't achieved that much in Ukraine, and hopefully Ukraine will be able to mount a counteroffensive and remove this illegal Russian presence from all its territories, including Crimea, at some point. At what point do you think China will have to do this sort of cost-benefit analysis and realize that perhaps supporting Russia isn't such a good idea?
Well, in the short term, one of the main reasons why China is also presenting itself as this constructive player in the global affairs, think now of this new peace plan that Beijing is going to introduce on Friday. Think of these diplomatic shuttles that China has been organizing. even though as China has taken a side right from the beginning, and as I also said, Russia has sided with China before actually taking a decision on making a Ukraine. So of course, and this must be our main goal from European perspective, to support Ukraine to win the war against Russia. So that means that this calculus that I outlined for you must fail. So in a sense, if let's say witness a situation in which we see further military defeats in this critical phase of the war, in the next counteroffensive of Ukraine, which must be successful by all means, and then we see, for instance, a political reshuffle within the closest circles of Putin, with Patrushev or with someone else from the Siloviki circles, trying, to practically, replace Putin and somehow find a solution. If anything else is no longer possible, I of course would consider the possibility that China turns, its back and practically presents these constructive measures and diplomatic shuttles and, mediator proposals as something that should point to, to supporting the peace rather than actually supporting the aggressor. And also, we should be very realistic about the fact that China would have a very strong interest in participating in the reconstruction of Ukraine. In fact, China had already very strong economic relations with Ukraine prior to the war and could be once again an investor. So everything is possible, but we need to be mindful of the reality the way it is. And right now the reality is that this rock solid, as was described, relationship has been in the making over at least the last 8 to 10 years. In preparation of this full-fledged war, Russia has continuously worked on building up the relationship for its own reasons, but China was also in favor of it because of the preparation for the big systemic decoupling with the United States. And
so given that this is the situation...
this is the reason...
Yes, you've mentioned the peace proposal, which China is scheduled to present in a couple of days. What could this peace proposal be about? It is, at this stage, very difficult to imagine the sort of deal that both parties, i.e. Ukraine and Russia, could actually accept at this stage of the war. It does seem like whatever this proposal is, it would need to essentially be taking sides. So I'm assuming that what you think is that this will be a proposal that was going to be much more comfortable to Russia than to Ukraine. So isn't this likely to be just a hollow gesture, presenting a peace proposal, a proposal for a peace deal that China knows Ukraine is unlikely to accept?
Oh, absolutely. This is exactly what I'm alluding to, that it's going to be, of course, a purposeful step to present itself as a peacemaker, right, rather than, and as a mediator, rather than as a supporter of the aggressor. But at the very same time, as these kind of steps were introduced and these intentions were announced, we've also learned that the United States and even Ukraine joined these, concerns with the statements of the Ukrainian president that there is this fear that China may consider providing military aid to Russia. So you see that this is a kind of a parallel step. In fact,
Now, we seem to have temporarily lost our audio connection. We are working to reestablish that right now. Let's check whether this is, once again, functional. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, for a brief moment, we actually lost you there. So you said that while making these proposals for peace, China has been possibly making moves towards delivering weapons systems to Russia, something that it has been reluctant to do so far. Do you think that this is really the case? And what could be the meaning of America's statement, this would be a red line? What would a red line mean in this particular scenario?
Well, the absolute red line is, of course, the use of nuclear weapons. And at least on that matter, both powers, the United States and China, are on the same geopolitical page. So it is a clear common red line for both United States and China that use of nuclear weapons is an absolute no-go. At least this is good news.
But American administration has mentioned that delivering lethal weapons to Russia by China would be a red line. What could this mean? What could the US administration do in such case?
This would mean sanctions. This would mean financial sanctions, restrictions to capital, American capital withdrawal from China, all of these critical, significant interdependencies. Now think of what happened to Europe and Russia following the war in terms of the geoeconomic interdependencies, and then multiplied by the 100-fold to imagine actually what really may happen if United States starts withdrawing all of these, critical investments and capital from China.
China has reasons to be concerned,
of course, with China being... Absolutely. So if there is any delivery of weapons to Russia coming from China, it will be no overt step. Beijing will be very cautious and very careful to not actually expose itself. So the absence of evidence is not going to be evidence of absence. And we should be cautious about it, that once again, if Russia is again struggling in this escalation phase, is not achieving any military, let's say, gains, on the front lines, there may be this scenario where Moscow will be, calling Beijing and asking for help. And because of these geopolitical realities, I would not exclude the scenario that China would even consider providing this little assistance. So this is a realistic scenario that the United States is pointing to. But then again, coming back shortly to the peace plan, and just for the sake of, highlighting that, if the connection was not good enough and you could not hear it,
it was just very brief.
There is already a peace plan proposed by Ukraine, 10 points peace plan with all, important points included there. So instead of proposing new peace plan, China could have actually stick to the already existent 10 points peace plan that Ukraine has proposed. So that also points to the possibility that, of course, the proposed plan by China will be very much favorable of Russia.
And China often says that it respects territorial integrity. Right? It is important for China, obviously, because it considers Taiwan to be a part of China, hence this emphasis on integrity. Now, Wang Yi, during his visit to Moscow, also said that the legitimate security interests of Russia have to be respected. And of course, we know that Russia has been essentially making up these security interests. It was trying to present itself as being the victim. We know that it is all false. Still, when thinking about all this and coming back to the peace plan, do you believe that China could actually say, well, we need to stick to this principle, and therefore all the parts of Ukraine whose territorial integrity have been violated need to go back to their rightful owner, i.e. Ukraine? That seems to be a logical step, but would China actually follow through, or would it try to create some sort of hybrid narrative that Ukraine still needs to give up some of its territories because of those legitimate interests? How would this play out? Because it is really interesting in the context of this territorial integrity principle.
Yes, this is a very interesting topic and a valid question. And here we are currently only able to speculate. So obviously, I do not expect that, for instance, Crimea, or let's say those parts of Ukraine that were already under occupation prior to the beginning of the war in Donetsk and Luhansk will be on the agenda. So obviously there will be territories of Ukraine that will be considered being Russian, which is going to be already again, as I said, or at least favorable to Russian interests. Because we know very well that absolutely, because we know that everything is right now at stake from Ukrainian point of view. Using force to withdraw borders and to actually, take parts. Meanwhile, 17% of the Ukrainian territory is an absolute no-go. This is an absolute no-go. So even a millimeter of Ukrainian territory that would be legitimized by any peace treaty is going to result in a very, very bad peace. And as we Europeans know, specifically those who are living near Russia, we know very well that this bad peace will not hold. It will be just a transition period until Russia replenishes forces, stabilize its economy, and prepare logistically for the next strike.
So we've already seen it happen.
There will be territorial gains.
We've already seen it happen.
Pardon?
One final quick question.
Yes.
Do you believe that China and the US are on an inevitable collision course right now?
Yes, 100%. 100%. What we are observing right now with the relationship of between China and Russia is manifestation of it. What we are observing with the decision of the Russian president to launch a full-scale war against Ukraine, not just, a limited military operation as announced, but the real full-fledged war is a manifestation of this bifurcation and of this systemic decoupling. In fact, I argued that it has been a manifestation. So the beginning of the war has been the manifestation, the beginning of the Second Cold War. No direct military confrontation between the three major powers, United States, China, and Russia. But certainly a Cold War 2.0 scenario in which if China decides to provide military aid to Russia, this would mean that Russia would no longer be a global player, a player with global status. But in fact, it will turn this war into a proxy war in which United States and China will be supporting two sides of the war, which is again one of the reasons why I think that there will be no overt, explicit evidence that Russia would receive little support from China. And in the end, let's be honest that this, of course, war is also the manifestation of the end of the last empire here on the old continent. All of the rest of the empires have collapsed over the last 250 years. And now it's time also for the Russian Empire with this final imperialistic push to say farewell, to enter also the new century. And this will be also something good for the Russian citizens, for this imperialistic project to collapse and to undergo transformation from something new. So the last sick man of Europe, so to say, is actually Russia. This is the final push for relevance, for geopolitical relevance.
So it seems like whatever happens, Russia might be losing, which is a good thing. But the flip side is that the West will need to refresh its Cold War playbook because a second edition or a sequel to the Cold War might be about to begin. Velina Chakarova, director of the Austrian Institute for European Security, was our guest today here on TVP World. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
And you're watching TVP World. Please stay with us for more latest news and updates.
For free people refuse to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. You know, this has been an extraordinary year in every sense. Extraordinary brutality from Russian forces and mercenaries. They've committed depravities, crimes against humanity, without shame or compunction. No one can turn away their eyes from the atrocities Russia is committing against the Ukrainian people. It's abhorrent. It's abhorrent. So tonight, I speak once more to the people of Russia. The United States and the nations of Europe do not seek to control or destroy Russia. The West was not plotting to attack Russia, as Putin said today. And millions of Russian citizens who only want to live in peace with their neighbors are not the enemy. This war is never a necessity. It's a tragedy. President Putin chose this war. Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word. It's simple. If Russia stopped invading Ukraine, it would end the war. If Ukraine stopped defending itself against Russia, it would be the end of Ukraine. That's why together we're making sure Ukraine can defend itself.
Right now, we are joined by our guest, Sergei Somlen, the director at the European Resilience Initiative Center. Hello and welcome to TVP World.
Hello, and thank you for having me today.
So what are your impressions following this visit? First Kiev, then Warsaw. A game changer indeed. What do you think?
Well, we clearly can see the U.S. is back in game. The 4 years of President Trump were the years when Trump tried to pull the U.S. out of Europe, arguing that there is economic interest of the U.S. to not be involved, security interests, etc. And effectively that led to some sort of encouraging of Vladimir Putin, and Putin attacked Ukraine, believing that neither Europe nor the US will stop him from doing what he wants. So now Joe Biden shows the lead, and the US showed the lead since early 2022, when the US started to deliver Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine. So now when he visits Kiev, not Lviv, not some western city of Ukraine, but Kiev, and when he is having a walk with President Zelensky on Mihailovska Square under the howling sirens of the air defense of Ukraine, knowing that the Russian missiles may try to target Kiev right that moment, that was a sign of bravery. That was the sign look, Vladimir, I don't care. You cannot scare me. I'm here, and I will show you who is the boss here.
True leadership. And it was also humiliating to Vladimir Putin, because Putin never actually tried to visit any of the occupied territories. And this was actually something that was picked up upon by some of the most radical Russian military bloggers, saying, well, come on, I mean, you need to do something, otherwise we're going to consider you a coward, no less. So do you think that Putin is now going to be pushed further into the corner because his image as this sort of strongman leader is falling apart like a house of cards?
Well, the last thing I care about is how to save Vladimir Putin's face. What can he do? He had his speech, his address to the nation yesterday, and his address to the nation was shattered by the Biden's visit first to Kiev and then to Warsaw. What did Putin say yesterday? He said the same he used to say for months. The West is bad, so the West did not respect Russia. The West tried to enslave Ukraine. There are neo-Nazis in Ukraine. They're all bad. They want to attack Mother Russia, etc.
The usual fact. Yes.
Absolutely, nothing new. All the old tricks. When you look at the audience during his speech, a lot of people were sleeping, literally sleeping, nodding. The Russian social networks are now full with the photos of all the portraits of the people, the ministers, the deputies, some army officers who were really nodding with closed eyes while Vladimir Putin was speaking. Okay, of course it is humiliating, but the whole year is humiliating for Vladimir Putin. He promised to take Kyiv within 3 days, and now we are entering the second year of the war, and exactly as your colleague from the correspondent posted to Kyiv said, many believe, and I belong to this group of people, that this war can be ended until the end of 2023 with the Ukrainian military victory.
Absolutely. We also have unconfirmed reports from CNN that there might have been a Russian ICBM test scheduled, and this apparently failed. It was not mentioned by Putin. If it was successful, surely it would have been used by Russian propaganda. So something must have gone wrong. Do you believe that this may indeed have been the case, further exacerbating this situation? Because Putin, the only thing that he can show right now to his nation, apart from promises concerning fixing roads, keeping the economy going and so on, is quitting the New START agreement, which of course is disconcerting for us, but it's hardly a game changer, or is it actually? What do you think about all that?
Yeah, exactly. I think that these reports of the CNN saying that they tried to launch an intercontinental ballistic missile 1 day before his speech, actually on the day of the Biden's visit to Kyiv, and that Putin had to thematize it during his speech, but the test failed. That's why he didn't drop a word. I think these reports are pretty true, because if you look retrospectively to all the speeches of Vladimir Putin, his ultimate argument was always he wants to give the Russians the feeling they're special, and he cannot give them good roads, he cannot give them good health care, but he can give them a feeling we are so mighty we can destroy the whole world and the world can do nothing about that. If you look at his speeches, it was years before his full-scale invasion to Ukraine. He presented all these cartoon 3D animation movies with the Russian nuclear warheads falling on Florida, the US, and he was so proud saying we have this Poseidon undersea drone, we have this Kinjal hypersonic missile, we are invincible. This fits very well into his saying. And during this speech, surprisingly, he didn't drop a word about the nuclear capacities of Russia. He mentioned it, of course, a bit, but he didn't thematize, he didn't dive in it.
No, he didn't. Dmitry Medvedev on the next day has actually launched another of his diatribes and mentioned the possibility of World War III, but even that was not a direct threat. It was basically trying to shift the blame on the West. But look, the West is trying to push all of us towards Armageddon. It's not like Russia is actually trying to determine whether this sort of extended suicide would make sense for it. Although we did actually hear similar suggestions from some of the leading propagandists saying that if there is a world without Russia, there had better be no world at all. But still, if we exclude this sort of nuclear saber rattling, which by now has become something that we're actually getting used to slowly, do you believe that in the end, there is anything left for Russia to do? Do you believe, for example, that Russia could mobilize 1 million troops? There have been such warnings from certain military officials, and that this could work. What could they achieve with that also?
Well, first of all, I don't believe that we can be sure that Russia is capable of a full nuclear strike. It is dangerous to steal something which is constantly in use because you can be caught, because it's being checked. Regarding the nuclear missiles, if the army officer knows that there is nobody who checks it because the missile will not be fired anyway, because there will be no nuclear war, of course they steal everything. So that's why I would say we cannot be sure that the Russian nuclear forces are capable for any strike. And we don't know what is about technical maintenance, checks, etc. I believe that they have stolen there even more than they normally steal in the normal army. But regarding the mobilization, well, if they could have achieved the victory while mobilizing of people, while pushing more equipment, ammunition to frontline, they would have done it already. They are stuck around Bakhmut, not because they are humanists or because they want to wait or because they enjoy it. but because they cannot go further, because they don't have power. I don't believe they can really mobilize hundreds of thousands, as they say. Because look at the people who they send to the front. They are 50 years old plus males, chronically ill, alcoholics, pulled from the jails, unskilled, incapable to do anything structurized, and that is all they have. Like, they want to pretend they're strong, but they are not.
So the masks have fallen off when it comes to the Russian army, right? Obviously, testing the capability of the Russian nuclear arsenal isn't something that anyone would like to check for themselves. This sort of Russian roulette had better be left alone, lest any of the nuclear-tipped bullets actually prove to be functional. Still, it is a very important issue that the Russian army has been showing a very different image of itself. What it is really capable of, we are seeing today in Ukraine. War crimes, atrocities, but their military and tactical prowess much lower than we thought it would be. Sergei Somlenny was our guest today here on TVP World. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
You're watching TVP World. I'm Jan Szerewiński. Now, this week, one may be excused for thinking that we've experienced an overabundance of major events on the international scene. After all, it's not every week that one gets a surprise visit by President of the United States in Kiev, followed by his seminal speech in Warsaw, plus another not-so-seminal address by his Russian counterpart. And we haven't even got to Xi Jinping's recently announced speech yet. This one's scheduled to drop on the 24th. All in all, plenty to talk about. This time, we'll be diving into Vladimir Putin's torrent of anti-Western rhetoric, plus his decision to quit the New START deal. Joining us here tonight is Vitis Jurkonis, political scientist, lecturer at the Institute of International Relations and Political Science at the Vilnius University. Hello and welcome to TVP World.
Good evening.
So, what are your key takeaways from Putin's speech?
Dull speech, lots of insecurity behind brave words, basically nothing really new or unexpected, showing that basically there is a lack of ideas and also any viable plans for the Russia's future. I mean, there were efforts to complain, to blame the West, to explain themselves to the Russian audience, first of all, regarding the war. But in fact, unlike that interest, which was what is going to happen, and a lot of people that were actually expecting something extraordinary, none of that has happened, which shows that, I mean, honestly, I was even tempted not to listen to it, but due to my professional position, I had to. But it was just a waste of time of basically 2 hours.
So you had to endure Vladimir Putin essentially talking about these alleged sins of the Western world. But also there was one other important thing there. Plenty of issues related to the economy. The Russian economy has to become consolidated. It has to be independent from the global economy to some extent. Isn't this a sign that sanctions are working? They are hurting the Russian economic system.
Oh, absolutely. Sanctions are working. If you talk to the businesses, if you talk to the sources inside Russia, sanctions are working, sanctions are hurting. This is not to say that there are no ways to somehow bypass them. There are options via like Belarus, via Central Asia, via like some Arab countries, the countries in the Middle East. So, but it costs money, it costs energy, and certainly it's not very easy for the Kremlin to do that. At the same time, we shouldn't be naive. I mean, Russia is a very wealthy country in terms of natural resources, and there are contacts inside the EU, which have kleptocratic ties with Russia. They are lobbying for, ways and routes how to bypass the sanctions. So still the influences to Europe are there. But if we talk about Russia in particular and the effects to the Russian economy, they are there, especially when it comes to the high-tech field. They are missing, some components that they are not able to produce. And therefore, you could see the increased inflow of various technical equipment that is being shipped via various routes to Russia. So, the Russian economy is at the moment affected by the entire war machine. Of course, there are countries like Belarus which are providing the technical support. They are repairing some of the vehicles. They are providing some of the vehicles. But at the same time, again, this is not the luxurious environment that Kremlin has enjoyed even 5 years ago. So it is hard already, and it will be harder because obviously, while the war is continuing, there is no appetite to lift any of the sanctions.
So there is a sense of discomfort in the Russian economy, but let us face it, after a year of unjustified, illegal war against another European country, the Russian economy should be feeling much more than mere discomfort. Vitis Jurkonis was our guest today here on TVP World. Thank you very much for providing your insight on the subject. And you're watching TVP World. I'm Janusz Rewiński. Please stay with us for more latest news and updates.
Hello, this is Maciej Mikos welcoming you to the main edition of World News. The eyes of the world are on Poland as President Biden wraps up his visit to Warsaw. But before we move to our comprehensive coverage of this milestone event, let's take a look at our headlines. Warsaw hosts a historic summit of the Bucharest Nine. A highly controversial OSCE gathering to begin in Vienna. Steven Spielberg honored at the Berlin International Film Festival. The eyes of the world have focused on Poland today as US President Joe Biden has taken part in the Bucharest 9 summit in Warsaw. The US leader once again reiterated his support for Ukraine and NATO's eastern flank during the discussions. Our reporter, Kazimierz Wysiak, has observed the comings and goings of the president and other officials in front of the presidential palace in Warsaw. So, Kazimierz, what are the key takeaways from the summit?
Well, the main point on the agenda of US President Joe Biden here today was his summit, the meeting with the leaders of the countries of the Bucharest 9 format. Behind me at the presidential palace in Warsaw, the summit has concluded just a couple of hours ago. The main point of discussions was, of course, the ongoing war in Ukraine, the defense capabilities of NATO's eastern flank, and future ideas for the continuing support for Ukraine, as, of course, we know Russia keeps attacking Ukraine day and night. So the US president came here to reiterate his support, and it was also a symbolic visit, as it once again showed the US's unwavering support for Poland and other NATO eastern flank countries. But let's take a look at this report by my colleague Alexandra Marchewicz for a more extensive analysis of today's summit.
NATO's eastern flank is a front line of defense which will not fall, US President Joe Biden said at today's Bucharest 9 summit held in Warsaw.
Because what literally is at stake is not just Ukraine, it's freedom. The idea that over 100,000 forces would invade another country after war, since World War II, nothing like that has happened. Things have changed radically. We have to make sure we change them back.
President Joe Biden met with Polish President Andrzej Duda and other leaders of NATO eastern flank. At the summit, the Polish head of state emphasized that Russian aggression in Ukraine has changed the security situation in Europe.
What we wish to do today is to think together among closest allies about our next steps in the run-up to the B9 summit in Bratislava and the NATO summit in Vilnius, and about the possibilities to provide further support to Ukraine.
Today's B9 meeting focused on preparing for the upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius and further strengthening the bloc's eastern flank. When talking about the region's safety, the general stated that this is not the first time
how did Ukraine's other great ally, that's UK, cover the event? Klaudia Czerwińska has the answer.
Your lust for land and power will fail. This was one of the many quotes that appeared in newspaper headlines today after U.S. President Joe Biden's defiant speech in Warsaw. The event was widely covered here in the UK. British media played up the exchange of swords that took place between Vladimir Putin and President Biden, who delivered competing speeches on the same day. Putin's bitterness and propagandist undertones stood in opposition to Biden's steadfastness. Headlines from Putin deluded as ever to Biden parries Putin charge could be seen everywhere today. As much as the Warsaw visit is an important milestone, much of the press attention was directed towards the issue of global nuclear security. Yesterday, Vladimir Putin announced that Russia was suspending its participation in the New START treaty, a treaty that, I quote, was the last treaty signed with the U.S. with the purpose of limiting the number and deployment of long-range nuclear missiles, warheads, and launch platforms by both nations. What everyone is now focusing on, quite rightly, is how much of a threat could Russia pose now that it removed itself from actively taking part in the initiative. One comment that particularly stood out came from the Financial Times, which called the president's two veteran leaders schooled in the Cold War whose legacies might be defined on the battlefields of Ukraine. No doubt President Biden's visit to Warsaw was a historic moment that will determine the shape of the conflict in Ukraine in days, weeks, perhaps even months to come. We can expect more as the UK is looking closely at the Bucharest 9 summit today, where leaders discussed more regional defense and aid. From London for TVP World, Klaudia Czerwińska.
And now we're moving on to Moldova, where our correspondent Izabela Muczyńska is in the capital, Chisinau. Hello, Isa. How are the Moldovans reacting to Joe Biden's visit to Ukraine and Poland, also considering today's Bucharest 9 summit?
Well, the president of Moldova was there as well. Just to remind you, she was sitting next to the Polish president during the Joe Biden's speech. So it's very, very important, especially right now when Moldova is in a very, very difficult situation, not only because of being located so close to Ukraine, but also about the events taking place recently in that country. Fears of possible coup in the country controlled by Kremlin. These was announced by the president Maya Sandu. These fears are still alive. Also, there are problems because of chaotic situation in the world of politics here. A former prime minister resigned. There is a new prime minister right now in Moldova. So the government is obviously changing. Also, they have to face protests, anti-government protests that were taking place a couple of days ago and are also planned for this weekend. These are anti-government protests, also of pro-Russian background.
That was Izabela Muczyńska reporting from Chisinau, Moldova. Thank you very much. The center of geopolitical gravity on the European continent is changing. President Biden's visit to Poland and Ukraine shows that Central Eastern Europe is rising in importance, while countries such as Germany and France may be taking a bit of a backseat.
This visit did not come to pass as many had imagined. Biden was not meant to visit Ukraine at all, and many thought he would go to Berlin first. Instead, he made a surprise visit to Kyiv. He walked the capital streets amid the wail of sirens.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia.
After which he came to Poland to give one of his most memorable speeches. It is hard not to see the American president's visits as a sign of changing times, a sign that Central Europe is becoming the new center of gravity on the continent.
We are trying to not only be those who have their security guaranteed by the United States and NATO, but also those who bring this security to others.
Alongside the United States, Poland has been leading the effort to help Ukraine. Many other Western nations have been following in their footsteps. Military investments into countries such as Poland are becoming more and more common. Billions of dollars are being poured into defending the eastern flank.
Again, the same place.
And no one can deny the friendship between the Polish and Ukrainian presidents. After both of Zelensky's trips abroad, they had conferred and debriefed. With the Bucharest 9 summit behind us and the upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius this year, Central Europe looks to take center stage in geopolitics at long last.
Since the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, nearly 1 year ago, nearly 10 million refugees have fled to Poland. The city of Przemyśl, located just 14 kilometers from the border with Ukraine, is one of the key reception points. Our reporter Katarzyna Nowicka is on the ground. Hello, Kasia. How has Przemyśl been receiving the hundreds of thousands of war refugees?
Przemyśl serves as one of the main reception points for the very many refugees who have escaped the war in Ukraine and has served as such since the war broke out on the 24th of February in 2022. And it's also very important because let's note that one of the most prominent border crossings with one of the most traffic of these refugees coming into Poland is situated just 14 kilometers away from us. And definitely not as many refugees are coming in every day to Poland as, for example, last year. But even yesterday, border authorities reported that 22,000 such individuals came in just in the past 24 hours. And this average over the past few days has been around 20 to 22,000, showing that these people are still coming to Poland. Refugees needing help, and Przemyśl, being so close to the border, is really stepping up. And its inhabitants understand that they have a very important role to play in this. Very many points have been established across the city that give help to these refugees every day. And one of these very important places is the Ukraine People's House in Przemyśl that we will be taking a closer look at their day-to-day activities tomorrow. So stay tuned. Back to you, Warsaw.
That was Katarzyna Nowicka reporting from Przemyśl. Thank you very much, Kasia. The Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, or OSCE for short, is facing a major crisis. The upcoming summit in Vienna this Friday is set to be controversial as diplomats from Russia and Belarus have been invited. This led to the boycott of the meeting by several member states, including Ukraine.
Austria has come under fire after the country refused to join the boycott of Russian attendance at the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe summit in Vienna. Representatives from 20 OSCE member states have called on the Austrian government to withdraw its decision to grant visas to the Russian delegation. Vienna stood firm, claiming it wants to follow international law.
The visa is, so to speak, a permission limited exactly to the time and space of this meeting, and I will certainly not commit a breach of international law, even with all the emotion.
Now, authorities in Vienna have decided to issue visas to Belarusian delegates as well. 81 deputies were in favor of refusing visas for the Russian and Belarusian delegations. Other OSCE member states, including Poland, Ukraine, France, Canada and the United Kingdom, said in a joint statement that Russian parliamentarians are an integral part of Moscow's power structure and as such are complicit in the crimes that Russia commits every day in Ukraine. The move is all the more controversial as the summit will be held on the anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This situation begs the question of whether the OSCE as an organization is able to fulfill its promise of protecting security in Europe with Russia and Belarus still in its ranks.
Vladimir Putin's Tuesday address to Parliament brought more signaling in Russia's political game with the West. As Moscow has suspended its participation in the new strategic arms reduction treaty, Western countries wonder what this move might mean in practice.
During his speech on Tuesday, Vladimir Putin emphasized that Russia was not withdrawing from the New START treaty, but only suspending its participation. Ratified in 2010 between the US and Russia, the new Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty introduced a mutual facility inspection framework for the signatories. The West has urged the Kremlin to reconsider its decision.
More nuclear weapons and less arms control makes the world more dangerous. And that's the reason why in NATO we have worked so hard to engage Russia on issues related to arms control and why NATO allies have supported the New START.
Киевского режима
In addition, Vladimir Putin announced that he had signed a decree ordering Russia's nuclear forces to combat readiness. It is not yet known what the effects of the suspension will look like in practice. However, despite the suspension of the START treaty, Moscow will comply with restrictions on the number of carriers of nuclear warheads. Additionally, the exchange of notifications will continue, according to the Russian Defense Ministry. The move, therefore, is likely to be mere posturing in order to scare the West into submission.
And now for a closer look at the wonders of the world of cinema. It is the first day of the Polish National Culture Festival, Memory and Identity. It is a celebration of Polish culture shown through movies, theatrical productions and performances. Meanwhile, in another part of Europe, the 73rd Berlin International Film Festival is underway.
The Memory and Identity Polish Film Festival captures the character and flavor of Polish culture, inspiring filmmakers to grasp the essence of the Polish identity. The festival showcases more than 300 hours of the latest productions and co-productions of Polish television. In Germany, the Berlin International Film Festival is underway. The American director Steven Spielberg, who has previously received the Honorary Golden Bear Award for his lifetime achievements, will be the festival's guest of honor at the 73rd edition of the event.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Film enthusiasts are waiting for Saturday, when the most important award of the festival, the Golden Bear, will be given out.
And once again, we're in Warsaw, where Joe Biden's visit has come to an end. Our reporter, Kazimierz Wysiak, has been following his trip closely. So, Kazimierz, what's your take on the undoubtedly historic visit of the U.S. president to Poland?
Well, Maciej, as we've seen the US president coming here to Warsaw these past 2 days, you could truly sense that we were seeing history being written in front of our very own eyes. And the atmosphere here in the city was really one of excitement and of hope. And President Biden definitely delivered on his speech yesterday here in Warsaw as he addressed the Polish nation and reiterated once again that the United States will be defending every inch of NATO territory, much to the applause of the gathered Poles at the gardens of the Royal Castle. The US president delivered his speech a day after he visited Kyiv on an unexpected visit, and this was again a really strong symbol of support, not only for Ukraine but also for Poland and other NATO countries of the eastern flank. So today he again visited here Warsaw, and he spoke with the leaders of the Bucharest 9 format, as we've mentioned in our report, and this was also a very important meeting. So overall, people here that I spoke to, Poles and Ukrainians who came to see President Biden, were really excited for this visit and thankful that the US has not left Poland and has not left Ukraine alone, and will keep defending these two countries.
Kazimierz Wysiak reporting from Warsaw. Thank you very much, Kazimierz. And now to discuss the Bucharest 9 summit, we're joined by Professor Tomasz Gross from the University of Warsaw. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having me on.
So the Bucharest 9 summit has come to an end after yesterday's Joe Biden historical speech. How would you sum up the meeting of NATO's eastern flank leaders? Well, apart from some strong declarations, have we really learned anything new?
Of course, we have many strong and symbolic declaration. Particularly important was today's meeting with representatives of Bucharest 9. In other way, the representatives of so-called eastern flank of NATO. And as I mentioned, in my opinion, it is very important symbol and declaration that eastern flank of NATO is treated seriously by the most important ally, the US, and NATO security guarantees are also important and valid for security of those countries.
So declarations then. Well, now about the one of them. We must break the cycle of Russian aggression, stated NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg at today's Bucharest 9th summit in Warsaw. But how does NATO want to achieve this goal?
First of all, it is important to strengthen NATO's eastern flank, which means the countries belonging to Bucharest 9 and Ukraine. So it is really important to develop a new security architecture in Central and Eastern Europe, and including to those architecture Ukraine. Which means transferring more weapons to those countries, greater presence of NATO forces in eastern NATO's flank, as far as faster deadlines for allied assistance in the event of any threat, and presumably all those developments would be probably worked out by the NATO summit in Vilnius.
Right. Well, Russia never actually attacked any member of NATO, so do you think that's actually strengthening NATO's eastern flank would repel Russia from attacking any of its neighbors, such as Georgia or Moldova, probably?
The strengthening of eastern flank, including of strengthening of Ukraine, it is really important to deter Moscow. So it is not a matter of declaration, but some actions delivered to eastern flank, and in my opinion, it is growing awareness in Western politicians that it is only way to deter Moscow. I mean, strengthening visibility of and presence of NATO troops, of NATO armaments, and readiness of allies to go to support Eastern members of NATO in any event of threat. And it is the real way to guarantee peace and deter Moscow.
Right. Well, the president of Romania, Klaus Iohannis, stated that he wants to make sure that the invasion of Ukraine is Russia's final act. Now, how does it correspond with, for example, Emmanuel Macron's words of late that Russia must be defeated but not crushed?
We can observe still a difference in approach to Russia between Western and Central Europe. In the opinion of Central European politicians, Imperial Russia must be crushed if it is to lose its imperial ambitions. On the other way, on the other hand, Western European politicians still hope to rebuild cooperation with Moscow after the war. But never mind, it is a minimum program for NATO, despite of those differences, to protect NATO's eastern flank and support those countries to deter Moscow.
But there's no going back to business as usual, especially after multiple blackmails, especially after Mariupol and Bucha. Professor Tomasz Gross from the University of Warsaw was our guest today. Thank you very much, Professor. And that would be all for now. Thank you for watching and stay with us for more here on TVP World.
Every time missiles cross over the border, the sirens go off, so we don't know where those missiles could be flying.
Fight, tears, death, hope. The bloody fight for Ukraine's freedom continues. Day after day, TVP World reporters provide you with the latest updates from the front lines.
Reporting from Kiev.
From Kharkiv.
From Kramatorsk.
Wherever human life is at stake, we are there.
From the city of Lviv.
From Kupiansk.
From Odessa for TVP World.
History is happening right before our eyes. You are a part of it. Don't fall for disinformation. Glory to Ukraine.
Hello, I'm David Kennedy, and welcome to Business Arena on TVP World. Our headlines tonight: French retailer Auchan's Russian roll, and a report that a 4-day week actually works. And now on to our key storyboard. And first of all, the major stock markets. On Tuesday, markets had the worst day of the year. Russian regime leader Vladimir Putin gave a warmongering speech. And today, in the US, the markets recovered in the early part of the day amid trepidation about the minutes of the last Fed meeting, which are just about out now, and analysts expect further hikes in months to come. Now, and the case was also the same in the European markets. We can see that they were down slightly, the FTSE, and the case is also true in Asia. The Asia Dow down by 0.94%, the Hang Seng also down, even further down in Japan, the Nikkei 225. Our next set of slides relate to Ukraine, and as we approach the 1-year mark of the Russian invasion of the country, the economy is under the spotlight. Ukraine's economy shrank by a third in 2022. Now, that followed several years of moderate growth since 2015. Meanwhile, in the next slide, it shows that the Ukrainian Central Bank is at the top of the US donor list. They're receiving around $1 billion per month here, we can see. Now, as we go further on, then the central bank is getting slightly less support now from the government. You can see that the bonds bought by the central bank there in yellow, it's going down significantly, and in the last month there, it's even less. As we go on here, we'll show the military aid received by Ukraine from various countries. Now, of course, way out in front is the US as the top donor, followed by the UK, Germany, Poland in fourth place there. And finally, in this set of data, this slide shows the damage that has been done to the Ukrainian economy. In this rather conservative study, the damage stands at 136 billion, with most damage done to residential buildings, but you can see that infrastructure is also fairly high on the list. We're kind of, when we were looking at this earlier, kind of interested in this figure for energy, bearing in mind the amount of bombing that has been done. But I dare say that these figures will also change as the months go on and more data becomes available. Go on now to China, and the shares of China Renaissance Holding fell as much as 5% on Monday and further on Tuesday. We reported last week that the investment bank said it could not contact its founder, the chairman and CEO Bao Fan. Now, Bloomberg said last night that the banker, or the banker's family, had said that the disappearance of the star Chinese dealmaker was related to a probe by the government. Now, this case is the latest in a series of disappearances of executives in China during an anti-corruption campaign led by President Xi Jinping. The bank is trying to reassure its clients, and indeed its own lenders, major banks, that it is business as usual, but we'll see how that goes. Now, we end with some interesting pages on a lighter note from the annals of business history, and this is a map showing the oldest companies in Europe that are still running today. And the oldest is in Germany, the Staffelter Hof Winery, which began operations in the year 862, followed by Monnier de Paris in France, which started in 1864. Now, Poland and Ukraine are not far behind with their salt mines. The Bochnia salt mine in Poland, 1248, and the Drohobych salt plant in Ukraine was founded in 1250. But a fascinating map there, and if you have a family business, then keep at it. It may be going for centuries. Now, the fact that some retailers have remained in Russia when many others have left has raised eyebrows for some months. But a report released last week by The Insider and Le Monde has allegedly uncovered that the French giant Auchan has been supplying the Russian military. And here's more. There's more as well, because they've also been helping recruit soldiers for the Russian war effort among their staff.
French-based supermarket chain Auchan has reportedly been supplying Russian troops stationed in the occupied regions of Ukraine. The shocking discovery was made through a joint investigation conducted by French daily Le Monde and investigative journalist websites The Insider and Bellingcat. Several leaked documents revealed that packages labelled as humanitarian aid included $27,000 worth of products used by the army, according to an anonymous source. The shipments contained socks, cigarettes, lighters and razors in quantities large enough to supply 2 battalions, all free of charge. The news was met with outrage from Ukrainian officials.
Last year, I urged the world to boycott Auchan for failing to withdraw from Russia and stop funding war crimes. However, the reality seems to be much worse. Auchan has evolved into a full-fledged weapon of Russian aggression.
Auchan, through an official statement, denied it was involved in any sort of wrongdoing.
Auchan Retail thus reasserts that those of its stores that are open in Russia to enable the Russian population, like in Ukraine for the Ukrainian population, to have access to food, do not provide any voluntary or active assistance to any supply to consumer categories other than the Russian civilian population.
The statement further read that the company cannot ensure where their products end up. Despite major criticism, the group was among the handful of major Western firms which remained in Russia following the invasion. Convenience store chain Leroy Merlin, which belongs to the same holding group as Auchan, has also continued to operate in the country. And to make things worse, the investigation revealed it was also involved in the supply of goods to the Russian army.
Back again, and now our interview section. And activity on the cryptocurrency market has plunged over the past 15 months or so, but valuations once as low as $16,000 for Bitcoin and have now grown since the beginning of the year, but only to fall again slightly. Now, what are the current dynamics of the market, and what can we expect over the next few months? Is there any predictability in a highly volatile market? Now, I am joined by Paweł Łaskarzewski, who is a serial entrepreneur and crypto market, financial market specialist. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for the invitation.
Now, there have been crypto winters before, but are we going through a bit of a crypto ice age at the moment?
I don't think so, because currently on we see involvement of big brands, worldwide big brands that are stepping into the business. They're stepping into the crypto market. Regulations are being developed by European Union, by United States, as well as Singapore. So if those things are going to happen, the big capital and the big banks, traditional finances, are going to step in the crypto market, because this is really similar situation that we were at in early 2000 during the dot-com bubble. So the boom in the technology of decentralized solutions is growing. So I believe this is not ice age, this is slight slowing down as we've seen in 2014 and 17.
Well, that sounds optimistic. As we look at it from the moment, from this moment, we've seen, of course, last year major discomfort, and not only that, major losses by private individuals, but also by major companies because of the failures of not necessarily the currencies themselves, although there have been a few of them, but also the people who deal in it. Now, you mentioned greater sort of oversight is coming, but it's not there yet, is it?
It's not there yet. And last year we've seen a couple of really tragic situations like FTX crash, huge funds crash, Terra Luna, big blockchain that lost billions of dollars of users. And most of it was due to lack of regulations, as I said before. And this lack of regulations is allowing people to behave in unregulated way. We've seen this kind of behavior on traditional market in 2008. In 2008, the whole market has been killed because of the securitization failure, because of the valuation of assets that has been a subject of securitization. So after that, regulation has been introduced, and those problems were fixed. And the same things are going to happen on the crypto market somewhere soon, like MiCA and DORA regulations are stepping into our doors and are just around the corner.
What are they, MiCA and DORA?
MiCA are regulations that are going to regulate the whole crypto market. We're going to regulate taxation of crypto market, because right now we have people that made millions of dollars and did not pay a penny out of that. Or we had a lot of businesses that were doing a lot of shady stuff like FTX did. And those things need to be put in a framework of the law to secure average people, average Joe, that will use cryptocurrencies and decentralized services and to be secure, because most of the people are not tech savvy enough to understand what is happening there. So they need someone else to take care of that for them.
But it's not only that. I mean, every time one of these exchanges went down, there was advice for crypto investors to be very careful of their portfolios, not necessarily to keep them on the pages that they are exchanging on. You can actually keep your portfolio in a safer way, can't you?
Yeah, so the biggest problem of that, of keeping your money on the exchange, is that this is under the custody of someone else. You are not owner of that. If you are keeping it on your own wallet is basically like account in the bank, but in the crypto space. So if you are keeping this on your wallet, you are owner of that. Only you can make transactions. You can do anything with your cryptocurrencies. If you are storing this on the exchange, they can do anything. They can be a subject of hack by hackers. They can just make a mistake and lose your money, or make this double accounting and a lot of frauds like FTX did. So that's why this is an issue. But this is also a similar situation like we had a couple of times in traditional market when the banks has been bailed out and they crashed because of maybe not falling into regulations too much, and they were subject of closing and different verification by the government bodies. So this is not only the crypto, but it's the thing that is happening. That's why those regulations are.
It shouldn't be that difficult. I mean, you know, should it not be something like, okay, you do a transaction, you finish the transaction, and then the web page says, now you've finished your transaction, let's go over to your wallet, and to kind of force you to do that.
And you're right, and that's why we have two types of exchanges in the crypto. Centralized, who are keeping your crypto on their accounts, on their wallets, and you have decentralized exchanges, which are allowing you to connect your crypto account to the exchange, make transactions, and disconnect your account so they cannot do anything with your crypto. So that's a way better approach, because this is allowing someone to just look into what you have there and do the transaction just during this transaction, just one transaction that you're making. So those are two different types, and most of the people in the crypto like to use the second approach because this is much more secure for them. But you need to be tech savvy enough to go there.
Right. Well, if you're tech savvy enough, then maybe delve back into the crypto market. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. There's still a lot of volatility. Just to finish very quickly, up or down this year?
So I think we're gonna see down and then fast up because of the prices that are going to, on their lowest, are going to be very interesting from the point of view of the funds that are investing there, and especially that we have those regulations that will secure them in a good way. So I think we're gonna see bottom and then fast up.
Bottom and then up. Paweł Łaskarzewski, serial entrepreneur, crypto financial markets expert. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Now it's time for a quick fire round, and we'll take a closer look at three stories, including the extreme weather and possible costs of climate change, and how Crowdfunding is helping the Ukraine war effort.
On Tuesday, strong wind caused power cuts for more than 160,000 homes in California, and the looming storm could bring snowfall in the majority of the state. The winter storm spreading across western and north-central parts of the U.S. this week is causing severe disruption to air and road travel in the region. Heavy snowfall of as much as 60 centimeters and winds of some 100 kilometers per hour caused more than 1,300 flights across the country to be called off on Tuesday. The southern parts of the country have been hit with extreme temperatures of more than 30 degrees Celsius, much higher than they usually are at this time of year. Experts say such volatile weather changes is proof that climate change is very much underway. A report published last year by Deloitte said that insufficient action toward battling global warming, which would result in a temperature increase of 3 degrees Celsius, could cost the US economy more than $14 trillion over the next 50 years. Crowdfunding and other forms of donations from Ukrainian citizens and charities across the country have, alongside aid from the allied nations, been key for keeping the Ukrainian forces going. While the exact amount of funds received from the public is not known, the Ukrainian Central Bank alone collected close to $700 million in donations designated for military spending. Come Back Alive is one of the most crucial charities. Established by volunteers in 2014, it has managed to rack up some $160 million. Presently, with the help of local petrol station chain Oko, it is collecting funds to supply the army with drone systems. The help of ordinary citizens, who do everything from sewing to fixing armed vehicles, has also been crucial. The exports of Russian oil to India could soon reach new record highs as long as the price remains low, Bloomberg has reported, citing Indian Petroleum Company representatives. In January, they hit a new record of 1.4 million barrels per day, nearly 10% more than in December. The EU ban on seaborne deliveries of Russian petroleum products, according to the heads of the industry, means that there will be more of the commodity available on the market. This will prompt a jump in the refining volume of Indian plants, which then sell their products to European countries with a substantial profit.
And a look now into the world of social media with our Twitter roundup. And it's all got a flavour very much related to Joe Biden's visit. The first tweet is of the Bucharest 9 that met in Warsaw today. That's day 2 of Joe Biden's visit to the Polish capital. 9 countries along the eastern flank of NATO got together with Joe Biden to discuss security issues and heard some encouraging words. Now, our next one in our coverage of the Biden visit is a tweet from NBC showing that the US president said that Putin made a big mistake in suspending its participation of the New START treaty on nuclear proliferation. That was yesterday that he had said that during his announcement to the Polish public. And our next story is between the pictures of Joe Biden's appearance at the Royal Castle in Warsaw. A tweet by the Prime Minister's office with the quote that friendship and Polish-American alliance are the foundations of the security in Europe and NATO's eastern flank. And the final story comes from Westinghouse Nuclear. Now, the American-based company, which has a joint venture in nuclear power with Japanese Hitachi, is thanking the US president for his support. Now, an agreement was signed by Westinghouse for pre-planning work for building a full-scale nuclear plant in Poland, which they say is a milestone. On now to our last story, and there hasn't been a study so far that said it's a bad idea. What? The 4-day week, and apparently it's better for efficiency and even more so for our health. Here's more.
61 companies across the UK decided to cut their number of working days under the 4-day week global scheme. Between June and December of 2022, the entire workforce of firms from various sectors, including online retail, finance, healthcare or gastronomy, worked 34 hours per week for the exact same pay.
I've found that just having that one extra day off per week gives me so much more time to recover and recuperate after having such an emotionally draining and demanding job. It would take a lot for me to look for a job elsewhere now.
The positive effects of the change were seen across the majority of the workforce, with 71% of employees saying they feel less burned out and 39% reported that they feel less stressed compared to the beginning of the scheme.
We feel really encouraged by the results, which showed the many ways companies were turning the 4-day week from a dream into realistic policy with multiple benefits.
These included a 65% drop in sick days taken by workers and a 57% decrease in the number of employees who decided to quit compared to the same period in the previous year. The revenue of the companies taking part in the scheme saw a 1.4% average increase. Prompted by the positive outcome of the scheme, 92% of the participating companies said they will continue with the 4-day week, a third of which said the changes will be introduced permanently.
Well, tomorrow is day 4 of our 5-day week on Business Arena. Join us then. Thanks very much for watching tonight.
the launch of Russia's invasion. President Putin, thank you all.
Hello, I'm Maciej Mikos and you're watching World News. The Bucharest 9 summit in Warsaw has concluded. It was an opportunity for NATO leaders to reaffirm their message of support for Ukraine and to stress the importance of resisting Russian aggression in all instances. Our reporter Kazimierz Łysiak has more.
US President Joe Biden has officially left the Polish presidential palace in Warsaw and is on his way back to Washington. The US President met here with the leaders of the Bucharest 9 format. Countries of the Bucharest 9 include Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Romania and Slovakia. All these countries have one thing in common: they are all on the borders of NATO. So US President Joe Biden most likely discussed with the leaders increased military support for the countries of the NATO eastern flank, and also, of course, on how to keep supporting Ukraine and how to send heavy weaponry to Kyiv. Polish President Andrzej Duda thanked US President Joe Biden for coming here to Poland, especially since this is the second visit of the US leader here to Poland in the span of 1 year, which has never happened before. The US leader emphasized that Poland is an important ally of the United States and that he is very thankful to the Polish nation for welcoming more than 3.5 million Ukrainian refugees ever since the beginning of the war. The visit of the US leader also coincides with the fact that we are almost on the eve of the first anniversary of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, so his visit here is especially meaningful and symbolic, and the meeting with countries of the Bucharest 9 format was also a strong statement from the US president that he will continue to work closely with NATO allies to defend the NATO alliance. From Warsaw, for TVP World, Kazimierz Łysiak.
During the Bucharest 9 summit in Warsaw, US President Joe Biden met leaders of NATO's eastern flank to show support for the region's security. This issue has gained even a greater significance after Moscow suspended a landmark nuclear arms control treaty.
On Wednesday, during his visit to Poland, US President Joe Biden attended the Bucharest 9 summit. Hosted by the Polish president, the meeting was attended by the heads of state of NATO's eastern flank. The members of the Bucharest 9 include Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania and Slovakia.
This year has made us stronger and more united. And we, the countries on the eastern flank, are more protected than ever. And we together passed the test of solidarity and humanity because of our help to Ukraine.
The politicians discussed the importance of continuing to support Ukraine in its fight against Russian aggression. The consensus is that this objective is crucial for ensuring general security in the region. In the last years, NATO has been going through a kind of crisis, with its very existence brought into question. However, rallying behind an embattled Ukraine has given the alliance a new purpose, saving it from sliding into obsolescence.
The irony is that one of the last conversations I had with our friend in Russia was, I said, you keep asking for the Finlandization of NATO. You're going to get the NATOization of Finland.
The meeting came just a day after Moscow pulled out of the New START, a major nuclear arms control treaty. Joe Biden called the decision a big mistake by the Kremlin. The development opens up the possibility for Russia to resume nuclear tests, and some commentators warn that it might lead to an escalation of the conflict.
The Euromaidan, a Warsaw Citizens Initiative aimed at supporting Ukraine on its way to European integration, organized a protest in Warsaw today, the second day of US President Joe Biden's visit to Poland. The Ukrainian demonstrators, holding banners and the national flags, wanted to ask the US President to help the war-torn country achieve its objectives.
Ukrainian demonstrators holding banners and their national flags wanted the US President to provide greater support to the assaulted country. The protest was held in the morning in front of the Warsaw Marriott Hotel, where all US presidents stayed during their visits in Poland. The aim of the protest is to convince the US President that delivering F-16 fighter jets will bring Ukraine closer to winning the war against Russia.
My own city, Kharkiv, it's attacked for rocket missiles to city center. Another woman who stand with me here together, she's from Bakhmut. Her city isn't exist enough. So we need F-16 fighter jet and enough weapons supply to Ukraine to win this evil, to stop this awful war.
Despite spending billions of dollars on financial, humanitarian and military aid for Ukraine, the US government has been reluctant to extend their help to providing aircraft. Increasing the capabilities of Ukrainian air defense could save many lives that are lost in Russian missile attacks, but also increases the risk of escalating the conflict. Euromaidan Warsaw announced that another protest will be held later on Wednesday at 6 p.m.
The grain deal between Ukraine, the world's breadbasket, and Russia, signed in the summer of last year, was hailed as a major success. Now, unfortunately, it is not certain whether it will be extended. Here's more from our correspondent in Odessa, Salia Strzemska.
The famous grain deal between Russia and Ukraine has been signed in the summer of last year. Now, there are some problems with it. Essentially, the one-year mark of the invasion is actually fast approaching, and a lot of importers are not sure if Russia will agree to extend the grain deal. Last summer, in July of 2022, it was signed between Russia and Ukraine and brokered by the UN and Turkey. According to UN officials, they're already working on prolonging the grain deal, not for 180 days as it used to be, but perhaps for 1 year. As to Ukraine, it has managed to ship 3 million tons of grain in December, and now this is steadily diminishing. So there could be some problems with exports, and as people are not willing to sort of buy Ukrainian grain. For instance, Egypt, the largest importer of wheat in the world, has opted to buy Russian wheat in the last tender. So this is really creating a lot of tensions, especially because this could actually lead to a global food crisis. According to the grain deal, Russia is obliged to inspect ships which are leaving the Black Sea ports, and now they're actually taking longer than they should. It actually takes 2 to 3 weeks, or even sometimes up to 6, to let certain shipments go. Therefore, Ukraine is blaming Russia for making this more difficult and trying to weaponize food. So this is one of the major problems ahead of the 1-year mark of the Russian invasion. We'll see if it will be sorted out. The deadline for the existing grain deal is 18th of March of 2023. From Odessa for TVP World, this was Salia Strzemska.
Prior to his arrival in Warsaw, President Joe Biden made a surprise visit to Kiev, assuring President Zelensky of his unwavering support for Ukraine. How is the US President's visit to the region being received in Ukraine? Our correspondent in Kiev, Donald, has more.
After U.S. President Joe Biden visited first the capital of Kyiv and then the very next day visited the capital of Warsaw, the effect here in Ukraine is one major boost in morale. Of course, Ukrainians are satisfied in the fact that they can be reassured that the United States, the world's largest military power, will back them until they are successful in defeating the Russian invasion of their country. Now, that is super, super important. Of course, last year we saw the taboos about which weapon systems to transfer to Ukraine and whether the West was willing to do it not to provoke Russia. Well, those taboos have pretty much gone out the window, with the exception of those F-16 fighter planes, which are still pending to be transferred, of course, not to provoke Russia, but those notions of provocation of Russia, which invaded this country and has been at war with this country for 9 years now, has pretty much flown out the window. Now, of course, we are approaching that 1-year anniversary of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, which coincides on Friday on the 24th of February. And although that will be a very somber date to commemorate here in the capital, here in the country, of course, there is quite a bit of nervousness as to what the Russian reaction on that special occasion will be. There is definitely speculation that The largest cities, including the capital, could be attacked by another massive salvo of missiles. Earlier, it was stated by one of the deputy heads of the Interior Ministry that actually the mobilized Russians that have been training for the last several months are already on the battlefield here in Ukraine, which makes it seem like this massive new Russian offensive may not quite come to light the way it was expected. However, that occasion will come on Friday, and we'll have to see then. Don Arleth reporting from Kyiv, TVP World.
Vladimir Putin claimed in his recent speech that Russia has done everything to peacefully resolve the conflict in Ukraine and that the West is plotting against Moscow. Despite this narrative, Russian forces continue to attack Ukrainian positions. President Zelensky commented on this in his latest address to the nation.
I started the day today with a meeting of the High Command, extended and detailed, replete with reports from the battlefield from our commanders on the most active theaters. Supreme Commander Zaluzhny reported on the general situation on the front line and enemy missile strikes on our positions. Of course, the most striking are reports from Donetsk and Luhansk. We do everything to hold enemy attacks, constant intense assault which Russia doesn't stop despite suffering staggering losses. General Syrsky reported on the situation on Bakhmut and Liman theaters. Tough fighting, digging battles. We do everything to support our boys. General Tarnavsky reported on battles in around Avdiivka and other theaters. The occupiers are using the full range of weaponry against our boys, including even tear gas grenades.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian First Lady Olena Zelenska spoke about human rights violations committed by Russia since the beginning of the invasion almost a year ago at the UN Human Rights meeting. During her speech, she underlined that Russia's decision to take Ukrainian nuclear power plants hostage and to murder countless civilians in Ukraine is an attack on the very principle of human rights.
At least at the moment, we have about 150 rapes that are documented by the prosecutors that were committed by the Russian invaders in Ukraine. These are only cases when victims found strength to testify, because this is still a stignified crime. I also wanted to show you photos of 16,000 Ukrainian children that were kidnapped, were abducted and taken to Russia. Their right to childhood, to family, to their language, to their nationality was violated. From what we know, they're being given to the Russian families, and they're trying to erase their memory about their origin.
Genocide of one country is committed. No nation can live in peace. The key word here is genocide. Human rights are like air. They have no borders. Either we all have them or we don't have them at all. Therefore, when Russia shells Ukraine, takes nuclear power plants as a hostage, threatens with nuclear weapons, it is the attack on the very principle of human rights, the one that the world documented in the Convention on Human Rights more than 70 years ago.
The leaders of Finland and Sweden have said that the countries will enter NATO together, and at the same time, the decision on whether the Nordic countries will join the West Alliance lies with Turkey.
Finland and Sweden's NATO membership still hang in the balance, even after all these months. The two countries are resolute, however, that they will not join the alliance separately.
We go hand in hand.
We go hand in hand. All the time we have gone hand in hand, and we will continue to do so, with everything we have in our hands.
The two applicants have fulfilled the criteria that were requested at the NATO summit in Madrid. The applications have been put under more scrutiny than that of many others throughout history.
There is probably no country in history that has applied for NATO membership that has fulfilled the criteria in the way that Sweden and Finland have done.
Hungary is expected to approve the applications after some opposition. Turkey, however, has been blocking Sweden's accession adamantly, claiming that the country harbors members of what it considers to be terrorist groups.
China and Japan have held their first high-profile security talks in several years. The meeting comes as the situation in the Indo-Pacific has been growing more and more tense with each passing month. Escalation is the word that is on everyone's lips when it comes to the South China Sea.
The seas of East Asia are boiling. Military drills have become a daily occurrence in the everyday lives of the region's inhabitants.
Any attempts to remedy the situation have been half-hearted. This conversation between Japanese and Chinese diplomats may be the first in 4 years, but it is far from a breakthrough. China's worries are related to unresolved post-Second World War issues with Japan and Beijing's ambition to become a leading power.
China has serious concerns over Japan's release of its new defense and security documents, its collusion with foreign forces, and its involvement in the Taiwan issue.
Turkey has its own list of grievances, however. These are
increased military activities by China in the vicinity of Japan and cooperation with Russia, as well as the balloon-shaped flying objects that have been confirmed in our airspace in the past.
Japan's shift in policy, which many believe started with the late Shinzo Abe, has relied much on the United States. Together, the two countries have worked to bring a sense of stability to the Indo-Pacific. One crucial player in this whole geopolitical puzzle are the Philippines. Manila has held long-lasting ties with both Japan and the US, but it has a peculiar kind of relationship with the latter. Despite being a former American colony, many of its people still see the US positively and welcome military cooperation between them.
All of these exercises that we are doing are in response to all types of threats that we may be facing in the future, both man-made and natural.
Manila is being pushed towards Washington and Tokyo, despite having strong economic ties with China. Chinese provocations in the South China Sea are forcing the Philippines' hand. Although the country wants to hold hands with both sides, China's grip is definitely more painful. And with increased Chinese activity around Taiwan, the Philippines may not have much time to choose their allies.
Alligators are commonplace in Florida, making them an icon of the southernmost U.S. state. Though usually not aggressive to its people, the large reptiles are nevertheless predators and sometimes can even be extremely dangerous. Florida Wildlife Commission officials captured a 10-feet-long alligator on Monday. The animal had to be contained after killing an 85-year-old Fort Pierce resident. The woman was walking her dog near a pond when the alligator attacked. She managed to save her pet but fell into the pond herself, where she was pulled under the water by the giant reptile. The body of the victim was recovered from the pond and the deadly animal has been euthanized by the contracted alligator trapper. Emergency response is still underway after the earthquake in Turkey. Rescuers are not only saving people but also cats. Here's more.
In Turkey, animals are being constantly pulled from under the rubble. When workmen discovered a cat inside a damaged residential building, they put a stop to demolition and requested for help to remove the animal from the partially collapsed structure. After the catastrophic earthquake in Diyarbakir, 89 people died and 20 others were found injured. Turkey was hit by two more powerful earthquakes 2 weeks after the disaster.
And that's all the news for now. Thank you for watching and stay with us for more here on TVP World.
Everything's on.
thought he'd get the Finlandization of NATO. Instead, he got the NATOization of Finland and Sweden. He thought NATO would fracture and divide. Instead, NATO is more united and more unified than ever before. He thought he could weaponize energy to crack your resolve, Europe's resolve. Instead, we're working together to end Europe's dependence on Russian fossil fuels. He thought autocrats like himself were tough and leaders of democracy were soft. And then he met the iron will of America and the nations everywhere that refused to accept the world governed by fear and force. He found himself at war with a nation led by a man whose courage would be forged in fire and steel, President Zelensky. What you stand for is most important.
Hello, I'm Ilash Revinsky, welcoming you to another episode of World Today. Now, in a spectacular show of leadership, US President Joe Biden visited Kiev and Warsaw, sending a powerful message to allies and rivals alike. While the event itself might have been symbolic in nature, it will almost certainly have a significant impact not just on the war in Ukraine, but also on the region's security status and architecture. Just how profound are the changes going to be? And what is going to be the endgame here? We'll be examining this with our special guest tonight, Aaron Koreva, Director of the Atlantic Council's Warsaw office. Hello and welcome to TVP World.
Thanks so much. Good to be back.
So, what were your impressions following President Biden's speech in Warsaw yesterday? Because this was no doubt one of the most crucial parts of this particular diplomatic tour, even if the most unexpected one came earlier on in Kiev.
Absolutely. I mean, I look at both these speeches as essentially one event put together, two halves of an equally important moment. Yes, it was symbolic, but symbolism is important. Sometimes in the West we forget that. In Russia and places like that, symbolism matters. The fact that the President of the United States goes to Kyiv, puts his foot down and shows the Russians and tells them very clearly, no, you don't have a sphere of interest in Ukraine, like a privileged sphere of interest in Ukraine. This is an independent country, and they're going to stay independent. We're going to back them. And then goes to Poland, showing again that Poland being a key ally for the United States in order to push back, help support Ukraine in fighting back against Russia.
And visiting Poland the second time within less than a year.
Very significant, absolutely.
So his appearance in Kiev, let's begin with that. Do you believe that this could be the tipping point, i.e. before that, of course, there were Western leaders arriving in Kiev, sometimes unexpectedly, like Boris Johnson was probably one of the first, also Poland's President Andrzej Duda, but none of them actually carried the same degree of influence. Let's be perfectly honest, I mean, the United States is pretty much the country that allows NATO to function on the scale that it does. So do you think that this signal is actually going to be decisive, at least when it comes to Putin's plans to subjugate all of Ukraine? Because these plans used to exist. Perhaps they still do, even if they are not really that realistic anymore.
Well, I don't think that Putin is back. If there's any sign that Putin has changed his mind or changed his plans. I mean, I didn't listen to Putin's speech in its entirety because it was something like an hour and 45 minutes, and I heard it was the same tired babble that we've heard so many times before.
It certainly was.
Yes, but he did mention that we Russians, we will not tire, we'll keep pushing and keep pushing. And I understand why he thinks that way, because this is Russia's strategy, basically. Russia is gambling on that the West is going to get tired with the war, that the coalitions are going to fracture, and then Russia will have an open door to deal with Ukraine themselves. This is Russia's plan. Now, I'm not saying this is a good plan at all. I mean, I think it's going to fail, but this is the plan that they have, and it seems like they're sticking to their plan so far. Now, I will say this, that I don't necessarily blame Putin and Russia for believing that they could outlast the West, because unfortunately, many times before this open invasion, let's remember that Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014, our response from the West was not always so strong and determined.
It wasn't adequate.
Again, exactly.
There's too much complacency and all that. Yeah. So it's changing now, but it has taken a full-scale invasion and thousands of victims, thousands of casualties to actually finally ignite this sort of process in the West, the process of consolidation. Still, as you've mentioned, Russia wants to see the West fractured. Can you see any possible trigger points where this still could happen? Any countries that might be changing their direction at some point, saying, well, perhaps we're not really able to support this effort anymore?
Well, there are countries where there are vocal voices who push that line. These voices were marginalized at the start of the war because it was so evident that what they are proposing doesn't really make any sense. They believe in appeasing Russia, which has never worked. It only makes Russia more aggressive. And they have this strange idea that we, the West, somehow could not stand up to Russia. Like, of course we can. The size of the Russian economy is smaller than, is about the size of New York City. Not even New York State, New York City. Like, why would the West not be able to stop Russia? The Ukrainian will to fight, and in combination with the resources that the West provides, is much stronger than what Russia can bring to the table. And we have to understand it, believe in that, and continue. Because the alternative is simply that Russia steamrolls through Ukraine, and they're not going to stop in Ukraine. We've never seen, there's never been an indication that Russia tends to be satisfied with appeasement. They only get more aggressive when you do that.
So unless they are sufficiently weakened, which we've already seen that Russia taking on NATO doesn't really look that likely. One advantage that they still have is nuclear weapons, and they're trying to play this nuclear card over and over again. What should be the response of NATO and the West? We've seen that kind of saber-rattling even recently, the decision to quit the New START agreement. That forms part of that plan. Do you think that we should be really worried about that, or is it just a part of this sort of tired old pattern that we've already seen? It never actually brought us anything more than a couple of sensationalist headlines.
Well, nuclear weapons are a serious matter, of course, and an unfortunate reality is that we don't know what the Russian plans for using nukes are. It boils, unfortunately, down to one man and one man's decision, and that's Vladimir Putin. And we can't underestimate Vladimir Putin's willingness to make stupid decisions. He's made plenty of them already.
None of them suicidal, though.
No, absolutely. And I often say this, that Putin, you can call him many things, but he's not a suicidal, crazy person. He's an opportunist. He uses, again, the nuclear scare because we have fallen for this before. Now, that doesn't mean that we can be cavalier or jingoistic about these things. Something that was completely underreported in the news was that a while ago, Victoria Nuland was asked this question at some press briefing, I believe, and she mentioned that it has been communicated to Vladimir Putin clearly that if he uses nuclear weapons in Ukraine, that will be the end of him. We know that Bill Burns, the head of the CIA, met with his Russian counterpart in Turkey. This was many months ago, and after that meeting, we did see a significant drop in the Russian rhetoric about nukes. Now, this thing with the New START treaty, I mean, honestly, if we look at the Russian capabilities versus the American capabilities now, the U.S. has actually been modernizing its nuclear arsenal. I wouldn't want to be Russia going, toe-to-toe with the U.S. in some sort of arms race right now. I think that this is probably, again, an attempt to play this nuclear card again in a different way, because let's be frank, that's literally the only card they can play against the West right now.
If we're thinking that this could be another Cold War and another type of race of this kind, isn't it really Russia actually inviting defeat? Because if they are not using these weapons and merely engaging in another race against the United States, this is all going to boil down to the capacity of the economy. Mm-hmm. And again, of course, even judging by the recent reports that they were trying to conduct a test of an intercontinental ballistic missile, and this apparently failed. At least it did not succeed enough for Putin to brag about it. Isn't this essentially a path that Russia, the Soviet Union, has already walked once, has already failed? So repeating that wouldn't really make sense at all.
No, it wouldn't. But then again, there are a lot of decisions that Vladimir Putin made recently that don't really make any sense, that are based on these strange beliefs that he has, that he could steamroll Ukraine, that he could fracture the West, and all these, and it's turned out to be completely wrong. And this is the problem with the authoritarian leaders and dictators, is that they end up in a bubble, right? The circle of people they surround themselves eventually eventually with yes men. Putin has been in power in effect for 20 years. The circle is smaller and smaller, and the critical views simply don't get to him. Now, that again, that we shouldn't underestimate his ability to do stupid decisions, but he's not, I would emphasize that he's not a suicidal god. Deterrence works. Deterrence with Russia does work. If we are clear and strong about our deterrence and our abilities, what we can do and what we will do, then Russia is not going to use nuclear weapons because, again, there is nothing there to gain for them. They will only do these things if they think they can win with it, and they can't, quite frankly, because at the end of the day, like using a nuclear weapon in Ukraine, what's that really going to bring them? It's not going to change the battlefield. It's going to make the world even angrier at them. I mean, even China doesn't like the idea of say, throwing nuclear weapons around. So that's not something that's going to benefit Russia in any way. But again, we can't just sit down and be sure about that. This is why the deterrence message and sending that clear message to Russia is important.
So the nukes are out there in the background, but they still serve as a very powerful tool when it comes to political messaging. And it is being directed at certain groups in the West, that people who are always going to bring it up and say, well, look, President Biden is leading us towards World War III. I might have actually been inadvertently quoting Donald Trump here, but he's just one of many. And all these recent statements that appear in certain circles, they seem to indicate there is a movement forming that will be sharing many of the views that Russia has been trying to present, but doing this under the veil of being a peace movement. Think of the recent demonstration in the US, which had all the major anti-Ukrainian voices. They are anti-Ukrainian perhaps by reason of being pro-Russian, right? And at least indirectly. But still, what do you think about that? Isn't this the avenue that Russia will be using continuously and essentially going back to this sort of Cold War playbook, where also peace movements were playing a very significant role, advocating nuclear disarmament, unilateral? Of course, we know how this would have ended if it was pursued to the full extent, right?
Yes, and we did not follow that kind of advice, and that's why we won the Cold War. That's why, Ronald Reagan's recipe worked, basically, because, like you said, Russia couldn't keep up in an arms race with the West, and they didn't want to start a nuclear war because they were not suicidal then either, and not suicidal now. I mean, it's completely. I would never call these movements peace movements because, of course, they don't advocate peace. What they advocate is the idea that Russia should be able to invade whoever they want because they have nuclear weapons, which is insane, really. Because then where do you stop them? Are they allowed to steamroll all over Europe because they have nuclear weapons? I mean, this is certainly not peace, and it just doesn't make any sense, frankly, because, again, we are perfectly capable of deterring Russia. The West is stronger than Russia. Russia knows this. They're playing on these voices of useful idiots in order to, because they think that that they're going to be able to undermine the unity from within. But these are the kind of voices that they've relied on for a long time, and it hasn't worked for them. Because if you look at the United States specifically, yes, there are crazy people on the far left and the far right who advocate appeasement of Russia for various different reasons. But these voices are largely marginalized, and if you look at where the decisions are being made, I mean, the Republican Party that took over the House. If you look at the people who run the committees, the Foreign Relations Committee and Armed Service Committee, these are Republicans who are firmly on the internationalist and value Reaganite side,
which is obviously a good thing. Even if in the media we often have a very distorted image of the Republican Party, which is unfortunately partly because they allowed people such as Marjorie Taylor Greene to not only run for office, but actually to be elected. And right now to essentially present these voices, these views which are completely different, completely inconsistent with the majority of the Republican Party. So it is a problem. On the other hand, obviously we have the likes of, as you've mentioned, Senator McCall, for example, and he said recently that there is a renewed momentum in the House to provide Ukraine with more weapons, including long-range missiles, possibly even fighter jets. So do you think this is a sign that regardless of the presence of the like of Matt Gaetz or Lauren Boebert, there is going to be a general consensus that the United States needs to help Ukraine win the war, not just fend off Russian attacks, but to actually get their territories back.
Yes, absolutely, I do, because like I said before, we've seen the sides in the Democratic Party and the Republican Party that are pro-split Ukraine are larger and stronger. They're just not people who are in those camps tend not to be loudmouths who go on TV or on Twitter, and they're actually doing serious.
Not trying to shut down the president during the State of the Nation, no less.
Yeah, I mean unfortunately, there are a few people who decide to go into Congress just to benefit their own brand, and they don't treat this as a serious job. That's unfortunate. But these people are in a minority in the United States and in most other countries. Furthermore, these are people who are mainly concerned with domestic policy, not so much foreign policy. They do this thing because it's like positioning for them. If the establishment, quote unquote, says one thing, they have to say something else. But this is not usually a thought out position.
So when President Biden is coming to Ukraine and later to Poland, he knows that he has the backing of most of the serious political scene in the US. So what do you think is going to come next? Do you think there are going to be some major announcements on the details of the support for Ukraine being made within the next couple of weeks? Obviously, we would not have expected any details to be released during the speech itself. But we have this statement of intent. So what do you think is going to follow?
Well, I think that we're going to see the same thing repeating itself with the long-range missiles and the planes that we've seen so far with the tanks, right? That it's no, no, no until it's yes. We're already training Ukrainians in the fighter jets, and I think the Brits recently announced that they're going to give Ukrainians long-range weapons. I just don't remember which type of
They said they're going to be the first. Yeah. They didn't say when weapons.
Right.
But they said they are going to be pretty much at the forefront of this.
Yes. And so there are responsible countries. Britain is one, Poland is another, that are pushing the line forward. And I mean, even a country like Germany, for example, a while ago, the German defense minister, Pistorius, was here in Warsaw. And when the Polish defense minister said he wished that Germany can do more, the German defense minister said, I wish Germany can do more and I wish other countries can do more. So now we have Germany, on the side of helping to push the envelope as well. And that's a very good thing. So overall, yes, I think there is an understanding in the West now that we have to stop giving Ukraine, just enough to plug some hole here and there. What we need to do is we need to give them enough to win the war. That's what we need to do. And actually, the last decision in Ramstein, which was kind of overshadowed by the tank debacle, was actually pretty good from that point. That a lot of the stuff that Ukraine was promised are things that are not just enough to blunt the coming Russian offensive that actually is already ongoing, but they will get enough equipment so that they can launch their own counteroffensive and hopefully, push Russia, I would hope, out of Ukraine entirely. Maybe not entirely, we'll see, but at least go on a counteroffensive once the Russian offensive is blunted.
So the pro-Ukrainian camp has been growing, and as you've mentioned, Germany, France, countries that were quite reluctant initially, they are now firmly on board. There are very few exceptions. But isn't it also the case that countries of Western Europe have begun to realize, perhaps belatedly, that the epicenter of our security architecture is inevitably moving towards the east, with countries like Poland, the Baltic states, becoming pretty much the frontier of NATO, and therefore having new responsibilities, but also a greater degree of influence over this collective security policy. Do you think that this could be one of the reasons why President Biden chose to attend the Bucharest 9 summit in Warsaw?
Yes, I mean, in many ways, the center of gravity is not entirely shifted, but it is shifted. This is an ongoing process because these are the countries that have stepped up. Countries like Poland, like the Baltic states, Czech Republic is another example, stepped up and taken a leadership role in what is, in effect, the most serious conflict in Europe since World War II. That's what it is, let's be frank. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is the most serious conflict in Europe since World War II. And we've had voices in Western Europe talking about strategic autonomy, yet these voices have not taken a leadership role when Europe is threatened. Now, again, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you can't talk about autonomy if you have not prepared to defend the security of Europe, which is what, for example, countries like Poland were doing from day one. And the Baltic states as well, because they understand that either we stop Russia and Ukraine, or we might have Russian tanks rolling into Warsaw, and we don't want to see that.
Or if not that, then it could be happening in countries which are not NATO members, because Russia tends to attack countries which it perceives as being weak. Now, do you believe that Moldova could be the next country on the list of targets? And how could this happen? Do you think that the recent warnings concerning some sort of terrorist attacks, for example, trying to destabilize the political system, could that be a way in which Russia will be trying to divert our attention from Ukraine?
Well, if they would likely do something in Moldova, they're already trying to destabilize the ruling government, which is pro-Western. I mean, I don't think the Russians are going to try to launch some sort of military operation in Moldova. It's just too hard for them right now.
Well, Transnistria is effectively isolated.
Yes, exactly. And so what's going to happen if they do it is that there's a risk that the Transnistrian enclave will be just completely cut off. The Russians don't have a lot of military in Transnistria. It's just that the Moldovan military, unfortunately, is too weak to dislodge them themselves. It's a small country. It's a poor country. But Moldova is changing for the better. Their president is a fantastic person, has done a lot of great things. And their government is what we said before, pro-Western. Of course, unfortunately, what Russia is trying to do is to destabilize it in typical fashion that they've been doing in many other countries, in these so-called gray zone countries, right? This is why it's a problem that, unfortunately, Europe was not completed and united, whole, free, and at peace. There are several places that were left in this sort of gray zone area, but not protected by NATO, not in the European Union. And this is something that Russia exploits because, as you said, they take advantage of weakness, they exploit weakness.
So Moldova definitely does deserve better. But that leaves us with one more thing. And unfortunately, we are slowly running out of time, so we have about a minute and a half. But where does that leave China? Do you think that China is going to double down and provide more aid to Russia? Or is it going to rethink this whole situation? It clearly seems to be a crucial point for China and its future strategy, right?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a very difficult question. It's hard to tell, honestly. I mean, I know that the Chinese are going to they're going to go to Moscow. I heard some announcement that there's going to be a high-level visit to Moscow, and I think that there was a statement by the Chinese about how the partnership between Russia and China is rock solid. Of course, what they want to do is to make the world safe for authoritarians. That's obvious. But at the same time, China doesn't mind Russia being weakened and being more of a vassal to China. And the Russians have asked the Chinese for a lot of different things which the Chinese have not provided them yet. So they worry about secondary sanctions as well. Now we'll see if this is something that we can be able to communicate to China so that it stays that way. We'll see about that. Hopefully we will, because it's important.
And obviously China has a much greater degree of dependence on international trade. Russia could have been dislodged from Europe. It is trying to attain new ways of making money, essentially by providing these resources to countries such as China. But China itself, even though it may be trying to decouple itself from the American economy, is still a long way to go. So, as you said, we'll have to wait and see. But hopefully there might still be a certain degree of space for negotiations so that China will not be fully supportive of Russia, at least not in a military sense. Aaron Koreva was our guest today here on TVP World. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And you're watching TVP World. I'm Miloš Revinsky. Please stay with us for more.
May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless the heroes of Ukraine and all those who defend freedom around the world. Thank you, Poland. Thank you, thank you, thank you for what you're doing. God bless you all.
welcome to TVP World. You're watching another edition of Military Mind, bringing you news from the front lines. I'm your host, Benjamin Lee. This week marks exactly 1 year since the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Let's look at the latest updates from the front line. Late Tuesday evening, Russian-occupied Mariupol was rocketed by 11 explosions. According to the Mariupol City Council, reportedly, Ukrainian troops carried out a massive missile strike on Russian positions in the occupied territories of the Donbass. Some of the missiles were shot down by air defense systems, but others hit their intended targets. Reports of explosions surfaced across multiple social media outlets. Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, Alexei Danilov, has said that Russia is attempting to launch attacks in 5 areas of eastern Ukraine. However, coordinating the offensive has so far been ineffective, and Ukrainian forces are successfully repelling the attacks. Now let's take a look at the everyday frontline reality of the 3rd Separate Assault Brigade's 2nd Battalion. In the video, you'll see soldiers working the mortar and engage in trench fighting near Bakhmut.
Ладно. Так они жили, блядь. У них ничего не было, а потом их обокрали, блядь.
Пострел! Есть! Юха! У Питера.
Пострел!
Чекай!
Я думал, накрыл. Хорош.
Bakhmut is a fortress with a spirit of steel, enduring day after day thanks to the heroism of the defenders from the Ukrainian Defense Forces, including the soldiers of the volunteer unit called Charter. In between combat missions, the soldiers filmed a short video about their efforts to defend the city, setting it to Entel's song, Fortress Bakhmut, to boost morale and remind everyone that Ukraine stands strong, ready to fight, and is rebel.
Привіт вам з міста Бахмут.
Постріл!
Фортеця Бахмут, всі молитви наші тут, і сердець сталевий дух, і герої неславних рук, з неба нам сил дають, волю, вогонь і лють, стіни горять в бою, мамо, а я стою, мамо, а я стою.
Зараз буде база, вимикаємо біль, старі образи. Ось моє плече, і поруч браза. Ось воно на...
In the next video, you'll see the M777 howitzer, affectionately called the Three Hatchets, shoot an M982 Excalibur high-precision guided munition to eliminate a Russian tank.
Дон-дон чеченці, ненці, димири, ополченці, з вами всіх муку і сука пилі наганять коміпервяти, срати, якути чи буряти, 200-ми ви будете однаково вонять. Путін, якого ти хуя, блядь, пішов війною, як твою мать, орки, якого ви хуя, блядь, пішли війною, йоб вашу мать.
The spokesman for the eastern group of the Ukrainian armed forces said that Russia is resorting to Soviet methods of using frontal assaults to try and exhaust Ukrainian forces. According to him, the mobilization allowed Moscow to recruit fresh cannon fodder. These draftees now make up the main force that allows the Russian command to maintain high intensity of attacks. There are no other tactics involved. There are no brilliant strategy solutions and no generals or mid-level officers to implement them. What they are left with is a primitive method dating back to the First and Second World War. The objective is to exhaust the enemy and hope that they still have men remaining at the end, and that will withdraw with little reserves to spare. This is exactly the sort of attack that the two Ukrainians are presuming the Russians will launch against the defenders. In our last show, we've shown you the part 1 of the footage, and now it's time for part 2 of the video filmed in the Ukrainian trench.
Слушай, что по рации говорят. Ура, пора, спроси у Алекса, как дела, что делать дальше. Что делать? Алекс? Дай рацию. А? До фу не отходить, чешу, блядь.
Квадрик, вы не подняли, не нашли?
Алекс, что делать?
Смещайтесь, нет вас.
Плюс. Алекс, что делать? Алекс, что делать?
Я понял. Плюс, идем сверху. Улица, они не могу,
Я не шарю.
Продолжаем по 90. КамАЗ, займись на банан.
Быстрее, парни, быстрее! Алекс!
Плюс 150.
Алекс, что делать, Алекс, что делать? Нема, блядь. Уже все, что было, откидали. Что по квадрику, что по информации?
And with that intense footage, we conclude this edition of Military Mind. But for more news and updates, please stay tuned to TVP World.
The bill for Poland's wartime losses is still outstanding and amounts to $1,532,170,000,000.
Hello, you're watching TVP World News. I'm Jonasz Rewiński. The Bucharest 9 summit in Warsaw has come to an end. It was an opportunity for NATO leaders to reaffirm their message of support for Ukraine and to stress the importance of resisting Russian aggression in all instances. Our reporter Kazimierz Łysiak has more.
US President Joe Biden has officially left the Polish presidential palace in Warsaw and is on his way back to Washington. The US President met here with the leaders of the Bucharest 9 format. Countries of the Bucharest 9 include Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Romania and Slovakia. All these countries have one thing in common: they are all on the borders of NATO. So US President Joe Biden most likely discussed with the leaders increased military support for the countries of the NATO eastern flank, and also, of course, on how to keep supporting Ukraine and how to send heavy weaponry to Kyiv. Polish President Andrzej Duda thanked US President Joe Biden for coming here to Poland, especially since this is the second visit of the US leader here to Poland in the span of 1 year, which has never happened before. The US leader emphasized that Poland is an important ally of the United States and that he is very thankful to the Polish nation for welcoming more than 3.5 million Ukrainian refugees ever since the beginning of the war. The visit of the US leader also coincides with the fact that we are almost on the eve of the first anniversary of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, so his visit here is especially meaningful and symbolic, and the meeting with countries of the Bucharest 9 format was also a strong statement from the US president that he will continue to work closely with NATO allies to defend the NATO alliance. From Warsaw, for TVP World, Kazimierz Łysiak.
And during the Bucharest 9 summit in Warsaw, US President Joe Biden met leaders of NATO's eastern flank to show support for their security. This issue has gained even greater significance after Moscow suspended a landmark nuclear arms control treaty.
On Wednesday, during his visit to Poland, US President Joe Biden attended the Bucharest 9 summit. Hosted by the Polish president, the meeting was attended by the heads of state of NATO's eastern flank. The members of the Bucharest 9 include Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania and Slovakia.
This year has made us stronger and more united. And we, the countries on the eastern flank, are more protected than ever. And we together passed the test of solidarity and humanity because of our help to Ukraine.
The politicians discussed the importance of continuing to support Ukraine in its fight against Russian aggression. The consensus is that this objective is crucial for ensuring general security in the region. In the last years, NATO has been going through a kind of crisis, with its very existence brought into question. However, rallying behind an embattled Ukraine has given the alliance a new purpose, saving it from sliding into obsolescence.
The irony is that one of the last conversations I had with our friend in Russia was, I said, you keep asking for the Finlandization of NATO. You're going to get the NATOization of Finland.
The meeting came just a day after Moscow pulled out of the New START, a major nuclear arms control treaty. Joe Biden called the decision a big mistake by the Kremlin. The development opens up the possibility for Russia to resume nuclear tests, and some commentators warn that it might lead to an escalation of the conflict.
The Euromaidan Warsaw Citizens Initiative, aimed at supporting Ukraine on its way to European integration, organized a protest in Warsaw today, the second day of the US President Joe Biden's visit to Poland. The Ukrainian demonstrators, holding banners and their national flags, wanted to ask the US president to help their war-torn country achieve its objectives.
Ukrainian demonstrators holding banners and their national flags wanted the US president to provide greater support to the assaulted country. The protest was held in the morning in front of the Warsaw Marriott Hotel, where all US presidents stayed during their visits in Poland. The aim of the protest is to convince the US president that delivering F-16 fighter jets will bring Ukraine closer to winning the war against Russia.
My own city, Kharkiv, is bombed today. It's attacked for 4 rocket missiles to city center. Another woman who stands with me here together, she's from Bakhmut. Her city isn't exist enough. So we need F-16 fighter jet and enough weapons supplied to Ukraine to win this evil, to stop this awful war.
Despite spending billions of dollars on financial, humanitarian and military aid for Ukraine, the US government has been reluctant to extend their help to providing aircraft. Increasing the capabilities of Ukrainian air defense could save many lives that are lost in Russian missile attacks, but also increases the risk of escalating the conflict. Euromaidan Warszawa announced that another protest will be held later on Wednesday at 6 p.m.
Prior to his arrival in Warsaw, President Joe Biden made a surprise visit to Kyiv, assuring President Zelensky of his unwavering support for Ukraine. How is the US president's visit to the region being received in Ukraine? Our correspondent in Kyiv, Don Alveth, has more.
After U.S. President Joe Biden visited first the capital of Kyiv and then the very next day visited the capital of Warsaw, the effect here in Ukraine is one major boost in morale. Of course, Ukrainians are satisfied in the fact that they can be reassured that the United States, the world's largest military power, will back them until they are successful in defeating Russia, the Russian invasion of their country. Now, that is super important. Of course, last year we saw the taboos about which weapon systems to transfer to Ukraine and whether the West was willing to do it not to provoke Russia. Well, those taboos have pretty much gone out the window, with the exception of those F-16 fighter planes, which are still pending to be transferred, of course, not to provoke Russia, but those notions of provocation of Russia, which invaded this country and has been at war with this country for 9 years now, has pretty much flown out the window. Now, of course, we are approaching that 1-year anniversary of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, which coincides on Friday on the 24th of February. And although that will be a very somber date to commemorate here in the capital, here in the country, of course, there is quite a bit of nervousness as to what the Russian reaction on that special occasion will be. There is definitely speculation that the largest cities, including the capital, could be attacked by another massive salvo of missiles. Earlier, it was stated by one of the deputy heads of the Interior Ministry that actually the mobilized Russians that have been training for the last several months are already on the battlefield here in Ukraine, which makes it seem like this massive new Russian offensive may not quite come to light the way it was expected. However, that occasion will come on Friday, and we'll have to see then. Don Arleth reporting from Kyiv, TVP World.
Now, for years, Ukraine has been referred to as the breadbasket of the world. The grain deal between Ukraine and Russia, signed in the summer of last year, was hailed as a major success. Unfortunately, now it is not certain whether the deal will in fact be extended. Here is more from our correspondent in Odessa, Sally Jastrzębska.
The famous grain deal between Russia and Ukraine has been signed in the summer of last year. Now, there are some problems with it. Essentially, the 1-year mark of the invasion is actually fast approaching, and a lot of importers are not sure if Russia will agree to extend the grain deal. Last summer, in July of 2022, it was signed between Russia and Ukraine and brokered by the UN and Turkey. According to UN officials, they're already working on prolonging the grain deal, not for 180 days as it used to be, but perhaps for 1 year. As to Ukraine, it has managed to ship 3 million tons of grain in December, and now this is steadily diminishing. So there could be some problems with exports, and as people are not willing to sort of buy Ukrainian grain. For instance, Egypt, the largest importer of wheat in the world, has opted to buy Russian wheat in the last tender. So this is really creating a lot of tensions, especially because this could actually lead to a global food crisis. According to the grain deal, Russia is obliged to inspect ships which are leaving the Black Sea ports, and now they're actually taking longer than they should. It actually takes 2 to 3 weeks, or even sometimes up to 6, to let certain shipments go. Therefore, Ukraine is blaming Russia for making this more difficult and trying to weaponize food. So this is one of the major problems ahead of the 1-year mark of the Russian invasion. We'll see if it will be sorted out. The deadline for the existing grain deal is 18th of March of 2023. From Odessa for TVP World, this was Daria Stremska.
Today, US President Joe Biden has finished his historic official visit to Kiev and Warsaw. How did Ukraine's other great ally, the United Kingdom, cover the events? Our special correspondent Klaudia Czerwińska has the answers.
Your lust for land and power will fail. This was one of the many quotes that appeared in newspaper headlines today after U.S. President Joe Biden's defiant speech in Warsaw. The event was widely covered here in the UK. British media played up the exchange of swords that took place between Vladimir Putin and President Biden, who delivered competing speeches on the same day. Putin's bitterness and propagandist undertones stood in opposition to Biden's steadfastness. Headlines from Putin deluded as ever to Biden parries Putin charge could be seen everywhere today. As much as the Warsaw visit is an important milestone, much of the press attention was directed towards the issue of global nuclear security. Yesterday, Vladimir Putin announced that Russia was suspending its participation in the New START treaty, a treaty that, I quote, was the last treaty signed with the U.S. with the purpose of limiting the number and deployment of long-range nuclear missiles, warheads, and launch platforms by both nations. What everyone is now focusing on, quite rightly, is how much of a threat could Russia pose now that it removed itself from actively taking part in the initiative. One comment that particularly stood out came from the Financial Times, which called the president's two veteran leaders schooled in the Cold War whose legacies might be defined on the battlefields of Ukraine. No doubt President Biden's visit to Warsaw was a historic moment that will determine the shape of the conflict in Ukraine in days, weeks, perhaps even months to come. We can expect more as the UK is looking closely at the Bucharest 9 summit today, where leaders discussed more regional defense and aid. From London for TVP World, Klaudia Czerwińska.
Vladimir Putin claimed in his recent speech that Russia has done everything to peacefully resolve the conflict in Ukraine, and that it was the West that was plotting against Moscow all along. Despite this false narrative, Russian forces continue to attack Ukrainian positions pretty much all the time. President Zelensky commented on this and more in his latest address to the nation.
I started the day today with a meeting of the High Command, extended and detailed, replete with reports from the battlefield from our commanders on the most active theaters. Supreme Commander Zaluzhny reported on the general situation on the front line and enemy missile strikes on our positions. Of course, the most striking are reports from Donetsk and Luhansk. We do everything to hold enemy attacks, constant intense assault which Russia doesn't stop despite suffering staggering losses. General Syrsky reported on the situation on Bakhmut and Liman theaters. Tough fighting, digging battles. We do everything to support our boys. General Tarnavsky reported on battles in around Avdiivka and other theaters. The occupiers are using the full range of weaponry against our boys, including even tear gas grenades.
And that's all for now. Thank you for watching, and please stay with us here on TVP World.
Welcome to TVP World. Speaking of Russian threats, some say that this one is the deadliest of devices that are in notorious war criminals currently ruling territories of Ukraine toolbox. Sarmat 2, or Satan, as they call it. According to Ruskies, it is supposed to be capable of flying over 18,000 kilometers before it can hit the target with its thermonuclear warhead. So, Ruskies had enough of Biden's trespassing on what they consider the Russian sphere of influence, which is Ukraine. So they decided to launch this one as an intercontinental ballistic missile test. The problem is that it misfired, didn't work, did not start, or collapsed right after it started. And that's the case of most projects that Russia is trying to execute. No matter if you talk cars, computers, tanks, aircraft carriers, basically anything more complex than the process of distilling potatoes, which is basically the reason why the best internationally known product that comes from Russia is vodka. And war is a complex endeavor. So no one who really knows the nature of Russia should be surprised, not only of Satan II Wunderwaffe misfiring, but that the whole idea of Russian invasion of Ukraine misfired. So, as US President was visiting Poland and Ukraine, Russia could just run its stupid propaganda games.
Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin.
War criminal. So Russia was trying to convince the world that of all nations in the world, it's peaceful Russia that is being provoked by the warmongering West that's got nothing better to do than to fight inflation, economic and humanitarian crisis at its borders, just to make things worse for Russia by cooperating with a free state of Ukraine. According to this war criminal, guy who's speaking here, Putin and his henchmen, Ukrainians' willingness to join NATO and European Union is a declaration of war. No, Putin is not talking about the West forcing Russia to join NATO or EU, and this they should or could call war. No, that's not the thing. That's not happening. The thing is, and the problem is, for Russia, a different state. A state of Ukraine, a sovereign nation of over 40 million people who wants to join the European Union and NATO. That is supposed to be, in this sick, twisted reality, a declaration of war against Russia. In the meantime, 9 NATO and EU states called Bucharest 9, or simply the Eastern NATO flank, states are meeting in Warsaw. Summit of those states took place in Poland's capital city, Warsaw. Most of those countries know the nature of Russian imperialism. They were the part of evil empire after the Second World War, and some of them even before. So they understand why Russia should be contained and challenged if it tries to cross its borders with its barbaric hordes in any direction. And because that is exactly what is happening right now in Ukraine, Poland organized B9 summit in Warsaw as US President Joe Biden visited Poland.
Over the past year, with your countries around this table providing collective leadership, we've also strengthened NATO. A commitment of the United States to NATO, and I've said it to you many times, I'll say it again, is absolutely clear. Article 5 is a sacred commitment the United States has made. We will defend literally every inch of NATO, every inch of NATO. And this is an important moment. I look forward to the discussion and the next steps we can take together and to keep our alliance strong and to further deter aggression.
Biden said also that the Russian plan of Finlandization of Ukraine failed, just as the last Saturn missile test.
The irony is that one of the last conversations I had with our friend in Russia was I said, you keep asking for the Finlandization of NATO. You're going to get the NATOization of Finland. Well, it happened. Not only are we as strong as we were, we're stronger.
NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg spoke also on the occasion of B9 summit, referring to the Russian aggression pattern of military influence each and every time a sovereign nation at its borders is trying to escape the Russian imperialism.
We have seen the Russian pattern of aggression over many years. Georgia in 2008, Crimea and Donbass in 2014, and then the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine last year. We cannot allow Russia to continue to chip away at European security. We must break the cycle of Russian aggression.
Polish president who hosted the B9 summit said the following.
Today's summit is of particular importance. We are meeting almost exactly on the anniversary of the event which has forever changed the history of our part of Europe and which has an impact on the security situation across the world. I'm speaking about the brutal, full-scale Russian aggression of Ukraine, which started on February 24 last year. One day later, we met in this hall to discuss the most significant challenges facing our states, facing the entire North Atlantic Alliance, and to speak about the ways to support our friends in Ukraine. What we wish to do today is to think together among closest allies about our next steps in the run-up to the B9 summit in Bratislava and the NATO summit in Vilnius, and about the possibilities to provide further support to Ukraine.
So, as Russia is gearing up for another wave of attacks that will be as successful in terms of ability of reaching military goals as the previous attacks, free nations of the civilized world should prepare to oppose it. Russia is unable to conduct a complex military operation, cannot execute a complicated political plan, but can fire missiles to bomb households. It can send people to rape, torture, and kill civilians. Russia does not know how to wage modern war, but knows how to open the gates of its prisons and let go murderers, rapists, and criminals. Knows how to give them uniforms and how to promise that on the territory Russia wants to destroy, basically anything goes. And that's basically what Russia is trying to do in Ukraine. And that is the reason for which brave Ukrainians who know the nature of the army of orcs are fighting like hell. And that's the reason for which the civilized world should give them a hand. And this is what we are going to talk about on my show. My name is Michał Rachonia. This is Rack On. And we roll in. So, our guest often says one sentence, that war is nasty. And it is complicated, and we are going to talk naval warfare. Today, a retired Marine, our regular guest on Rack On, Lieutenant Colonel Hunter Ripley Rawlings former Marine Corps infantry and reconnaissance officer with over 23 years of experience, of combat experience, Iraq, Afghanistan, long list of places where he was fighting. Colonel, welcome back. Rip, welcome back to TVP World. As you know, Rip is running his charity organization, Replay Heroes, and he helps professionals with non-lethal help in Ukraine. Rip, why? Because we talked about the war in Bakhmut, about the Battle of Bakhmut, about the trench war, about all the things that are on the first pages of newspapers, all over the social media. But at the very beginning, in the first months of this war, also a naval component of war was very important. And in a way, as I understand, it is still important now, but it's not on the first pages of people or of newspapers that are reporting this war. So why do you find it so important?
Okay, so the first thing to kind of entreat your viewers is that it's not on the front page of the news, but it needs to be. Because what we've seen so far are some major developments inside kind of naval warfare in and around Ukraine. And I will include that we're seeing some strategic moves of Russian nuclear vessels that are intended to scare. This is saber-rattling stuff that we can get into. But let's entreat your viewers with something I think they'll find particularly intriguing. And it is kind of the silent and the secret and the not necessarily always seen part of this conflict. While we were watching as Russia was streaming the first tank guards army swooping down to attack and threaten Kiev, as we were watching these army groups mustering out in the east and flooding into those regions where we're still seeing fighting today, there was a silent, deadly war occurring in the south, which is obviously down there in the Black Sea. And to me, what's fascinating is we've seen a couple kind of punctuation marks where they'll pip up on the radar, everyone's favorite stamp, the one that says, you know what, to Russia, and shows a picture of the Moskva, obviously produced before Moskva, the flagship of the Russian Black Sea fleet, was destroyed. This was a big naval event. People underplay it. It's kind of in the past, so maybe people don't remember it. But those kinds of naval actions, this chess, if you will, is being played out. And it's very important because the sea access provides Ukraine with a vital lifeline. That's a lifeline in. It's heavy lift. You can put a tremendous amount of tonnage of grain going out and munitions and armament coming in. And that access has been starved off. But believe me, Ukraine is not lost on their strategic planners. They have been maneuvering like chess pieces to try to take out of the, and is the part astounding. The great Russian Navy is being brought to its knees by some naval actions that I think we're going to get into today, and that should be very exciting.
Rip, starting with the Moskva, and you know, I'm always having fun when I can say it, since it's not English, it's not Polish. So when I say "Ruski Karabal idi na chuj," there's nothing wrong with that on our program. So, so let's just make it. But this event, this whole fact shocked the world when we found out that Ukraine managed to destroy one of the key elements of the Russian Black Sea fleet. How did they manage to do it? Is it clear right now? Is it obvious? Professionals, military professionals like you, know the answer to this question?
I think we have the pieces together, and frankly, a lot of it came from open source intelligence. Our governments know absolutely a lot more that's occurring behind the scenes, but we can break down that action because that naval sea activity was really interesting. Generally speaking, what we understand is the Ukrainians sent out some aerial drones to distract the Russian flagship while simultaneously setting up some missile shots. Now, wisely, they knew they had the Moskva in their crosshairs, and they fired not one, not two, but we believe 3 anti-ship missile systems directly at the target. This was intended to confuse them. This was intended to confound their radar and signals technicians, and it worked. And obviously, the sinking of that flagship was a crowning achievement that I would say is just as vital a crowning achievement as defeating these giant flanks of tanks that were coming towards Kiev. It is as significant a strategic event, although we tend to look at the tank battles and things like that because they happen on a day-to-day basis. This one was just as big, believe me.
You mentioned when we talked before this program, you mentioned also that the things that are happening on the not only in the area close to the Ukrainian shore, but also far away from Russia are fundamental here at the shores of Norway. We've heard about some activities of Russia and other states far away from the Russia close to the shore of South Africa, for example. What is the relation between those?
Okay. Yeah, great question, as always. So this is, if you can think about the way the Moskva was sunk with this confounding element of launching all sorts of attacks simultaneously. What we're seeing from Russia right now is a strategic version of that. Confound the U.S., whom they see as a principal opponent in this. We're certainly providing a lot of material aid. The president was just visiting, which I think we'll mention in today's program as well. But we're now seeing them saber rattling near our neighbors, doing drills with I wouldn't call China a direct enemy. We buy a lot of iPhones from them, but certainly anything that hurts us, China is glad to do. And so seeing that naval drill off the coast of Africa is another attempt to kind of confound us in a strategic sense, the same way that the Ukrainians confounded the Moskva and sunk her. So having trained in Norway, I used to go there a bit every year and train counterinsurgency in the Krigsskolen, the Norwegian the Norwegian Academy. And this very much affects them. Norwegians are very sensitive to Russian incursion. They have a lot of oil fields, so it kind of comes back to oil. And when Russian nuclear-carrying vessels loiter off of their coasts, they call America and say, hey, this is bad. What are we going to do? And of course, it provokes a reaction. We move our submarines, we move our fleets in areas that we could intercept them if we needed to. So it's part of the strategic chess match. I'll say something else, though, and I think we're going to get into some of this in addition, is that if you've ever seen that kind of old nerdy version of chess from back in the 80s, I don't know if it still even exists, but three-dimensional chess. I never knew how to play it, but I've seen the board where you have three different tiers and you're playing chess across this three-dimensional landscape. That's what's happening in the Navy spheres and the Navy conundrums and attacks that we're seeing and these chess moves, because it is very unique to the Navy that you have a platform that floats on the surface, but has to deal with undersea threats as much as it has to deal with threats that come from above. So we like to talk about tank battles. I'm a ground guy. I could talk to you about artillery, aviation, mortars, machine guns all day. But for Navy guys, they've always had the biggest threat, and they have always had the true three-dimensional threat. So let's get into some of that, because to me, there's some intriguing.
Before we move to the specific types of machinery or of weapon systems that are used over there, but this is the Navy, which is the key to the world of geopolitics. One or country has to control the naval routes, to control basically the theaters of war. The secret behind the domination of the United States over the world right now, as was the case of all other empires in the history, was controlling of the water lines around the world. So I think that this is also important from the standpoint and when we talk about the war in Ukraine. So, Reep, if we come back to the Black Sea naval war that we've heard about, there were also naval drones that I personally heard for the first time about. I know it's not like a brand new technology, but it was also one of the silent battles of this war with a new kind of technology.
Yeah, absolutely huge. So there's no way to kind of de-stress or de-emphasize this, because this is an absolute change in naval warfare. And believe me, all of the navies across the world are watching what's happening in the Black Sea, because bringing in boat suicide drones, it's not necessarily a new thing, but the technology that's been introduced into some of the boats that we've seen that have actually sunk some ships or damaged some Russian ships have been absolutely, premier technology. The first time we've seen one of these up close and personal outside of the classified realm is a boat We believe that's exactly the same ones that have been somehow given to the Ukrainian Navy that appear to be of U.S. origin, and one of them washed ashore over in the UK. And there were some locals that found it. They didn't know what it was. There's a lot of stuff that washes up on the shore, but they took photographs of it, videos of it, and they even called local police forces. It took them a while to get out there. In the meanwhile, they kind of put enough pictures out there for people to say, holy shit.
So what do we make of those pictures that were released to the public? We see some cameras over there. It looks like, well, when you look at it, it actually looks like a drone, but a drone that is floating. So what's the way that this kind of weapons operate?
Okay, so these are fascinating. This technology is absolutely fascinating. What you have is a drone boat. It's not that much bigger than, kind of a pleasure boat that you go on a fishing a trip with a couple buddies. It has with it, though, a technology payload that we know can do a few things because we've seen some videos of it. Number one, if you haven't seen it, go find the video of this online. It's very intriguing, especially for those that are interested in naval warfare. It's a video view from the inside of a boat. It doesn't say which kind, but it looks like the type of drone boat that we've talked about that may have been produced somewhere in the West. And it's zooming towards a Russian vessel. And you can see these splashes of water from the Russians trying to shoot it with small caliber munitions, 25 millimeter and below. So they are obviously desperate. They've identified this thing as a suicide boat. Obviously, they're on high alert for these kinds of things. They don't talk about it, not talked about much in the media. But I'll tell you, if you want to scare some Navy guys, send one of these. It's low in the water. Its tech package also, we know, includes a satellite server, so it's able to communicate back to its controller and be controlled and steered in real time so that you can send it towards a target. We believe it can identify the shape and profile. We've been doing that for many, many years with computers.
Maybe it's a stupid question, but I would say that this is basically the way that torpedo works. So what is the difference between this and torpedo? Even a sophisticated torpedo.
Yeah, so we do have some very sophisticated torpedoes. And here's the way we like to talk about it in the Navy circles. Okay, we call it sensor target shooter. That means in order to sink a vessel, I need a sensor, I need something that's picked it up. It doesn't have to be the same craft or land station that's going to launch the missile. Target, I have to appropriately identify the exact location of the target, and then shooter, I have to have firing agencies that are able to carry out the work that I need to happen. This is how Muscova was sunk. But we defeat some of that cycle, and we've now modernized to a stage where I now have a boat that can identify targets on its own and kill the targets on their own. Now, torpedoes can do this, but you still have to have a submarine that launches them. In this case,
it's like a naval version of loitering munitions?
Absolutely. It's a naval version of loitering munitions, and you just nailed it, which is I can leave this out in the water for a couple days, and it's just looking for targets and waiting for an opportunity. Think about how insidious that is. It has no signature. It's very low in the water, and it's not going to send out a lot of acoustic noise if I don't turn it on. So it can just sit there and passively pick up. We've got a lot of sensors that can do that, but now having this autonomous torpedo, that's even better. Now, we don't know this for a fact, so take this with a grain of salt. There'll be more research that comes out, but there have been some analysts who believe that the naval drone that we're talking about can actually autonomously find targets based on ship profile or acoustic signature.
Speaking of acoustic signature, I don't know if you dive, Rip. I know that Chuck Farrer, our guest, dives. He's a professional diver.
I do scuba dive, yeah, absolutely.
You do scuba dive. So am I. So when I read and when he told me about another very interesting device, which is capture torpedo, I was thinking about Murray fish, which is sitting low in the rocks with only the head to look for the target. Do we have the same kind of I don't know, underwater intelligent booby trap operating underwater, which are called capture torpedoes?
Yeah. So that's an apt definition for it, is having it as a booby trap, because it's a little bit dissimilar to the drone we just talked about. This is well, let's put it this way. Let's start from the beginning. The Captor 60, you can Google it and look it up, but it is basically a booby trap, as you say. You drop it on the bottom of the ocean. So you do have to have a delivery vehicle. You have to have some way to get it out there, typically going to be a submarine or a boat. You drop it off and it can go deep in the water. The technology with the Captor 60 ends in 2001 when the program was halted and completed. It was a U.S. program. The torpedo sits on the bottom of the ocean, listens for the acoustic signatures, among other noise, and then finds a warship and then launches itself. And now you have a torpedo in the water, preferably directly under its target, because then there's no reaction time for the vessel it's trying to hit. Now, let's make a quick assumption. If in 2001, that's the technology we're talking about, the mines that we have now, the booby traps, would be much more advanced. Now, I don't know this. I'm not going to get into anything that I would know that's even classified, but I will say we can make some assumptions that if we adapt that technology to what we know we can do today, we would be talking about a torpedo on the bottom of the ocean that can listen for the exact ship based on a dent inside one of the propellers on
hold on, exact ship or exact
ship
type of ship?
Yes. No, exact ship. So now
exact precise ship. We are looking for Moscow, for example, and when Moscow is passing through, it is going to be attacked because it got its personal signature with the sound or with other things that this kind of technology can sense.
That's it. So let me see if I can kind of capture this. For the past 30 or 40 years, all nations across the world have been collecting acoustic signatures on each other's ships. I write about this in my books. I've got a book coming up talking about the exact type of torpedo we're talking about today. But the bottom line is this technology means that every ship has slightly different noise, and that noise changes over time. Let's say I'm a warship that's got 3 screws, which are propellers, underwater that are helping propulse the ship. One of them is slightly dented. I can hear that when I capture the acoustic noise. Let's say the bottom of the ship, there's a noise that happens on a regular basis because the crew has a machine. Maybe it's melting plastic as it was on some of the ships I was on board. But I can hear that underwater. Sound travels better underwater than it does above water. I record those over and over again, and pretty soon I've got an array of sounds for a specific ship. Now, again, we don't know this for fact. I'm giving you some speculation on top of this, but we do know current technology. And we know if we marry up those two, the 2001 technology for the Captor 60 and what we know technology is today, we know that we would have an extremely advanced torpedo that you can leave on the bottom of the ocean and it will find the exact ship. And when that ship comes over, it will launch itself from below and it'll take out that ship. So these are not in the hands of the Ukrainians. But if I were a Ukrainian and I was asking President Biden anything on his visit in Kiev, I would say, Mr. President, we'd like to see a couple of these in our inventory. Yeah, give us a few.
When you said about this, the specific trace of a specific vessel that can be traced, and I assume that you can build a database of those sounds. If you can make a database of, I don't know, 4 or 5 billion people as Facebook did, so you probably can do it with the warships. But when you are trying to identify a submarine or other ship, you can probably identify one of those Russian ships with technology which is less sophisticated, and the ship you can identify with no problem is Admiral Kuznetsov, the only Russian aircraft carrier, because you can see the smoke from 40 kilometers away.
Well, and think about this, if you will, for just a second. Think about the game-changing nature of this type of technology. We're talking about millions and billions of dollars that go into each one of these vessels. Okay, you have a ship, a Navy ship. It takes many years to build them. The keel is laid down in a large place where they construct these vessels. I've been inside some of these shipyards. They're immense, and it costs a tremendous amount of industry to put them together. The steel that goes into it, not to mention the fact that you have 250 up to thousands of men on board every one of these types of vessels. But now these vessels, with all of their expenditures, all their technology packages, can be sunk with something relatively inexpensive that can be dropped on the bottom of the water, left for days, weeks, months, and then fire up on the target that you need to take out. This is game-changing. And as I mentioned, the Navy has the very difficult duty of fighting the true three-dimensional threat. Now they've got a drone from below that has almost no signature, can be dropped off in the dead of night months before, and can kill you just as much as a drone that you see launching from its launch pad, 200 kilometers away on radar. This is a really big deal, and all of the navies of the world, I guarantee you, are watching what's happening in the Ukraine battles in the Black Sea right now.
Rip, we are out of time, but one final question. Basically, the whole war, if you think about the war that actually started back in 2014, started with the issue of naval warfare. I mean, annexing the Crimea was about the ports of Black Fleet, basically. Not only, but it was one of the most important things and most of the important aspects of the reasons why Russia decided to start this war. Your take, we got 30 seconds.
Absolutely immense. Ukraine has very important ports. Obviously, the Crimea has been the most important port to Russia, and so it's also, as Ukraine is a net exporter of grain and other materials, it's a vital lifeline both in and out. It's been sealed all this time. I believe, and I think a lot of other people do as well, we need to give Ukraine the tools and the technologies that they need to open up those waterways once more.
Rip, you were right. Absolutely fascinating aspects of this war.
Right?
That should be on the front lines. Not on the front lines, on the front pages of the newspapers, on the front lines as well. Rip, see you next time. Stay safe.
Yes, sir. You too. Take care and rock on.
Take care. Ladies and gentlemen, we come back with this show tomorrow.
Every time missiles cross over the border, the sirens go off, so we don't know where those missiles could be flying.
Fight, tears, death, hope. The bloody fight for Ukraine's freedom continues. Day after day, TVP World reporters provide you with the latest updates from the front lines.
Reporting from Kiev.
From Kharkiv.
From Kramatorsk.
Wherever human life is at stake, we are there.
From the city of Lviv.
From Kupiansk.
From Odessa for TVP World.
History is happening right before our eyes. You are a part of it. Don't fall for disinformation. Glory to Ukraine.
Hello and welcome to TVP World. You're watching another edition of Break the Fake, where we debunk fake news and examine false narratives. I'm your host, Benjamin Lee, and let's get rolling. Russian forces invade, ostensibly to protect the local populace. Then Moscow recognizes the sovereignty of breakaway republics, which then enters into military alliance with the Kremlin. This framework, with Putin framed as a liberator, was employed by Russia many times before we've even seen it in Ukraine. That same imperial template was used in 2008 in Georgia. Like Hitler before him, Putin decided to begin his campaign of conquest with smaller objectives and then used the operation to test the response of Western powers. That same year, President Obama scrapped the Missile Defense Shield program, which planned installations in Poland and the Czech Republic. This sent Putin a signal that invading former Soviet republics would draw no adverse reaction from the West. Likewise, Russia suffered no consequences when it brazenly annexed Crimea and parts of Donbas. Politicians like Obama, Sarkozy, Macron, Merkel, and Berlusconi all decided that the aspirations of smaller nations can take a backseat in the name of good relations with Moscow, and that the free flow of capital trumped everything else. This strange standstill came to an end only when the US elected a president that came out strong against the imperial designs of the Kremlin. This ultimately turned everything upside down, and now Putin's hiding in a bunker while the US president is strolling around Kyiv with the Ukrainian president. Small wonder then that the Kremlin autocrat found himself somewhat speechless.
Добрый день. Ну вот. Прости, Господи. Донбасс. Секретные биолаборатории. У нас уже... США и НАТО, это они развязали войну. Все дали...
A U.S. Secretary of State has said that Beijing is considering sending arms and ammunition to the Kremlin to use on the front lines in Ukraine. Chinese companies are already sending non-lethal support to Russia, but there are indications that lethal assistance is also on the table. Wang Yi, Beijing's chief diplomat, has denied these claims, stressing that China had neither stood by idly nor thrown fuel in the fire in Ukraine. On one of Solovyov's latest show, a gaggle of propaganda mouthpiece got a little carried away, speculating about Xi Jinping's visit to Moscow, painting China and Russia as equals. But is it really equality if Beijing is outright dictating oil prices to Moscow and requesting that payment be made in yuan? Not exactly equality, if you ask me.
Очень интересно, что не отказывается от идеи визита на высшем уровне Китая. Потому что это, скажем, гораздо посильнее, чем визит там какого-нибудь Байдена в Киев, где речь идет ни о чем, потому что неравные партнеры Зеленский и Байден. А вот если приедет руководитель Китая в Москву беседовать с руководителем России, то, вежливо говоря, это две ядерные державы, мощь которых нельзя скидывать со счетов.
According to Russian propaganda, the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact was not a secret agreement to divide Europe into Nazi and Soviet spheres of influence. Looking to neutralize the threat posed by Hitler, Stalin wanted to create a buffer zone. Ultimately, the states of Central Europe were reduced to mere land to be used according to the wishes of major powers. Ukraine suffered a similar fate. After it found itself the target of a smear campaign looking to paint it as an anti-Russian state, this means that it had to be destroyed in order to ensure the security of the Russian Federation. And now Putin has been drawing on history to ever greater extents.
Запад фактически открыл нацистам путь к власти в Германии. А в наше время из Украины они стали делать антироссию. Проект на самом деле не новый. Люди, которые хоть немножко погружаются в историю, знают прекрасно. Этот проект уходит корнями еще в XIX век. Его взращивали и в Австро-Венгерской империи, и Польше, и другие страны с одной целью – оторвать эти исторические территории, которые сегодня называются Украиной, от нашей страны.
Kids are traditionally the focus of much attention in totalitarian and autocratic regimes. It's no different in Russia. Although the era of young pioneers has ended with the Soviet Union, Putin has been doing his best to revive all the Stalinist tropes. Let's take a look at what playtime looks like for some children in Russia. This is how Putinist Russia raises future troops for Wagner and other imperial paramilitaries like it.
людям слабых. Веди здоровый образ жизни. Будь патриотом и достойным гражданином России.
Moscow's nuclear saber rattling has been a staple of the war in Ukraine long before Russia unleashed its full-scale invasion. The first threat actually came in 2014, soon after Crimea was annexed. Last February, soon after Russian troops poured across the Ukrainian border, Vladimir Putin threatened a swift and devastating response should the West interfere with the conflict. Moscow obviously considers this a part of its propaganda efforts. We could even risk saying that Russia's nuclear blackmail is part and parcel of its foreign policy. These threats often feed into the rhetoric of leaders like President Macron or Chancellor Scholz, which use them to explain their restrained or even vaguely pro-Russian policies.
Сегодня, когда он заявляет, что если Россия нанесет ядерный удар или химический по территории Украины, там несет бред. Вы слышали вообще дословно, что он там прет? У нас будут последствия, они будут очень серьезные, Россия станет еще большим изгоем. Вот с чего взял, что мы будем ядерный удар наносить по Украине? Нам там жить еще. На Украине. У нас есть где бить, не надо. Рамштайн цель жирная, приятная, но не срочная. Зачем нам бомбить Украину или Германию? Британия есть. О, корень зла. Мне говорят, 5-я статья НАТО.
Надо было сегодня тогда.
Когда
сегодня
Британия...
Те лучшие люди на похоронах. Прости, Господи.
Да, когда от Британии будет марсианская пустыня, 5-я статья НАТО о чем будет говорить? Защитить марсианскую пустыню? Там ничего не останется. Ну хотя бы мы вот этот, как он там, непоколебимый остров, да, вот будет поколебимый. Я вас уверяю, все дадут назад. А стратегические ядерные силы не задействуют.
Я напомню, что Великобритания тоже ядерная держава, и у них тоже есть ядерное вооружение.
Я могу напомнить, что у них 245 зарядов, которые при умном подходе дела, они будут моментально бескровлены. Мы посильнее в этом вопросе. Намного.
And with that somewhat bizarre conversation, we end this edition of Break the Fake. But for more news and updates, please stay tuned to TVP World.
Hello, you're watching TVP World News. I'm Jonasz Rawiński. The Bucharest 9 summit in Warsaw has come to an end. It was an opportunity for NATO leaders to reaffirm their message of support for Ukraine and to